and has graciously allowed us to tag on and be a part of what they're doing and use this great facility. So I'm going to introduce Matt King and let him say a few words.
I'll stand right here. First of all, we just want to welcome you. Obviously, we believe in what Rising Coaches is doing. Everything we do as a coaches association, we do it because of you guys. Like our hope as a coaches association is try to make your job as easy as possible, because you have the toughest job in the world, but you have the best job in the world. Like there's no job in society that you guys have. And so my job is to serve you. My job is to hopefully be able to create environments that make your life easier, make your life funner, and make it a situation where you can be as successful as you want to. There's nobody that has a bigger calling than you guys do, because you have probably more influence over kids in the community than any other stakeholder. I've always said a good coach for 20 years does more in a community than anybody else in that community can possibly do. And so you have a big calling. You've taken a really good step by being here today, because what that means is you want to get better. You want to improve. One thing I would tell you before I leave is, first and foremost, thank you for being here. But secondarily, if I can give you just a couple words of wisdom that from my point of view, I don't coach a team anymore, but I get around a lot of really good coaches. And I would say a couple of things that would come to my mind that I would encourage you at this stage in your career. Number one, at least that from my point of view, you might disagree with me, that I don't see a whole lot of right now, and I think could get better. Number one, we need more teachers. We need less yellers. Like we need more dudes that can teach the game. Like we got a lot of guys that can walk and they can wear the nice polos and they can, they can say that guy's their man and that guy's their guy and this guy's what. They don't know shit about basketball. They don't know anything about teaching it. And if I could challenge you in anything, what I would challenge you is our game evolves from teacher coaches moving up the ranks into guys that have never necessarily taught something before. Really get serious about learning how to teach, learning how to get somebody from point A to point B in a progressive way. I see less and less of that from coaches. We got more guys that can talk and less guys that can teach. We need more guys that can teach and less dudes that talk. Number one, that'd be my first thing. Number two, if I can encourage you in I've been very, very fortunate to have a very non-traditional route to where I'm at now. But if I can encourage you with anything, I would say this: if you can find any way to chase burdens in your life rather than chasing money in your life, you're going to be a lot happier. If I could encourage you to chase anything, my encouragement to you is chase things that burden you. And what I mean by that is this: what are the things that wake you up at 1 a.m. in the morning? Shit, I've gotten up at 1 a.m. in the morning for the last 6 weeks. This burdens me. Like, this is a burden of mine. And I'll tell you this: if I didn't make a penny off of this thing, I'd be doing something next weekend. I promise you that. We got too many guys that are chasing money. They're not chasing burdens. Chase burdens. Don't chase the money. The money takes care of itself when you follow something you're passionate about and you're burdened by. And then the last thing I would tell you, which I don't know if this had to be said 15, 20 years ago a whole lot, but I think it needs to be said now. Get your shit done. Like, it sounds super easy, but I can tell you, as somebody that hires people on a regular basis, and a lot of people that reach out now that want jobs, it's becoming harder and harder to find people that get things done before you ask them, as opposed to people that get things done just because you ask them. Like anybody in here that can accomplish a task simply because somebody told you to do it, that's like the price of admission to get in this room, right? If you want to be good at anything, you got to be somebody that can see around a corner and you can get stuff done before people have to ask you to do it. And so I wasn't on the speaker schedule. I'm not trying to take up Joe Prunty is going to be a much better speaker than I am. But if I'm going to get a chance to chat with you, I'm going to tell you some things that I believe in. I hope you have a great weekend. If you're staying here for the event, make sure you stop by. Make sure you chat. I'd love that. I hope you have a great day today. You learn a lot. Take as many notes as you possibly can. And like I said, I appreciate you being here. So thank you so much, and enjoy your day.
All right, guys. First of all, I guess I didn't introduce myself. I'm Adam, for those of you guys that I haven't met yet. Myself and Andy Farrell, who's not here, and Brandon Rosenthal, we started Rising Coaches back in 2010, and we just did it as something because we wanted to meet other people who were doing the same thing that we were doing. We were passionate about teaching the game and coaching, and obviously this is a relationship business, and we noticed there weren't a whole lot of opportunities outside the Final Four to really get to know and meet coaches. And so we called up some buddies. We were like, hey, we're going to set up a little conference in Vegas. Why don't you guys come down? Marlon Stewart was there. There he is right there. Now he's on staff at Oregon State, making all kinds of runs in March, playing in April. And it's crazy to see what this has grown into and become over the course of 11 years. It really took on a life of its own. And the reason why is because everybody that's kind of come through Rising Coaches has taken ownership in it. And I think it's played a small part in people's development. There's been so many relationships that have been sparked at these very events like we're at right here. So the one thing I'd encourage you guys to do, I know it's hard to meet new people. It can be awkward. But please take advantage of this weekend or these 2 days here and meet some people that you didn't know coming into it. I know the thing that even 11 years in, 12 years in, whatever, I still leave here with new friends every single time. And it just gets me so re-energized and fired up and motivated to go into the next season or endeavor or whatever. So I encourage you guys that, and we'll do some things to force you guys to interact a little bit, but everyone's here for the same reason. So don't be shy. Don't be afraid to go introduce yourself to somebody and spark a relationship. We wouldn't be able to do all of this stuff or any of this stuff without the help and support of our partners. We have several who are here in the building. First of all, Andy Graham and Thomas Graham and Kyle Deemer from Lucio Sports. Andy's in the back there with his Starbucks. And the Lucio guys, Thomas and Kyle, are over there at that first table in the back row. Lucio Sports does some amazing things, but they've really been so active in helping us get off the ground and getting the membership started in the last 2 years here. So we really appreciate their help and support. We wouldn't have been able to grow it into what it is without them. Please make sure with all of our partners, guys, please take a few minutes during the course of the next 2 days to go over to their setup and thank them. And they're here because obviously they sell a product and they market directly to basketball teams. And so they're here because they want to build those relationships with you as well. So please take the time to go over, chat with them, talk to them a little bit, give them your email, phone number, whatever. And that way, they'll continue to support what we're doing here. Brittany McSparron is back there with Dr. Dish. Hi, Brittany. She wins the banner. She has the best setup by far with the banners and the Dr. Dish material. They're giving away a Dr. Dish machine. They're raffling it off in July. So if you go over there, obviously say hello, get to know Brittany, but also you can enter your name and info in for a chance to win a Dr. Dish machine, which would be pretty cool. Am I eligible for that? I don't think I am. Matt Marlowe with Fulcrum is back there as well. Fulcrum Tech. I've known Matt for probably since the beginning. And I think, how long have you been with Fulcrum now? 5 years? 4 years. So what they've started at Fulcrum is really cool, guys. I'm sure you guys all use some sort of video editor. Sports Code, a very common one. Fulcrum, what they're able to do at like a fifth of the cost is unbelievable. Make sure you guys go check it out. Missouri uses it. Wake Forest uses it. Davidson. I think high school teams use. I mean, all levels. But it's an unbelievable product. And like you guys know, like I don't know. I used to be an ops guy, so I'd see like the bill for these video editing softwares. They just kill you. And so like I think Fulcrum's whole thing is like, hey, we're going to treat people right and charge them a fair price and still deliver an unbelievable product. So please go make sure you say hello to them as well. Did I leave anyone out? I think that's it. Okay. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Brandon Rosenthal. We'll be back up here later. I'll have some more like housekeeping things to announce. We are filming. We got a photographer. Don't mind them. And we may grab you guys, a couple of you guys, and just try to get a little testimonial or interview on camera at some point during the week. But I want to introduce Brandon Rosenthal, my business partner, who's been with us from day one and is currently at Arizona State. So thanks, awesome. Brandon.
All right. Just to make sure everybody knows where the bathroom is and knows where the water is too, because you definitely want to make sure we're hydrating as well, as you guys all know. It's a little hot. And we got coffee now too, so we're progressing here. Real quick, before here I introduce Coach Prunty, do want to give you guys your first bullet point. So quick story about Coach. I was probably 2 weeks into the job with Phoenix Suns working with Coach, and somebody was being a smart ass in our staff meeting and just asked Coach, hey, Coach, what are you known for? And Coach said two things. Number one, my to-do list. And I don't know if you've got one on you today, Coach, but I should have told you to bring it with you. And then number two is I've got the best hair in the business. And so I kind of like looked at this guy like, is he serious? The best hair in the business? But no joke, his hair stays exactly the same at all times. So I can promise you that. So your first bullet point today should be best hair in the business for Coach Prunty. Usually when you have an NBA coach come in and speak, and somebody that has as many years as Coach has in the business, you want them to do a deep dive on X's and O's. And what I found over the last couple of years is I've gotten to know Coach a lot better is we don't talk very much basketball now. It's more about family. It's more about how to navigate the business, how to be a great father, great husband. And so I've taken a lot from Coach based off of that. And so that's why I asked him to speak to all of you guys, because I'm sure he's going to give you at least one or two tools to take away from today that will carry you for the rest of your career. So without further ado, here's Coach Prunty. Thanks.
So first of all, it's great to be here. Unbelievable to see. I mean, first of all, to see like 30, 40 people in this room is amazing, partly because it's amazing to see 30 or 40 people in a room right now. It's like the first time in Lord knows how long. So how great is that, right? But the other part is just, you know, seeing Cody Toppert, whom I've worked with, Brandon, whom I've worked with, to meet Josh Malone, who comes up and says hello. Addie Walters, just met her. James, I've talked to you, you know, on a Zoom call to see you in person. You know, it's great to be here. It's a great honor to stand here in front of you. So I want to first of all say thank you to Brandon and Adam, Andy, whom I haven't officially met, but for having me here with the opportunity to speak. Second thing I'd like to say is I think this is a wonderful podium, but the chances of me as a basketball coach standing in front of here and doing this is not very good. So I'm just going to step away right now. You have more of a chance right now of seeing me just like jump into a defensive stance than you have of seeing me stand behind that podium and talk to you. It's right. We're coaches. We're going to walk around the floor. We're going to hit different angles. We're going to see different things. This is a little different for me, as Brandon said, in that I'm normally going to get up here and talk to you about X's and O's, 5-out offense, different pick and roll coverages that I've done, practice plans, or all these other things. But when Brandon presented this idea, it kind of fit along with what we've started this business called Rising Coaches Consulting. And a lot of the conversations that I have had with guys and girls and coaches and men and women has been about how do they go about this business. And so when Brandon presented the idea to talk about your career path, I thought, okay, I'll do that. And it's a great idea. But one of the things that I want all of you to understand is my career path isn't yours. You need to take, like Brandon said, take 1 or 2 nuggets, and hopefully over the course of an hour, I give you more than 1 or 2. I'd like to think I can give you a lot more than that. But over the course of this time that I'm speaking to you, I'm going to tell you about things that I've gone through. And hopefully what that does is enlightens you as to not only what maybe can help you, but what you can avoid. Because that's the whole thing. We're all not, you're not going to make all the mistakes. So learn from the ones that other people make. It's like when you're coaching, you don't want to tell all 15 players the same thing. So if one guy does it wrong, it's almost like, hey, thanks for doing that wrong, buddy, because now we all learn from it. Now, if they do it wrong in a game or continue to do it, that's the problem. The problem isn't doing something wrong. The problem is not correcting it. So, see, pencil should just be going. That was a nugget right there. Okay, no, but what I'm saying is that's the important part is we're all going to make mistakes. So as I go through this, maybe from some of the mistakes that I've made, learn from that and figure out how you can improve it. So as I started putting this presentation together, you know, it's hard to see, but I have this picture behind the words, the journey. Okay, this is my journey, and you've got to adjust it to yours. But it's a pretty green field, and you've got this road that's long and windy and goes off in the distance and has all kinds of twists and turns and ups and downs to it, up through the hills. But it's through a green field, and hopefully that's what our career paths are going to be. Is we're going to go on this journey that's going to have ups, downs, twists, turns. And what I mean by that, I can tell you times where I didn't get a job, where it didn't work out, okay, or I was fired. But I can also tell you times where I got into the NBA or won a championship or became the head coach of USA basketball. All those things are just part of it, and all of them are part of a journey. They happen to be mine when I talk about it, but you have that too, and you're going to go through more of it. You just are. You're going to go through ups and downs, but just like Matt was saying, when it's all said and done, what a beautiful picture you can paint and things that you can do to impact lives. Like that's what coaching is. Coaching is impacting lives. Like we all say we need great teachers. Matt just alluded to that. But I mean, last year as we've gone through this pandemic, how many people have talked about that? Like having great teachers. People, that's what we are. And we teach the game of basketball. But along that journey, we're also teaching a lot about life too. Okay? So the first thing I want to get into is when did I start? So Addie and I actually have a very similar friend, a guy named Ruben Luna. And when I was in junior college, I got it wasn't even a job per se. My buddy Ruben started up a league called the San Francisco Spring Development League. And at that time, you know, back when I'm old, but so in fact, I'll tell you a story. We were driving with my family from here to San Diego, and we were getting up into the hills overlooking San Diego, driving through, and then you come down back into San Diego proper. And I said, yeah, you know, I told my kids, yeah, we used to drive a station wagon when we went on our long trips. And my daughter said, you were in a wagon? So, I mean, it just puts things in perspective. So, again, the San Francisco Spring Development League was a league that now they're just everywhere. There's leagues going on all the time in all different places. But my buddy started this up, and he had a senior division, which were guys that ended up going to one of the 2 national tournaments. And they were in Vegas or LA and Vegas. And now there's tournaments everywhere, right? You can go all over the place. Orlando's got one, Atlanta's got one. You know, I don't have to list them all. The point is, he had a junior league as well. And so I was playing at a junior college at the time, and I went up there 5 weekends, I think it was 5 or 6, and coached in that league. And so the interesting part was, here I was coaching while I was playing, and I didn't even know I was starting on my career path. I had no idea. I just did it because I loved the game. I wanted to be around the game. I wanted to coach. I wanted to play. So, all right, playing my games, season's over, hey, got involved in that. Okay, so then what happened is I went away to a four-year university and I was playing in a co-ed intramural game with a girl that I'd gone to the junior college with at the four-year school. And she just asked me a simple question. She said, what do you think you're going to do when you get out? What do you think you're going to do when you're done? And I sat there for a second. I thought, man, I don't know. But I think I don't see myself being happy unless I'm coaching. But it was really the first time that I had vocalized, like, hey, I really want to do this. And when you vocalize something, when you write something down, it starts to become more real. Like, so when Brandon talks about my to-do list, which is crazy, it is a lot of people that see it just think I'm totally demented. And so the reality is everybody right now uses a tablet and puts things on a computer. I literally write things down that I need to do each day. I'm not telling you that you should do that. If that's what you need to do, then do that. But this simple, casual conversation, simple question is what kind of got me going. And so what happened was I got out of college, and I'm going to get into this a little bit later, but eventually I did volunteer at a high school. I became a JV assistant for the first year. And there's even more to the story, but that's the short version because I want to get through this. So if you have questions at the end, you can ask. I became a varsity assistant and freshman head coach, but then I had to develop, okay, what do I want to do with this? And so I had a plan, like how am I going to attack this business of becoming a coach? Because I don't want to necessarily stay in the job that I'm at. And like I said, I'll get into that a little bit more here later. But all of that was sort of my beginning. That was my story. So one of the things that I think we've all heard this quote. We've used it at different points. If you haven't, it's very valuable. But the quote is, though no one can go back and make a brand new start, anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. And that is extremely true in this business. How many times are you at one place and then you go to another place? And how do you impact that? How do you make a positive impact? How do you look yourself in the mirror when you're done and say, I did a really good job here to help the people that were there while I was there? So for example, I'm not necessarily the reason, but in San Antonio, before I got there, they had never won a championship. I can tell you, Greg Popovich, Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Tony, I'm not the reason. I just know that when I was there, like in a lot of ways, like one thing that you want to do is just make sure you're not screwing things up too, right? You just want to, but I was doing the best that I could to help the process. Again, I'm not the reason, but I wanted to make sure I could help in whatever little way I was able to because Pop gave me that opportunity and I didn't want to disappoint him. It's like when you're a little kid and you don't want to disappoint your parents or something like that. You don't want to disappoint your coach. You want to do the best you can to help your team. Dallas, I got there. We hadn't been to the finals. Again, I'm going to tell you, it's Dirk Nowitzki. It was Jason Terry. It was Devin Harris. Like I said, Avery Johnson. Can list everybody. I was just a part of that when I went there as an assistant coach, and we went there for the first time to the NBA Finals in Dallas's history. And then a few years later, they got back and won it, which is great. I'm happy for Dirk. I'm happy for Jet. I'm happy for Jason Kidd. Like, unbelievable experience to go through that, okay? So I left there, and that changed my journey. So I had a new start, and it's going to change where the ending ends up. And I can't tell you where that's going to be, okay? And another quote that I think is very similar to that, but the world is round, and the place that may seem like the end also may be the beginning, right? Like, when you get fired, and you will, there's probably a few people that are on this journey that haven't been fired yet. Are there people in here that have yet to be fired from a job? Gracious. Okay. You will be fired someday from a job, most likely. Okay. I mean, I can't tell you everybody who hasn't, but you can look at all the greatest coaches or the people that think these people are the best. They've all been fired from a job, and you have to pick yourself up and have learned from that and go get better, okay? If you were a player, you might have been cut from a team, okay? You may have not made a team in terms of not only being cut, but not even had the opportunity. Like there's all different things that create, I don't want to say burdens, but your journey won't just be this constant rise. It's like looking at the stock market, right? Stock market was here, now it's way up here, but it didn't go like this. It went up and down. It's just like that winding road we were looking at. So you can't get discouraged. You can't look at these things and say, oh, I'm a failure, or oh, it doesn't work. You got to just keep plugging along and understand that one door opening leads to one door closing leads to one door opening at some point. All right. So back to, again, like the beginning for me and how I did it. So you got to find a way. We tell our players, hey, okay, get over the screen. Okay, well, how do I do? What's my technique? Okay, what do I, I get my, here I am, I'm in that stance. I told you I could stand behind the podium, you guys want me, or I can do my stance, right? Okay. So, you tell them you get to the screen, or, you get into the body. Okay, now you roar over the screen, and you can go through all the techniques, and you can teach and teach and teach. And that's what we need to do. We need to give the techniques. But sometimes, and one of my mentors taught me this a long time ago, he said, sometimes you got to tell, okay, find a way, get it done. Like, I've taught you this technique, you think you could do this, okay, that's fine, get it done. So for us, it's the same thing. So like, I graduated from college, and I agree, you don't want to pursue this industry for the money, you pursue it for the love. And if the money comes along, great. But what I will tell you is that, especially as young coaches, we do have to survive. We do have to pay for things. So when I graduated from college, I wanted to get into coaching. I did. I told you that, right? I showed you the screen. Someone asked me a question, what do you want to do? I said, this is what I want to do. Okay. Well, I couldn't just do that. I couldn't just graduate and go get a job that was going to pay me the money to pay rent, to eat food, to do all the things that I needed to do to survive on a daily basis. Like, I just paid my way through school, and so now I've got to figure this out. So I got a job at a beer distributorship that paid me really, really well. Like, I was like, okay, this is great. Like, because I got some income, so I was trying to work my way through. I actually missed out on a promotion and said, okay, this is my time to now go into coaching, because I've got the time where I'm going to get up really early in the morning, go do my route, go, whatever my responsibilities were, because I eventually did work my way up, but I'm going to go take my time in the morning. I get up at 5, be in the office by 6, or be at my first stop by 6, be done by 2, and be over to the school by 3 o'clock. Find a way, just find a way. Okay. And that was the only way I could do it, because the high school where I was working, as I told you earlier, as a JV assistant to start, wasn't going to pay me $25,000 a year. And the beer distributorship was. They were going to pay me more than that. Okay, so I just find a way. And that's part of your story. And for me, it's just like when I got into the NBA. It was like, okay, what is the responsibility? What's my job? How can I do that to the best of my ability to help this team? So I went on job searches coming out of college. I told you where I ended up. Eventually, I did the coaching search, and I ended up at the right high school, because I went to one high school that it didn't work. I had to get out of work and drive 45 minutes out east to get to the gym and practice half the time was starting for the first 2 or 3 times that I had showed up to volunteer. So I went to Coach Silva and I said, Coach, I can't do this. I can't do it. So what I did was I called another coach. I called a coach at the University of San Diego, and his name's Randy Bennett, who's now the head coach at St. Mary's. I said, Randy, is there any other coaches in the area that might need some help? And he said, hey, call Jim Tomey over at Uni High School, which was literally right across the street. It was perfect. It was 5 minutes away from my office. So eventually I volunteered that first year as a JV assistant. Second year, they said, we want you to be the freshman head coach. Love to have you as a varsity assistant, continue being a varsity assistant. And I was on my way. And eventually it got to the point where the income that I was making was allowing me to do more, right? Like I was paying all the bills, and I was doing things because I had acquired a good job and I was coaching. But now it was, okay, what do I want to do? And one of the things that I hear people say is, I'm willing to do anything. Okay. There's 40 people in this room that are willing to do anything. I mean, and I'm not, this is going to be extreme. How many people in here have seen the movie Jack Reacher? Okay. Okay. And there's a guy called, I don't want to ruin the movie because it is a pretty good movie. It's Tom Cruise, but there's a guy in there called the Zek. You guys remember the Zek? And the Zek means, I think, prisoner. Is that what the translation was? Okay. And what this guy was in prison, and he was able to get out. Do you guys remember how he got out? How, like, what he had to do?
Yeah, chewed his own fingers off.
Chewed his own fingers off. Now, I'm not telling anybody in here to go chew your own fingers off. Like, make sure we put that down as a nugget.
Bullet point in there.
Yeah, definitely a bullet point. Don't put down, don't chew your own fingers off. But what are you willing to do? What are you willing? Because people say, well, I'll go anywhere. Well, I'll do this, I'll do that. Okay, well, what I did for me is I quit my job, making like $50,000 a year, which back in, the 1900s, which it really was actually, but back in the late 1990s or mid 1990s, that's a lot of money. I mean, it still is today, don't get me wrong, $50,000, but I walked away from it. And for the first time in my life, I said, okay, I'm going to make 3- and 5-year goals because I didn't believe in that. I was like, okay, I'm going to plan for the future, but I'm going to understand a little bit of it's coming each day. But I'm not going to do the 3-year, 5-year thing. Well, I decided, you know what, I'm going to do that. I'm going to have a 3-year goal and a 5-year goal. Okay, and the 3-year goal is I'm going to quit the $50,000 a year job. And I'm going to go get my credential. And I'm just going to, I think I can get through this, pay for getting my credential. And I'm going to go to camps. I'm going to go to clinics. And I was going to USD's camp. I was going to Pepperdine's camp. I was going to Superstars, all these different camps to network, to learn, to coach, to be on the floor. I wanted to be in that stance, right? Like I wanted to get out there and work. I wanted to go show things. So I'm not telling you that's what you have to do. I'm just telling you that's part of it. Like being here today, that's part of your journey. You might meet somebody in here today that in the future is going to help you. And I will talk to you a little bit about that in a bit. But what happened was I started doing these things. Well, things change and they happen really fast. And without going too much into it, what I want to tell you is that I had somebody go out to the Spurs that I knew just to visit and see, watch their training camp. He calls me and says, hey, they have a job opening in the video room. Do you have any? If you have interest, they're going to call you because they think you'd be really good. And so, long story short, that's what I did. I took that opportunity. I'm literally, when this phone call comes in from my friend, I'm literally 6 weeks or 8 weeks away from getting my teaching credential, and I'm grading papers on my couch. Like that's what I'm doing. And the guy says, yeah, you want to be in the NBA? Really? Yeah, of course. But then he said, but they're not going to pay you. And you got to know that you want to do it. Like you can't hem and haw because they can go find somebody else too. But so here I was, I had quit my job a year and a half earlier, and now I'm going to go take a job where I'm not going to get paid. So, but I took it. I was really excited. I mean, we all would. I'd like to think that, okay? So what happens is I go there, I'm there, and I get an opportunity to go to the University of San Diego at the end of the season. And I'm going to be the restricted earnings guy, making like $8,000 or something like that. Which, okay, 3 years earlier, I think I'm killing it. Okay, and I walked away from that. And now, here I'm going to go to USD, and this was what I thought my goal was. My 3-year goal was to get my credential. My 5-year goal was I would love to be a Division I college coach, and it would be great to be in San Diego. And I had that job with a great coach. Brad Holland is an unbelievable person. Like the things he's done in his life as an athlete, as a coach, as a person, great guy. Okay, amazing. And I wish that I'd stayed in better touch with him than I have through the years. But this is part of the journey, right? You get so caught up in a million different things. But I know he's run into some people that I know, and he's always say hello. And I've always said, hey, if you see him, say hello back. But the point is, here I was thinking that was the job. Well, 3 months after that, I get a call that the Spurs have lost their video coordinator, and like for me to come back is the video coordinator. And they're going to offer me a little bit more money. And then benefits are going to be probably a little bit better than what I have, but without going into too much of that, I had a lot of questions, and I had a conversation with one of my, what I would call a guy that's a mentor of mine, and he says to me, how many times will you get an NBA offer? Because I'm really debating this. Like, I don't want to disappoint Brad. And he says, how many times are you going to get an NBA offer? And I said, once every other year, or once every year, you know, and I was joking, but it's because it was a hard decision. Like, and so I went to Brad's house and I talked to Brad, and one of the things that he said, he said, Joe, two things I'm going to tell you. He goes, number one, I don't want to lose you because you're really, really good. You're really good. And you could be a great college coach. And he said, number two, and this one I really appreciated and knew that number one really meant something. He says, I also don't want to look for anybody else. I don't want to go through that hassle. Like, I found a guy that I think is really good, but, and he explained this to me. He was at, I believe it was Fullerton, and shortly before the season started, took the job at USD. So the timing isn't always perfect for all of these decisions that you're going to have to make. But what I can tell you is these things are going to change and happen fast, and you have to be ready for them. And one of the things that I always talk to players about is, and you know, Cody and Brandon have heard me say this, it's better for you to be ready for something to happen and it doesn't, than for you to not be ready and it does. So if somebody offers you, like if you're a player and you're you get to the right spot, okay, and they don't make the pass, that's cool. You're good. But if you're in the wrong spot and they make that pass and that guy hits a three, well, that's a problem. Okay, well, it's the same thing for us, right? Okay, if you're ready for that step and it doesn't happen, just keep working. Something's going to come along. You just got to be ready when it does. All right. So I've talked a little bit about times where it didn't go right, where it didn't get, like where either you got fired or you didn't get the job and you know that you thought you were interviewing for that you would get. And so one of the things this is a quote from Michael Jordan that I think all of you have probably either heard or seen at some point, right? And so I'm not going to read it as much as I'll just let you look at it and understand that's part of the reason you have, this was part of his journey to being arguably the greatest player to ever play the game, right? So this was part of his journey. What's part of your journey? What is your story? What does your canvas look like that you're painting, right? Like, I could sit here and say, okay, I've not been hired for this job. I've been fired for that job. Okay, I've won 3 NBA championships. I've been the head coach of USA basketball. Okay, what's your journey and how do you get there and how do you do it? How do you survive these things? Okay, here's another example. So I'm just going to start with this. I'll be curious if you know who this is at some point. If you think you know who it is, just raise your hand and I'll let you guess. But so in the beginning, this person failed in the business. All right, now. As I put these up here, what I'm putting down here are all the times that they didn't do well. Interspersed with this are the things that they did do well. I just don't have them up here. All right. Otherwise, you'd look at this and say, oh my goodness, this guy's crazy. All right. 1 year later, and I intentionally don't have the years up there. 1 year later, they're defeated for legislature. Okay. 1 year after that, they fail, they have their second failure in business. So they fail in business again. Like, this guy's off to a great start, right? Okay. 3 years after that, they have a nervous breakdown. Okay, so now we're really cooking, all right? 4 years after that, they're defeated for elected. Okay, so clearly this is a politician. Obviously, in between there are successes, okay? Anybody know who this is? You do? Are you sure you know? Because you do? Okay. I'm not going to call on you then. So 3 years later, defeated for Congress. 5 years after that, they get defeated for Congress again. Okay. 7 years after that, they're defeated for Senate. Okay. 3 years after that, they're defeated for Vice President and Senate. 2 years later, guess what happens? Does anybody know? Any guess? Anybody want to guess? 2 years after all of these things, do you know what happens to this person? And no, they didn't die. What do you want to guess? President of the United States. 2 years later, elected President of the United States. Anybody know who it is? Abraham Lincoln. Now, I'd like to think that most of you know that story, but I can tell by some of the faces that you don't. That's a hell of a story. Like when you think back to the journey, that's a lot of stuff to go through. Okay? And I'm not telling you all to go out now and have a nervous breakdown. But at times, doesn't it feel like you want to rip your hair out that, you know, Cody, I know you don't, but well, actually you do, but yeah. But the point, you want to rip your hair out because we're not getting it done, whatever we need to get done, right? So it's you got to go through this though. It's part of your journey. And so the other thing that I want to talk about is that we're always kind of coming to a fork in the road. We just don't know it. You're always at a crossroads. You always have decisions to make. That's one of the beauties of basketball. Basketball is when you get out there and the instincts take over from the practices that you put yourself in while you've been working with your team or individually to get better at it. So you are putting yourself in position so that when you get out on the court, you don't have to think about it. Okay, so that's kind of the same thing that you're doing when you're at the fork in the road. Okay, you're preparing for these moments so that when they come, you're ready to make that decision. And you know what? The fork in the road that takes you to the right, because you're going to think that this is the biggest decision of your life, which it might be at that time. But as you go through it, that fork in the road that you're saying, oh, it's going to take me off here, it could lead you back that the same one going to the left would have done. You just don't know it, and you just make the decision and you move on. And so I'll talk a little bit about this, is that, you know, for me, I had a lot of forks in the road from level to level, from high school to the NBA, from NBA back to college back to the NBA. And trying to figure out, well, what's it going to be? Like when I was a high school coach, one of my friends, you can't go to the NBA. He goes, do you know how much you've impacted those kids' lives? You can't do that. What you are going to do for the kids that you coach is amazing. Like you're a good role model for them. You should be at the high school level. And I appreciated that. But someone else also had advice that said, you know, sometimes you have to look at your situation and understand you can't necessarily stay in a job for the kids because the kids will come and go, right? You're going to have new kids come in. But that doesn't mean at the end of the day, as you go through all of this, you're just trying to, hopefully you're impacting lives in a positive way. It's what Matt was talking about earlier. So from team to team, like I was at Uni High School and I made the decision to go to our rival, that was a tough decision. But that decision actually led me probably to going to the NBA because the head coach at St. Augustine was the guy who went out to the Spurs training camp and called me while I'm sitting on the couch grading papers and said, hey, they're going to call you. Do you want to, be prepared to answer? Be prepared. This is your fork in the road. Okay? And then changing teams. I've been with teams where someone called and made an offer, and let me get all the information. What are you offering? And if you don't get all the information, well, then it's hard to make the decision. Okay? And I'll allude to that in a little bit more here. But then from role to role, like being the video, I started out in the video room. Okay, became an advanced scout, and I can tell you these two positions are invaluable for learning the league. And it is sensory overload. It is basketball on steroids. And I get it. There's different ways to go in. But if you wanted to learn, that was an unbelievable way. So it helped me become an assistant coach. And I've been the defensive coordinator, and I've been an offensive coordinator, and I've been the lead assistant. I've been a head coach, and I've gone into this mentorship with Rising Coaches Consulting to talk about some of these things as people go along the journey, along with X's and O's. But as I've gone from role to role, what I've said is, and I'll have this up here in a second, I know I alluded to that, but do a great job where you are. Now, the problem with that is sometimes then people say, well, that's what this guy is. Well, he's an offensive coach. Okay, well, what I can tell you is I did 82 scouts a year for 3 years. I was our defensive coordinator, and that's not easy. Okay, but when I did that, did that mean I was just a defensive guy? Like, that's what I appreciated when I watched the Spurs in 2014, how beautiful they play. I think it was 14. How beautiful it was to watch them play the way they did the year that they did beat Miami. Could have been 15, I'm not sure. But the point is, they go and win that championship, okay, and how beautiful it was. And Pop was always labeled as a defensive coach, but now what he is, he's a basketball coach. And that's what we are. We're basketball coaches. And so if these are our roles, be the best you can be in your role, all right? It shouldn't label you as something. It's just that that's what you want to do in terms of being the best that you can be. So like I said earlier, you want to make the best decisions with the information that you have at hand. It's hard to make decisions if you don't have all the details, okay? Like, that's what's so hard when you listen to the media and they're talking about why a guy should or shouldn't play or should or shouldn't do this. You don't know you don't know how banged up they are, to what level they're injured. You don't know if someone in their family is sick. You don't know what's going on in their family life and how difficult it is for them, but yet everybody's got the answers, okay? You've got to trust people along the way. I had situations where I got offered a job and the money probably wasn't exactly what it should have been. And eventually, after discussions with the person that was trying to hire me, they said, look, just trust me that in due time, I will get you where you're supposed to be. I trusted them and it worked out. Okay. But that's a big leap of faith too. Like, that's a fork in the road that you gotta, okay, is this the right decision? But this was a good person that I trusted implicitly, still do to this day. And they did what they came through. Okay. Buyer's remorse. You're always going to have it. Okay, everybody knows what buyer's remorse, right? Does anybody not know what buyer's remorse is? Okay, you just make a decision and your mind just starts going everywhere. Like, you're going to do that in games sometimes where you're going to make a decision and you're going to, oh, should I not have subbed him in? Should I not have subbed her in? Should I not have done this? Should I not have done that? Okay, you've got to do the best you can with the information that you have, and you've got to be aggressive and think this is the right thing to do, and you've got to have a reason to support it. Like, this is why I did it. This is why I put this guy in there, this girl in this position. This is why I coached this way. And you're usually not going to have to answer all of it, but have a rationale. That's what your philosophies are going to teach you. Like, this is, and that's going to change too. Like, this is why I'm making that decision. And at the end of the day, keep moving forward. Okay, with your career path, with your decisions, in game, out of game. Like, my two favorite words that the experts talk about. If you want to act like you know something, just say adjustments in rotations. You don't need to say what the adjustments in rotations are. Just say adjustments in rotations. Man, he can't coach or she can't coach because they didn't make any adjustments. Okay? What adjustments? Well, they just didn't make them. Okay, yeah, but what are they? Okay, well, as coaches, we don't have that luxury. We have to know, okay, and when they say rotation, oh, he's got no rotations. I mean, I've been in those shoes, right? Like, sometimes after you've seen play after play or game after game, like, you could be great at home and bad on the road. And so as a coach, you watch 2 or 3 games on the road of a guy who he's not getting it done in the series. He's not. So what you can do is when you get to that game 7, you can make the decision, okay, let me play this guy again and put him in this position. Even though for 3 games I've seen him he hasn't been able to get it done. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. It's just the difference between being at home and on the road. It's the difference between experienced and not experienced in a certain situation. Or you could try something different, hoping to come up with a different outcome, right? Because you're giving somebody else a chance where you've seen this other person not do it. So again, you've got to keep moving forward with all the things that you're trying to do in your career. Okay, keep advancing and keep looking for those opportunities. All right. What changes? So for me, I've talked to you about my path. The path itself changes. Like for the NBA, it used to be, you get it if you hadn't played, you get into the video league or video room, you could do other, work your way up, advanced scout. Okay, now that there's other opportunities, you can go to the G League. There's been different what you call minor league systems through time. Okay, CBA was around, but the G League is a great path right now to go from coaching and learning about professional basketball and advancing your way up to the NBA. International coaching, a lot of international coaches, a lot of coaches that have gone overseas. I actually have experience with international coaching in terms of being with national teams. I was the head coach with the Great Britain national team, as well as Team USA. Player development, it's another route to go. They're all good routes. They're all different ways to improve yourself, get yourself better, and advance your career. And these apply to colleges, high schools, workout. It depends on the route you want to go. There are some people that have said to me, I just want to be a workout guy. I want to be the workout person. I want to work guys out, work players out, and help them develop their games. That's fine. You're still involved in the game, and you're doing your passion how you want to do it. You're taking your journey and your path where you want to go. Other people's paths also impact you. This is what I was telling you earlier. So in my case, I have that high school coach leave, and he goes his direction in turn. I go join his team. He comes out to the Spurs. There it goes. Works that way. Okay. I have a coach that I don't know in the 1980s changed jobs from the Air Force Academy to the University of San Diego. And I'm going to do my best to shorten this because I've definitely talked longer than I wanted to. But changes from the Air Force Academy to the University of San Diego. I didn't know that that was going to impact my life because he did that in the 80s. I was fortunate, well, some of you might not have been born. That's what's crazy. I'm in high school in 83, I think, when this guy changes jobs. He then eventually gets on with the Spurs, but one of his assistants was a guy at St. Augustine High School who went out to visit him at training camp and then found out there was a position in the video room open to call me while I'm sitting on my couch grading papers. That happened 10 years before I even really thought about coaching. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It may be 5-7 years before I thought about it. So some of the things that are going to happen are out of your control, but that's part of how things change. So it's not just your path itself and how it works. Other people's paths are going to impact you too. You just don't know it, okay? Your philosophies are going to change. Your family situation is going to change, okay? Being single and being able to I packed everything that I owned into a Chevy Cavalier, which I don't know if they make those anymore, but into a Chevy Cavalier and drove it from San Diego to San Antonio. Everything I owned was in that car, okay? Drove out there, got a job. I found like a 500 square foot apartment, unbelievable rent because I had to negotiate the lowest rent that I could because I hadn't made any money. Fortunately, I had gotten a job out of college because I had to find a way. I just went and find a way. So go find a way. Go find that answer, okay? And then life happens. I don't want to go too much into this. I don't talk about this very often, but I'll allude to it right now. My first head coaching job in the NBA, I spent the first 2 nights sleeping in the hospital. And the third night had to leave my wife, who was in the hospital for a very serious medical condition. That's how I started my head coaching career, because my friend had just gotten fired. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, life happens. So you just got to, okay, I'm going to roll with the punches. So as you go on this journey, I'm telling you, you're always at a fork in the road. Today, somewhere, you might meet somebody that might throw an idea out to you that might send you in a different direction. You just don't know about it. So just make sure you're ready when you do, or when it does present itself. Last few things. So, little Dr. Seuss book, okay? Was going to make a joke, but probably not the right thing to do. But all the places you will go. This is a great game. And it is going to provide you unbelievable opportunities. It is a tool. It is a tool to meet incredible people. And so, a quote from a movie, that sometimes we are forced in directions that we ought to have found for ourselves. But it will put you in great spots, in great places, with great situations, if you allow it to. Okay? Be a star in your role. All right? Like I told you earlier. When somebody said, oh, this guy's an offensive guy. Okay, well, then I can tell you I did 82 scouts and was the defensive coordinator on a team that went to the NBA Finals, and we lost 4-2. If If you say, oh, he's a defensive guy, okay, I can tell you I've been the offensive coordinator for these teams. Oh, he's an assistant coach, right? I've been the head coach for USA Basketball. I've been the head coach for the British national team. I've been the head coach for the Milwaukee Bucks. I've been very blessed. That's not to tell you that I'm this or that. It's just to tell you that we're basketball coaches. It's what we do. And we're finding a way to make an impact, whatever our role is, okay? I've been fortunate to be on all of these different levels, okay? So I've been international, I've been a high school coach, college coach, NBA coach. I'm excited for whatever the next opportunity is. I love the fact that I get to work with people and that are growing in the mentor program that we've started. But I know that there's going to be an opportunity. Like I said, I didn't know USA Basketball was going to call and say, hey, would you be willing to work in these windows? And I love it. It was great. I appreciate everything that I got to do in that situation. Okay, but the thing that you just have to understand is that through all of it, you're going to have the moments you're going to embrace, the people you're going to meet, the lives you're going to impact, the heartaches you're going to endure, the wins and losses. Like when I say that, it's not just the fight. It's 0.4 on the clock and Derek Fisher makes a shot and you lose game 5. Okay, that's a hard one. But you know what? The next year we won the NBA championship. And the celebrations you're going to share. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is not something that should overwhelm you. It's just something that I should hopefully let you know that you, as I'm giving you this talk, that you just need to be prepared and more than anything else, just enjoy the journey, okay? Enjoy the journey, have fun. It's just like today. Someone once said, if you want to know what somebody believes in, see where their feet are. I was like, what does that mean? Okay, well, if their feet are somewhere, that means they're where they want to be. They're where, okay? You guys, all of you coaches here, guys and girls, have your feet in this room. You made your decision to be here. You wanted to be here, okay? This is part of your journey. So enjoy it. I wish you all the best of luck. I think, like I said, it's exciting to be in this room to talk to you about all of this stuff. And again, I hope you had a few nuggets to write down. And I went much longer than I wanted to, but Adam, if they have any questions, should I take them or should we just cut it?
Yeah. Let's take some questions if you guys have some.
Yeah, and again, I apologize for going, I think, well over an hour, but feel free, and X's and O's, anything, if you want. If not, good.
Yeah, when you guys do ask a question all week, just encourage you guys to introduce yourself first, and then go ahead and ask.
I have one, Coach.
Yes, sir.
And I think I kind of understand the answer from everything you just gave us. First off, I'm Menelek Fernandez. I coach at Fleming College in Canada. Thanks for taking the time to do this. Really appreciate it. If you're the decision maker for hiring somebody who has had either the experience of being, say, like a head coach at a small college somewhere and not tremendously successful, versus somebody who's attached himself to a really, really, elite style program, what factors would you look at to hire that person and distinguish one from the other? Not so much based on what their track record is, but on who that person is.
Yeah, I think one of the first things you have to do your background work. Like you've got to really know who this is. So I'm assuming we don't really know the person. We've just seen their resume. Is that what we're going at?
Yes.
Yeah. So perfect. I think the biggest thing is when people have references, you've got to contact those references. You've got to do your due diligence and your background checks to find out who they are. You can go extra routes in terms of, okay, what were their roles? What were their responsibilities? So what were the two scenarios that they?
So, I mean, really what I'm trying to get at is kind of like the small college, middle of nowhere type program versus like the really big thundering powerhouse program and people kind of riding the coattails of success.
Right, but when I say roles, like what I'm saying, like
Right.
were they a head coach? Were they an assistant?
So probably a head coach in the smaller scenario versus an assistant in the bigger scenario.
Okay, so besides doing your background checks on the people that have hired them and put them into their spots or that have known them along the way, watch some of the film if you don't know how did they play, how did they perform, because what they can do is tell you, oh yeah, I believe in X, Y, Z and A, B, and C and this and that, but when you watch their team, that's not what you see.
Right.
With the assistant coach, it's a little bit harder because it's not their team per se. but you can definitely go watch, and then you can go back and ask them questions in an interview. Why are you guys doing this? Or why did you do these things at this time, right? And that's what I was getting to earlier about having under a philosophy, an idea, make decisions and support why you made that decision. But again, those two things, if you have the ability to do them, like the background checks, you always have that. Sometimes the other part is you're going to have to, it's going to be difficult. You're going to have to make what you want tough decisions. Right? If you're not making tough decisions, then you're maybe not even hiring the right person to begin with. You got to go find somebody else. Right? So that's what you want to narrow it down to is, the two best candidates that you're going to choose from. And then at that point, maybe you're not going to go wrong. It's just who is the best one. But again, you should know what their background is, their history. You should be talking to people that are reference of theirs, find out people that aren't references because their references may just cover their back. Watch video of things if you need to. I mean, that's pretty thorough right there to do all of that, and then make your decision based on, and hopefully you're not the only one making a decision. Like that's one of the things I believe in is like a head coach and a general manager. I would love to have the general manager give me their thoughts. I'm going to have to make the decisions because we're not both going to stand there. Like that's why you have the assistant coaches. The assistant coaches give you all their input and then you make the decision. Same thing with putting the team together. Okay, I'll give you my thoughts, but you're going to have to make that call. That's your responsibility. That's your role. Right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
How you doing? Jared Von Rosenberg, Texas A&M Commerce. I just wanted to ask you, you've been a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, if you could give just one or two things that you've always hung your hat on in your careers that you like offensively and defensively, whether it's concepts of offense or being really good in ball screen coverage or rotations or whatever.
Yeah, it's a tough question. What I would say defensively, I love when your team is communicating. Like I love when you can get your team all on the same page, that even if they get the scheme per se wrong, that they were trying to communicate it to the best of their ability, even to the degree that when I was coaching in high school, I was at the University of San Diego High School, obviously in San Diego, shocking. But I was there and we were Catholic school, and I told the kids, all right, you guys won't talk. So here's the drill. I made it as fun as I could. We are now going to get into our box, our boxes and elbows, right? And you can say any, you're going to get into a stance and you're going to slide whichever way. You can say anything that you want. You just can't swear and you can't talk about somebody's mother. Because I just wanted them to talk. And so defensively, if you can get your players to talk, I think that covers up so much. I mean, you can go through, don't get me wrong, schemes are huge. I'm just trying to think when you ask two things, like I'm trying to think some big, that's a big picture thing. Like Dallas won a championship and I think it was 2011. And one of the things that Coach Kidd told me was how valuable Tyson Chandler was because how much he talked. Like not only did he protect the back row and the rim and all of that, back row in their zone because they played a lot of zone that year, but the rim and their man-to-man, he just talked and how invaluable that was. Another thing that I'm a big believer in is the efficiency of movement defensively. And what I mean by that is being in the right spot that we talked about earlier. Here's the reason. If I'm asking a guy to score 40, defend the best player on the other team, get us 10 assists, that's a lot. That's too much to ask. So conversely, if I'm on defensive, I'm guarding the guy over here, and my guy goes backdoor, so he goes through the lane. Hey, here's that podium, right? He goes through the lane, and he goes out to the corner, and now I run all the way out here, and then I realize, oh, the ball is still over there where I was tonight. So now I run over here to the nail, or to the lane line. Now he runs up, so I run out here to deny him again, even though we're not supposed to deny. And now he goes back door. Now, oh my God. Okay. So because they swung the ball to the top. Okay. That's a lot. But if I do this, where, okay, he goes back door, take my 3 steps over here by my buddy the podium, stand here, he goes up there, I go here, we're not a deny team, so if he catches it, I'll just close out. I'm in position to just do this. Now he goes back door, all right, he hits my chest, all right, goes to the other side. I've gone from here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gone back door 7, 8. I've taken like 8 steps as opposed to in the first scenario, I've taken like 20. So when a player says, yeah, I'm exhausted because I have to do so much on defense. Well, yeah, but if you were just efficient with your movements and were able to get to the right spots, you wouldn't have to work so much on defense. It's like the difference between, and I'll give you one last example. Like if you're we use the term sink and fill, right? Okay. So the sink guy help goes along the baseline. This guy sinks, and this guy's now outside the lane playing 2. All right, well, if you mess up and run into the lane, and then you try to cheat because you think the pass is going to go, actually, let's say you think it's going to go to the corner, so now you run to the corner, but he throws it to the top, and now you run out here. Well, yeah, that's hard. Versus if you just turn, stand outside the lane, see where he passes it, you threw it here, okay. Now you're not running all over the place. But that's hard. That's teaching. That's on you as a coach too. That you have to teach them that. So big picture things, communication, efficiency of movement, I would say are 2 big ones. Offensively, love teams that share the ball. Like the pass is more, the assist is more important than the turnover. I did this statistic a few years ago. I looked it up. 71% of the teams that won games had more assists. 59% of the teams that lost the game had more turnover, meaning it was a 12% difference. The turnover wasn't as detrimental as the assist. The assist is king. And so if you get teams that are sharing the ball and playing the right way, like, again, San Antonio in 2014 played, so 11, 12, 13, 15. 2000 played 14 or 15, whatever year they won it, was absolutely amazing. And so many people said, gosh, I wish my team played that way. Okay. Well, it requires a lot of sacrifice by everybody. And that is part of it. That is coaching, right? But it required a lot of sacrifice by Tim, by Tony, by Manu, by Patty Mills, but up and down the list. But those guys played special basketball. It doesn't mean other people did. It's just people talked about that particular team. And part of it was because they shared the ball and had unbelievable spacing. So, I mean, I keep going on, but hopefully that's, a couple of very big picture things to help.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I got time. Sorry, just probably one more. Not sure.
Abby Walters, Timberwolves G League team. Can you talk about an area of weakness you had or in front of video room to assistant head coach that you were able to improve upon with the head coach?
Improve upon with what?
Like an area of weakness you realized you had and how you were able to improve upon that and improve as a coach.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I've always been trying to grow. And so what I would say early on, going from the video room to the floor, was like, what was interesting to me was when I first got to San Antonio was realizing, okay, this is still basketball. Like, even though I was coaching in high school, at a very, the team that I was coaching with at Uni High, we had guys that became NBA players. So we were a high level program, but you still walk in the gym and here's Dave Robinson and, Avery Johnson and Sean Elliott and the best of the best, right? These are elite level players that all won a championship eventually in the NBA. And so, but what I realized as I was watching or rebounding or whatever is, okay, it's still basketball. And still some of these concepts that we just talked about are really core to what you do. And so for me, when I got there, video room, sensory overload and learning, but I felt I had to get onto the floor to be able to communicate to the players. So when I sit here and talk about communication, you have to be able to do that in a very efficient way with your players and with your coaching staff. Like when you sit in your meeting rooms and you want to tell, I did not, by the way, tell Brandon that I have the best hair in the league. I did not tell him that. But you have to be able to go in and have an efficient conversation because you only have so much time in the day. Like that's the key, is how do you get, so for me, what I really wanted to improve upon was my efficiency of presenting to the players, my efficiency of doing walkthroughs, because I had some of those things I hadn't done. And so going from the video room to helping out on the court as an assistant coach to advanced scout work to eventually being a full-time front of the bench assistant, that was one thing that I knew, like, I wanted to get really, really comfortable with presenting that, with standing up. And it was, what do I know and how do I know it? And how much is too much? Because sometimes there's paralysis by analysis, right? You're giving them way too much information. So I wanted to be really good at not only communicating it, but not over communicating. Does that answer your, I mean, that's just one example, but. All right, thank you very much. Have a great day. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna introduce Brittany McSparron with Dr. Dish. Again, as I mentioned before, we couldn't do any of this without our partners, and we've been so fortunate to have Dr. Dish a part of this for several years. So excited that Brittany came down to be here in person, and she gets the mic. She doesn't. You don't, Randy. You don't have to mic her. She's going to present. Unless you just want to. All right. Again, thank you, Brittany, for being here. I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Definitely excited to be here after being on lockdown for so long. As Adam said, I'm Brittany with Dr. Dish. I'm our Arizona rep. We have people all over the U.S., so I know some of you guys are not necessarily from here. How many of you guys have a shooting machine at your school, though? How many Dr. Dish users? Okay, we got a little bit of work to do. I think the biggest thing here with Dr. Dish is we're for sure the most innovative machine in the market. We've worked really hard, done a lot of interviews with coaches and players to really try to create a product that's just different than your typical machine sitting up underneath the basket. We've added a couple new features on here this summer, which is going to include like multiplayer stat tracking. So I know you guys are here, not necessarily with your players in the gym, but you're still expecting them to get in work, and player accountability is something that we're huge on. So we have created a system where on our machines, you can have up to 5 kids shooting at one time, and their stats will still save underneath their own account. And you guys being here can log in online, check out, see what they're doing, kind of keep them on pace. We also have a full workout library on our units as well. So you guys could literally be here, create a drill, save it, upload it on there, and your kids, all they need to do is go into the gym, click on the machine, and the workouts would all be there present. Again, you would get all those stats reading out to you. So if you guys are interested, I'm sitting back there, feel free to stop by. I've got a couple lanyards. We are doing a giveaway too next month after the clinic in Atlanta. So if I don't see you there, great to see you here, and thank you.
All right, guys, up next we'll have Cody Toppert. We're going to take like a 5-minute break while we get him mic'd up and get his presentation ready. Again, help yourself to coffee, waters, bathrooms right outside to the
Oh yeah.
Started here. All right. Next up, I got a good friend of mine, Cody Toppert. Cody is assistant coach at University of Memphis. And many of you guys probably know Cody because Cody probably shares basketball content as much as anybody. I don't know if you guys are going to come across somebody that's more willing to share and give back to the game, and somebody that can be a resource to all of you guys. So excited to have Cody up here, and go ahead, Cody. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. A couple of things real quick. So Coach Prunty over here is he's a tremendous resource for me on a regular basis. And when he says, and I think the perspective is huge because of everything he's been through, but when he says that you're always at a crossroads, right? When he told me that the first time, it just blew my mind. And that's exactly kind of how your life is, right? It's never just going to be some linear progression. And there's so many different ways to get to the same location. So everything that he said is extremely valuable. The other thing I'll say about him, besides obviously he's got a great head of hair, and that's why he likes keeping me around because I don't, is he writes everything down. He is not kidding you. He writes it down. Now, he must not be an environmentalist because he kills more trees than anybody I know. He knows that I went green a long time ago, but wherever this guy goes, he literally writes everything down. Somehow he keeps it all organized. I use the computer in order to do so, but everything that he talks about it's just so useful in everything that you do. So a lot of the stuff that I learned from him, I'm incredibly valuable to have had the opportunity to, to work with him and continue to build a relationship with him. So, that was great. Thank you, Coach. Now, what I'm going to talk about today, anybody who knows me knows I try to condense and stick a lot of content into a short amount of time, right? Mainly because I know that you can go to these things and we can get caught up and we can go down different roads, and I want to make sure that I give you guys things you can actually take back and apply right away. I've got this presentation segmented into really 3 different categories, right? So the first category, we're going to talk about the theories behind what I'm going to show you. All right, the second category, we're going to talk about actual basketball field players, right? They need to see the situation and make the play based on the scenario. Too many players, specifically at the lower levels, we look up and we watch, we see the NBA players, we see the guys that coach Prunty's coach, Tim Duncan's, the Manu Ginobili's, the Tony Parkers, all of these guys, right? And we think, man, our guys can't do that. They just can't. They can't identify that coverage and make that, that play. But the question is, do they understand what the right play is? Or are we just teaching them to impart their will in the game? Right? Big guys, a lot of big guys, at younger ages, they're so much bigger than their competition that, hell, it don't matter. They're not reading the defense. Just give me the rock. I got a mouse. Boom. I can do whatever I want. I could drop step when it's not appropriate. I can fight to the middle when the guy's playing the midline. I can just push him out of the way and make an easy layup. But what that doesn't do is it doesn't prepare you for the next level of competition when the size, the speed, and the athleticism all start to meet up with you, right? Because now the separator is going to be when to apply what? Predetermination is basically the enemy of our progress here. I'm going to try to fly through these because I want to get to the video stuff. And if I don't, the video stuff, these guys back here know I'll be disappointed, right? So we say don't play the play, make a play. We want players, not robots. But here it is. We teach patterns, not reads. All right? So we talk about ball screen continuity, right? Ball screen continuity is the song that never ends. All right? All right, but what happens when there's a certain coverage that's forcing us into a certain decision? All right? If I'm conditioned to only read the pattern, come off, I throw it to the slot guy, I got back cuts, we play the second side pick and roll, and we keep doing it over and over again, well, we're not identifying what the defense is doing. All right? And we're kind of falling into that old school methodology that, hey, if we keep the defense going side to side, eventually they'll break down. But what if they broke down earlier and we couldn't read and identify that situation and make the right decision based on that? That's why we have to teach read-based offenses, defenses. I have this right here. The road to great travels through ugly, right? And every wrong decision is going to help you find and retain the correct solution. And I'm big on this right here. Two wrongs can't make a right. Right? Because as a coach, the minute we see it done wrong, we get frustrated, we get angry, right? When what we need to do is we need to praise that. We need to say it's okay. It's okay to make that mistake, right? It's okay to do it wrong again, right? If we stay with it and we continue to teach it, then hopefully at the end of the day, we're going to get it right. And when we get it right after that, guess what? Because we got it wrong so many times before we got it right, because we didn't make him frustrated, all right, him or her frustrated with that, once we get to that point where we get it right, at that point, from there forward, right, and that's what we want to do. We don't want to just get to the point where we get it right. We want to get to the point where we can't get it wrong. All right, anybody who knows me also knows this is my thing, bones over cones. I got to trademark this. I'm going to get my swag out, my gear. Admon, you're going to post it on social media, right? All right, bones over cones, okay? If we talk about decisions, we need bodies to force those decisions, all right? So my philosophy here is teach it, script it, read it, play it. We've got to know each individual read based upon what the defense is going to do. We've got to know how many different coverages the defense might be in or apply in a specific time frame. We've got to know what our reads are based upon those coverages, right? But at the end of the day, when we hoop, we just got to be hooping, right? We just want to be playing. We don't want to be thinking. So we go read by read. Once we've got multiple reads, right, we can script it out. Once we go to the read it segment, after we've got 3-4 reads, it becomes random in nature. Now you've got to make a decision, all right? And again, the more decisions that we make, all right, the more we get used to making those decisions. So we introduce these concepts, we learn them, and we want to hit them like the game at the end, right? We also want to make it competitive. So my stuff's going to be all drill-based at the end. I'm going to talk to you about some philosophies, maybe some stuff that you guys, will be new in nature. But after that, we're going to look at a lot of practice film. Solution-based basketball. We want to set the standards and start the dialogue. The other thing I think we do too much of, even at the lower levels, right, is we make this a top-down approach, right? The power structure at every level except for the NBA is foreseen as the coaching staff and the players are down here, right? And in reality, what that can do is that can lead to a breakdown in communication because you never truly understand how they feel. So to me, dialogue is everything, all right? We want to understand what the correct decisions are. There's an S at the end of decisions, right? Because all they are possible solutions. But if we coach in absolutes, and I say there are no absolutes, right? Now what we're doing is we're putting those guys in a box. If you come off and say, hey, you must do this at this particular point in time. No, hey, this is a solution. Maybe you can find a better solution. We come out here thinking we got all the answers. That's the first way to lose our players, right? And so what we want to do is have a dialogue, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going through this in the game. And it's way easier to sit there after the game, on the bus ride, on the plane, and second guess everything that they did. We don't know what they were going through because we weren't there with them in that moment in time. We were on the sidelines. All right, so randomization. Now, this is the key to retention. The game is random, so our drills have to recreate these random scenarios. All right, and we're going to talk about autopilot here. But familiarity with the situation will increase how comfortable you are in that situation. So the way I look at that is a player who has used 500 pick and rolls is probably not as good as a player who's used 5,000, right? Just because he's been in that scenario that many more times. We all talk about what's the best part about a freshman. It becomes a sophomore, right? What's the best part about a rookie, right? It becomes a second-year player. But what we're really saying is they've got the experience, right? Because they've been in that situation more often. They've probably made those mistakes and learned from those mistakes. So why can't we accelerate their learning process by putting them in more of those situations in our practices? Right, and again, I'm a bones over cones guy. It's not put an orange thing down and do a crossover, right? That's a skill, got to have it. But when we apply it is the most important thing. Well, when do I cross over? Well, when his chest is in front of mine, I have to change directions. Knowing how and when to do it, that's the most important thing, right? Now we talk about autopilot. So I did some research. Soccer, very free-flowing sport. And in that sport with their drills, they found, they brought in some mental coaches. This was over with Tottenham Hotspurs. They brought in some mental coaches. They found that if we tell the guy the solution, the part of the brain that actually makes the decision is not active. So if you tell a guy you're going to come off the pick and roll in this drill, right, and the big man's going to be back, and the first window pocket pass is going to be available to the big, right, and he's going to make that pass, and we're going to do what we're going to do, then he doesn't have to make that decision. Now, he can go full speed, 100% speed. He can give you everything he's got in that drill, but his mind is on autopilot. He's not making the decision to throw that pass. You already gave him the answer to the test, right? So now when he gets in the game and he comes off and the guy's hard hedging and he's like, oh, man, he turns it over. Well, shoot, I mean, if he was back, I would have known. But that's not how the game is, right? Since the game is random, we have to randomize how we teach and we have to randomize the coverage because we have to get these guys out of autopilot. So what they did over in England was they made all their drills 100% random. And what they found was that the players were able to retain the information, the spacing concepts, the formations, and then ultimately make better decisions, right? So they're able to maintain possession of the ball, which led to more goals, which leads to more wins, which means you get to keep your job. That's always a good thing. All right, these are the 3 R's right here. Randomize, repeat, retain. Randomize, repeat, retain. The 3 R's are my player philosophy. Again, we want to keep them on their toes. Of course, we do it once, twice, 3 times, not good enough. It's got to be in our DNA. All right, and the whole goal is we want retention. V's, right? So now how do we get into this? We want visuals, we want videos, we want variety. It's not just on the floor, right? And it's not just hearing my voice, and it's not just video, all right? It's a variety. And the best part about that is guys learn in different ways, right? Some people learn easier through audio, right? Hearing. Some people learn more through the visual of the video. Sometimes the video moves too fast for some guys, so still photos can still be highly valuable. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the basketball philosophy segment. I'm just going to talk about pure philosophy, almost like you guys are players, right? Some of this will be coaches based, but for the most part, we're going to talk about these philosophies, and then we're going to talk about how to implement them. How do we get these guys to do what we want them to do? Because that's all we're looking for, right? So first thing right here, I call it chesketball. There's a lot of riding on this. Now, if you give a guy a scouting report like this, guess what? He ain't reading it, right? All right, so we already know that one. So this is going to be more for the coaches element. But the concept right here, spacing right to me is all about sacrifices. and we'll see some video going down with that. Every player on the floor has gravity, right? I don't care where you are. The reason why we cut guys through to the weak side is to try to pull that low man out of position, right? As many times as we're going to say, low man, stay in position, don't follow your guy out, right? I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, he's at least taking one step the wrong way, and that's going to allow the offense to capture that advantage over on the other side of the floor. So the concept of gravity, to me, dictates how you're going to place your players on the floor in terms of your spacing concepts. All right? So to me right here, as my philosophy, it's all about pulling the goalie. So I want to get X5, all right, out of the position of protecting the rim as much as I can. All right? At the NBA level, it's very detailed in terms of the adjustments that are made, right? We see it on the TV a lot of times, and Kevin Durant, hits the crazy shot and all that stuff. Kudos to him, tough shot, Jimmy's and Joe's, but don't get it twisted. It is about the X's and the O's because guys are placing guys on the floor in places that are going to allow these other guys to maximize what they're doing. So the pull the goalie concept is one of my favorite. Get X5 out of there so we can't protect the rim. One thing we have to keep in mind is what are we conceding versus what are we creating? So there was this article out in The Athletic. Did any of you guys read it? Milwaukee Bucks. What are they doing this year that's different than what they did the last 2 years? Does anybody know?
Giannis at the 5.
Well, okay, Giannis at the 5. Okay, so let's say Giannis had the ball at the top of the key a lot in the past, right? And they're loaded boxes and elbows. Did anybody read this article? They're filling a spot that they never filled before. Anybody? Man, The Athletic. Nobody wants to pay for a subscription. I get it, man. So when the pandemic hits, that $199 a month is important, right? But what they're doing this year is they're occupying the dunk spot. So Bud's philosophy in the past was total 5-out spacing. And what we're seeing now is Drew Holiday, as he hits the post, they're doing more Giannis on the 45 mid-post area. And when he cuts through, you're going to see Drew Holiday stopping the dunk spot. Drew Holiday in the dunk spot means what? Right? That means that a guard is in front of the rim. A guard becomes the low man position. Right? So the theory behind that is now when Giannis gets by his defender, which usually he has a pretty high success rate at that, right? The next guy rotating up to protect the rim is who? A small guy, right? A smaller guy. It's not a big guy, right? So now what you're saying there is Giannis at the rim versus 6'3 guy, 6'2 guy, 6'5 guy, that's going to be a win, right? And now you've got what Brooklyn's trying to do is going to counter that. Brooklyn's trying to send bodies and force passes, right? They're trying to send everything to the baseline side and force the high fadeaway shots, okay? So it's a chess match. All right, chess match right here. So this is an example of like a visual, right? So if I'm talking about chess and I put this up here, you guys are going to remember this, right? You guys already remember the Anchorman deal, right? Baxter, I don't speak Spanish. Things like this work really well with your players. I like to try to put funny stuff into a lot of the video sessions. It lightens the mood, and it actually helps drive home your point, right? So visuals are huge. So we're talking about chess. We might as well put some up from here. Now, this is going to be the challenge because we're using the sports code deal. All right, this is what I call the Sicilian offense. D'Antoni obviously is he's an Italian, so that works, right? That works, just so you guys know. We double check that. But right here with this, we're talking about after the play breaks down. So you've got, this is Capella dunker spot. So this is 5-man in the dunker. 5-man in the dunker. So it should play. If it doesn't play, we get to play in Brandon Rosenthal. If it's skipping. You might have to come up here and I might have to sit down. B, what do we want to do here, buddy?
He's not even here.
Of course, he's already seen all this stuff, so he doesn't have to see it again. The rest of this presentation is going to be highly video forward, so we probably should have run through and check this out right now. In the meantime, does anybody have questions? Hey, Kyle, will you grab my computer from the back? I'm just going to play it off of my keynote. Question, yeah. Anybody? Yes, fire.
All from college. When you talk about the ball screen stuff, right? So rep it out, drop coverage, whatever.
Can you be a little bit louder for me?
Yeah. When you were talking about how you guys rep out randomization, specifically the ball screen coverage.
Yes.
So when you're coaching, teaching that, are you working? Are you going immediately randomization? Okay, this is what you do. This is what you do here. Or have you already covered? Hey, this is what we're doing on drop coverage.
Yeah.
We've repped that out.
Yeah.
Okay, we've repped out hard edges. Okay, we've repped out switching, and now let's get random with it.
Yeah. So teach it is number one, right? So one coverage, drop coverage. So now it's first solution on drop coverage, right? Come off, engage the big, and now we're playing 2-on-1, right? So now the first decision is, I score, he scores, right? Do I go or does he go? Right? And everything I like to do, the game just really comes in threes. I'll just play it on off the keynote. Yeah. My presentation probably should be open. And then, once we've gone over that now, all right, what's the next possible solution, right? We'll do the introduce a third defender. So we've got the third guy out there now, all right? Well, that's drop coverage. Cool, so we covered that. We're going to come off, look to score, big man steps, drop it up. If anybody helps, he tries to come in and tag our guys, we're kicking out. It's that simple, right? Well, now what's the next coverage? Maybe it's ice, right? So they're sending us away from the screen, all right? So as they send us away from the screen, what are our options? So we're going to teach those one by one. All right, guy jumps the high side, he's keeping you on the sideline. Again, engage the big, look to the pocket, see what you got, right? Can I score? Can he score? Does a third defender come in? Cool, we identified that. Now let's just say there's another one, hard hedge, right? Aggressive at the level. When two are on the ball, get off the ball. So now we're saying, hey, when you identify that, the roll man has to identify it as well. We're looking short roll. Now when we hit short roll, whoever's the low man in, now we're going to play rim or swing it based upon where that low man is. So what we've done now is we've got three different things. We've got drop, we've got ice, and we've got hedge. So now we go out to our drills. We've already done the drills on all drop, all drop, all drop, all ice, all ice. We did ice for a day. We did hedge for a day, right? And so now what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, shoot, it's drop, ice, hedge, right? And so what I do then is get with our staff, with our coaches, right? Whether the GAs or whether, or if it's at the professional level, the high school level, whoever it is, right? They can help you with these things. And I say, all right, we're randomizing it today completely, right? And maybe before that, we had gone with drop, ice, drop, ice, drop, ice, right? And it's not alternating like that because if it's drop, ice, now there's a pattern to it. The whole point is there not to be a pattern. The whole point is it to be entirely random. Now, when you're leading up to a game, my password is my wife. Gosh dang it, we're on a live stream. All right, cool, we're good. The whole thing is, as we do this right here, we want these guys to have to identify the situation, right? That's the big thing. Because if they identify the situation, now all of a sudden that's the first element is identification. And now they have to start processing in their mind from a decision-making standpoint, well, what am I going to do now, right? What do I do? And now they've got to make that decision. And once they make that decision, it's either going to be, correct-ish or maybe not correct. And then we learn as we go. So I'm going to show you guys a bunch of video here down the line too, so you'll kind of see how the flow of the drills go, because that's a big element as well. All right, back to filling the dunker spot when we talk about spacing, right? So right here, spacing breaks down. We've got boxes and elbows. I've got my cursor going right here. Let's see here. Is this plugged in?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, it doesn't show up on the screen. It's working, but it's not well. You're good.
All right, so we got boxes and elbows filled. All right, and again, Houston with Capella. If you've got a great lob catcher, right, you like to keep him down there because you think that's a high value shot for you. Moving Capella out to the 3-point line. A lot of people are going to say not so great. So here we go. Ball comes in. He's there for the lob. And I'm going to try to let this play continuous, by the way, guys. So if you have any questions, you can let me know. A lot of times driving the double side is highly deadly too. All right. This is basically your standard spacing, the dunk spot. He steps up, late crack back, easy dunk. Steps up, easy dunk. All right, so we've got that. I call this Spo's gambit, right? So this is a different philosophy. All right. So on this one right here, they're going to play two-man game. You've got their big man over here spacing the dunk spot, but what they're doing with they're on the side is they're slot cutting. They're playing uphill zoom action, which is pass and chase. Now, my thought process is on this, and we're going to see some Bam clips. Bam is a tremendous player. Not a great three-point shooter, though. But it's actually okay to still space a non-shooting 5 to the corner. You can still space it there because when you play to this second side get action or zoom action, it's really hard to guard and highly effective. So we're going to see in all of these clips, I call this hook action right here, second side zoom. They're hooking back to play pistol on the near side. They're going to play a two-man game. And then after that 2-man game on the weak side, they've got their 5-man low and deep over here, right? And he's just preparing to play on the second side action. Entirely different philosophy. So, spacing, all right? So we saw the yellow spot right here, this is the Capella spot, right? But we also saw Bam start drifting a little bit further out. So we actually show this to our guys here at Memphis, all right? This is our spacing. In fact, this slide is exactly the slide that we would show to them. And we've got stuff on our floor, right? We've got tape on our floor. Now, we don't have so much that it's going to confuse our guys, all right? Because some of our guys leave the hotel for a 10-minute walk and get lost. So what we got right here is deep corners, wide slots, all right? Middle third is for the trigger man. So I tell our guys, whoever has the ball owns the game. If you don't have the ball, do not get in this area. This is the no-fly zone, all right? Overlaps. We don't want to just crisscross through this. We want to be a true pace and space team. All right, what that means is let's get as many people, as many heartbeats outside of the 3-point line as possible. Right? Then we say, fill the nearest logical spot. What's the answer? I don't know. What's logical? What makes sense? Right? On a change of possession, we like to tell our guys, find the sideline. Find the closest sideline and run wide. Too many young guys are running down the middle of the floor. They're actually clogging stuff. To get early attacks, early pitch aheads, and have high-value shots early in the clock, we got to get wide. And then we tell our big fella, this is your zone right here. You own it. It's for the trigger man, all right? I also love the term random is beautiful, all right? Random is impossible to scout, and random is hard to guard. All right, we talked about more visuals. Our guys have seen this too. 2010, wasn't that long ago. I still had hair in 2010. 2012, it got a little dicey. 13, I decided to go like this, all right? But it wasn't that long ago. I'm telling you, I remember it. I don't miss having to gel my hair. So this is 2010. Look at that. Look how many people are inside here. I mean, that's unbelievable, right? We've got out of the 10 people on the floor, there's only one heartbeat outside the 3-point line. 2021. So here's a visual for a player. Well, what do we want? What do we want to see? Well, the answer is this is what we want to see. The fewer bodies inside the 3-point line, the better. So now what I've done is I've showed our guys the Lucio Sports diagram. I've shown our guys the Lucio Sports diagram, right? And now what I've done is I've showed them a still frame of what we don't want and one of what we do want. And now they're going, oh my gosh, when they say space, he is serious. For real, Admon, this is the space we want, like this. And so our guys now are able to process that. So when we get in our drills, it helps them out. Anytime you get a Step Brothers deal in here, you got to, right? There's so much room for activities, right? And if I get a laugh out of those guys, right, they're going to retain it, all right? They might be like, man, this crusty dude, he's corny as a mug. But it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. As long as you tag me on Instagram. Hey, name, image, and likeness. You missed it by just a couple of years, man. Otherwise, you'd have capitalized. All right, now we talk about Blender, all right? So that was just an example of some of the visuals that I use with our guys. All right, we talk about the blender. Again, there should be a 4th player on here. We don't play with 4, we play with 5 usually. But player, trigger man. We want to play positionless. Well, what does that mean? Hey, rappers want to be basketball players and basketball players want to be rappers. That's what I've noticed, right? Big men want to be what? Guards. Everybody wants to be a guard. You tell a guy he's a 5-man, you might as well stop recruiting him. As far as I'm concerned, we got a bunch of 3s out here playing, right? So we stopped calling a guy a 5, right? Alleviates a lot of stress in the recruiting process. Call him the trigger man, you might be able to get that 4-star. Might be able to get that 5-star, right? So for us, it's player, trigger man. That's what it is, positionless, right? So now it becomes trigger what? Again, our guys have seen this exact slide, all right? We want to create the advantage. Trigger 2 to the ball. Force the defense to introduce the 3rd man. Like, these are pretty quick little bullets, easy to remember. What do we want to do? 2 to the ball, see if they introduce the 3rd guy. It's that simple. All right? Tags and rotations equal closeouts, and then we emphasize reading the closeout before the catch. A lot of point 5 mentality started with the Spurs, might have been Prunty's idea, all right? But quick decisions must ensue is what it means, right? Play dominoes. So these are like some of the soundbite stuff that we're always harping on with our guys. Then we'll show them this video. All right? Well, what does that mean? What does Blender mean? This is the fastest slow guy in the history of the world. Right here, Joe Ingles. All right? And what he does is he reads closeouts before he gets the ball. And he makes the simple play. So we'll sit down and we'll watch this video with our guys. Obviously, we'll slow it down, but we will rewind it. But here he is. There, he stampedes the catch. Stampede, another term for us. Ball keeps moving, quick decisions. Once you trigger 2 to the ball, if you stop and catch and hold, you allow the defense to get set. So what we want to do is avoid allowing the defense to get set. That's what's imperative. Drive, kick, swing, we're always moving. This looks great, doesn't it? Boy, this looks easy. And then we wonder, man, our guys can't do this. Now, these guys are just way too good. Wait till we look at the drill stuff, because the drills to me are really what teach your guys how to have this as a part of their DNA. All right, so that's a lot of Joe Ingles winner. We got a little bit of Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal did his pre-draft with me in Florida. All right, he slept on the prep school beds at Elevate Sports Institute. There were, there might have been rats in there, all that, right? He went to Germany, he went to Spain, he found his way to the NBA. And now he's a $40 million man just by doing this. Make an open 3, drive a closeout, and lock down on defense. One of the big things you also see out here that Utah Jazz do a great job of, and most of the NBA teams that have great offense do, is they have a scatter mentality. All right, so once they take up space, they open space. So you'll see how quickly guys are moving and getting back behind the line. Once you get inside the three-point line, you need to get back outside the three-point line. And that's what these drills that we're going to see are also harping on. All right, we'll go to the next one. Other element of the blender, right? We talked about we want extra. All right, extra, read all about it. We emphasize it. Good to great, good to great, good to great. It's that simple when you hear it, but if you don't practice that, if you don't practice good to great, then you're never going to be a good to great team. PJ Tucker, another guy. He matched up with me in a German league game. That was when he was trying to be a 2-man. What position is he playing right now? Think about that. He was my matchup. Bamberg versus Göttingen, right? 2009 in Germany. All right, he was trying to be a guard, and now he's damn near a 5, right? But what he does is he spaces the floor, and he makes the right play. Catch it, swing it, shoot it. All right? And when in doubt, if the guy next to you is making more money, just give him the ball and go to the corner. So here we go. Kick, swing. All right, so we want our guys to do that. We're going to see drills on how to build that. All right, the last thing we're talking about here is late clock. All right, this is a little bit of a mix between coaching philosophy, all right, and player development, because we talk about this with our guys, all right, but I'm introducing this to some of you guys in a way maybe that makes sense for a coach. When the clock hits 10, all right, that's almost like Cinderella at the ball, right? Right, so you got to lose the slippers, you got to get back to the deal, start mopping the basement. So what we want to do is save the possession. We got to save our guys from themselves. All right, when the clock hits 10, Admon's thinking, oh, it's bag time. I'm about to get in my bag, right? You're about to go to work. All right? Now, what I want to do is, I want to save you from yourself. I'm going, oh, Lord, no. I've seen my guy practice. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. But what I'm really saying is, I don't care how good you are. I don't care if you're James Harden, right? I don't care, right? We want to still trigger some sort of action. Can we save 3 to 5 possessions a game? 3 to 5. I actually had this conversation with James Brago during the season. They were going too much ISO ball, right? So we started talking about, can we save 3 to 5 possessions a game? All right, so instead of going to a late clock pick and roll, most defenses do what at the end of the shot clock? They switch. They switch to maintain their shell. They switch to reduce closeouts, all right? And they hope that they can maintain that shell and force you into an off-the-dribble, contested, mid-range jump shot. That's what they want to do, all right? So late clock pick and rolls, toss them out now. They're no longer effective, okay? So now it's like, well, what else can we do? We want to be progressive. We want to think outside the box, all right? We're going to find quick triggers. So this is what we do with our guys, all right? We've got 2 options. We call them Maydays, which are basically go screens, right? Mayday, send help now, SOS, all right? That's basically what it means. Send help now, all right? After the switch with the 5 or an indie random point under 10 seconds on the shot clock, we can call Mayday. Ball handler can call Mayday. The coach can call Mayday. The dude who sees his guy, if I'm Admon's teammate and I've got the ball, right, and my game, man, it's been on a decline since my hairline went back, my game went down, right? And so I've been practicing with Admon every day. And he knows 10 seconds on the shot clock, I get the rock. Man, and he sees me going like this, oh, I'm feeling good, right? And he wants to save me, he can yell Mayday and come and go screen me, save me from myself, right? So send help, all right? The other thing we do is we initiate our flash game. Flash game. Flash game is where we're going to flash and look for a random catch and try to initiate action with our big man as the playmaker. Oh, wow, look at this. You guys are going to think, what are we doing? Watch this possession. I got shake, shimmy, break it down, 5 dribbles, 8 dribbles, kind of pick and roll. I mean, look at this. This is bad news bears, right, for us. So I'm over there having an aneurysm, right? And as this happens right here, we see it right here, okay? The fist goes up, Mayday's being yelled, and a possession, right? We hit 9 seconds on the shot clock that was about to be a bad possession, all right? We ghosted out, 2 go to the ball, kick, swing. We get a corner 3-point shot out of that possession, just thanks to the Mayday. Here we run a little cross screen, down screen stuff, does not work out. Oh, we can't get it, we got nothing, we kick it out, right? Again, I've seen this movie right here. I've seen this movie. All right, I don't like it. I don't like the ending. I don't like horror movies. Boom, here's the Mayday. He's on the way. Now all of a sudden, we create some indecision. We get a drive, and even if we miss that, we'd have an offensive rebound. Another example, possession right here. Look at this. I'm already, you guys, I'm already, if I had hair, it'd be gone. It's 12-2, 8 minutes into this game. All right, we got to save ourselves now. And look at this possession. This is going from bad to worse for us. Right, we catch it, we hold it. All right, and now Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Help is on the way. 2 to the ball, over help. We get a catch and shoot 3. All right, we see another clip from this game. It's 18-31. All right, this game was a tie game with 30 seconds left. All right, hostile environment. We know Texas really wasn't big on COVID protocols, so this place was packed. This was like our first deal with fans. Here we go. So check this out. Here we go. So, all right, here comes one Mayday, and then almost here comes a second Mayday. All right. My bad, guys. Here, I'll get to that one. We'll get to that one quick for us because that's a good one. That'll be the last one I'll show you on this. So we're going to go one Mayday, and we're going to go to a second Mayday almost. And what you see is how random it is, because right here as we go, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. You'll see it. Here we go. 2 guys are going to come for the Mayday. We got one coming from here, one coming up from this route. And then this guy checks out, says, "Oh no, I'm out." Totally random. And now they over-rotate, we get a corner 3. So remember when I said random is beautiful, all right? This is actually one more right here. We're going to run to a ball screen. You'll see how it works interlacing with the 5-man, because we do want a multiple pick-and-roll mentality on every possession as well. So we want 5 to always try to come back and trigger some action for us. But here's the Mayday at the end, 2 to the ball. We get a wide-open 3 because the corner guy doesn't rotate, all right? There's the concept. Here it is with the Hornets. Right, they get a switch versus X5, and then I can see right here, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Boom, 2 stay. All you need is a split second. You need 1 step. If you get that step, all right, you get a high-value shot, you save the possession. We don't judge our possessions based on result either. Judge your possessions based on shot quality. Were you able to create a high-value shot? All right, so the next thing is flash game. All right, so we've got our spots out on the floor. Things break down. If we're not Maydaying, we're flashing. All right, and here's the concept. 5-man, he could be here. 5 could be anywhere. Where everybody is could be random. Where the ball is could be random. The reads don't change. We flash to the open spot. We can either cut right here, all right, down the middle, give and go cut. We can 0 cut over the top, all right. We can zoom and go get the handoff right here from the 5, or we can split low or high. Reads don't change. Again, like I said, ball can be random, right? Where the ball is random, where the big isn't random. Maybe he rolled into the action and away from the action, and now he's catching, instead of at the elbow, it's at the top of the key. Anywhere on this intermediate high school 3-point line, he's got to figure out where to find the catch.
Cody,
Yes.
Do y'all get, this is all late, your flash game's late game, or do you have some flash action you try to get to?
We have flash action built into our offense as well. And then whenever our offense breaks down, flashes the random element behind it. We call it the playground.
And then all the run-ats, you're working on 2-man games where they can refuse, curl, sit behind.
Exactly. We're not telling them what to do.
Yeah.
So once we taught them back to the read by read, and I'm going to show you all the drill work too, and then they're going to try to push me off. They're going to hook me out of here like Cuba Gooding Jr. at the Oscars. But once we've taught them all that stuff, and a lot of our drill work, we're just hooping, right? And we're learning as we go. That's the way we're looking at it. So we're going to see some film on it, and then the rest of the way it's going to be all drill work. It's all these concepts are interlaced in the drill work as well, which is what you'll see. So here we run a little ball screen action, and for us right here, these random zooms and flashes, there we are. Floor space, we get a hand back, Guy goes over. Now we're going to get an even secondary one right here. Look, we drive. So now the possession's not going so great, right? But we get a flash to this random spot. Flash to the random spot. Our spots are filled. Our guys coming after it. They go over. For us, over equals. Give it to them if you can. And then roll into space. Low man helps. Discipline with our spacing. Kick, swing. Side step 3. Good basketball. All right? It didn't go in. We're not judging the possession based on the result. It did not go in, but that's great basketball. We live with that. We'll take it. All right, again, right here. We zoom after it. We turn the corner. We don't have it. We bypass. We fake. Corner burn. All right? Play breaks down. We flash. We chase. He doesn't get it. Uphill DHO. Under equals rescreen. Precious figured that out a lot better later in the season. Play breaks down. He flashes. We chase it. He gives it back. Rolls open. All right? Saving possessions is what we're seeing. All right? Zooms are huge. Pass and go get. Pass and split. Again, they can be built into your offense, like Jared said, or entirely random in nature. Doing both, I think, is highly effective. Obviously, these two guys right here, these guys are the best, probably maybe in the world at this. Because what you see is they play this two-man game, under, rescreen, force over, 2 on the ball, kick, and see if the third guy rotates. Watch one more clip of this. Right, he finds a spot. Here they go to the low split. Curl, over the top, pockets open. MVP, right? All right. Our reads on this, like I said, back cut, tight curl, long curl. All right, now, right here, this is on the playground. So all this stuff right here, that was a catch and shoot play, breaks down. Here's a 0 cut. You see the disciplined spacing on the floor, and everything that happens is random in nature. Right here, they come off, they rub out, they hit, they go to the high split. High split turns into low split, it's a reverse, they get the flare and the slip over the top. If you're always doing the same thing, and that's what I see from a lot of colleges that use the split game, is it's always back cut or tight curl. If long curl is never an option, if knife cutting, going down to the screen and slipping is never an option, then it's not random. Then we always know that this guy's going through and this guy's coming back. The minute it becomes random is the minute that you can really be deadly with it. Like right here. Oh, so it looks like a stagnant possession. He comes for the ball. Guy falls asleep for an instant. On the playground. Watch 2 more clips of this and then we'll go right to drill work. Right here, wide pin down. All right, comes off, nothing. They go right to the zoom action, uphill DHO, trails over the top, double back cut. Second guy's open. Man, well, I don't have Bam Adebayo. Gosh, dang it. Bam Adebayo does not play on my team. I can't do this. Well, you can if you teach it. That's what I'm going to try to go to right now for you guys here. So we'll talk about how to teach this stuff. Multiple action teaching. The game is random. All right, we want multiple players, but more importantly, multiple and consecutive decisions. I'm gonna let this play a little bit and just talk through it. This is an all-guard drill, post perimeter. Coach Penny has the bigs down at this end working on the reverse element. So you see what I'm doing right here? We've got our big guys doing down there, all right? I've got 3 guards out, every position but mine is defending, okay? Every coverage we're gonna see is random. So I'm going to the DHO. First random decision is right here. The first random decision is over-under. Over means turn the corner, under means rescreen. All right? I'm not telling them what the defender is doing. And I'm just playing myself. Over. Now, second decision. All right? If we go under, the defender is not there, but if he rotates to get there, right, the obvious pass is here. Okay? That means now we've got hopefully 2 to the ball, and this guy's the third defender, and now all of a sudden we've got the swing. Second ball comes in. All right, we say, when my drills say 3-2-1, it goes 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 1-on-1. Okay, that's the concept. The second ball comes in is the playground game, right? So this is the one that Jared's talking about. This is the after action, the random one. right? So now this is exemplifying something broke down. Now we're playing entirely random, right? Tight curl, he's got to clear out, get behind the three, rim's open, so get to the rim. We are scoring this. This is coaches versus players. And this is what we call high value one-on-one. I'm always counting down. I don't stop reps very often. Here we go, under, rescreen, low man helps, kick to the high side because of the early crackback. All right, we'll slow that down and go back. Because a lot happened in one second, right? You know what I mean? It's like, man, whoa, it's like, gee, I blacked out. What happened, all right? But the whole thing is, again, it's dominoes. So our guys have learned under on a dribble handoff, all right, means that the guy is going to try to overrun it and beat you to the spot, which means you can't turn the corner, which means that X5, the guy guarding me, does not have to get involved in the play, which means that we have no advantage. I'll tell you what, Coach Prunty and Brandon Rosenthal and myself had a lot of sleepless nights trying to teach DeAndre Ayton not to roll versus under. There's no advantage. You have to rescreen before you roll, right? If you roll versus under, you don't get a shot. And Book's got to go, one-on-one, ISO, right? And now what you're seeing is, guess what? What's the best thing about a rookie? Well, actually, I don't agree with that. It's just he's done it over and over again. He's figured it out now, right? So right here, under equals rescreen. Next read is low man, first responder, cycle of help. Coach Prunty used the term, right? Fire, sink, and fill. Here's the fire. We put out the fire by sinking, filling, and we want to stop the ball right here. We want to trap the box, right? That's our defensive principle. So now all we're doing is we're having our GAs do it in a drill. That's it, all right? They're doing it in a drill. And now here's our crackback guy, right? So he's going to drop. He's going to drop. Our rule of thumb is, in terms of our decision-making guys, right here at this hash, if the guy drops below that hash, probably your best solution is pass to high quad. If the guy stays high and you beat here, your pass goes to corner, okay? So we've already reviewed that with these guys. So now he reads it. My guy's below the hash. Man, we're like 3 for 3 on right decisions right now, right? Guy's below the hash, he hits the high quad, all right? On all these two-sided actions, when you've got a first responder, right, if the pass goes to the corner, it's typically an X out. If not, the bottom line is this guy takes first pass. He returns to his own on a long closeout, but the impossible closeout's which one? The second one. The first closeout's the short closeout, the second closeout's the long closeout. So right here, swing, swing, that's why swing, swing's so deadly. So now you want to know how you build a swing, swing team? You practice swing, swing. You practice the extra pass. So every single time my guy does this, every single time I have my player do this, right, I am mapping it. I am putting it into his brain, into his subconscious, right? We want him to be unconsciously skilled. We want him not to just think about, oh, well, blah, blah, all this stuff that we're talking about. We want him to just go bang, bang, right? Because that's what's in his DNA. So if I want to build the extra in his DNA, we got to do this every day. Right? Now, we get to the second ball. Again, okay, sweet. Good stuff. What do we do on the last rep? Does anybody remember? The second ball was what? The second ball was what? The second ball was flash game. We did a split, right? We did a split on the first rep. Does everybody remember that? Well, right now, on this one, I just yelled Mayday. Now look at what we're doing. We're doing a Mayday. So now we've intertwined our after action, right? So just when you think you've gotten used to the split, the coach yells Mayday. Just when you think you've gotten used to the Mayday, right, we go back to the split, right? So the random element of all this stuff, right, here's another one. The random element of it is what's going to help your guys retain it, right? Right, because retaining is everything. The 3 R's are everything. Got so many drills here, guys. They're going to hook me, I'm telling you. I'm going to go to the next one here. All right, so now 4, 3, 2, 1, 4 on 4, 3 on 3, 2 on 2, 1 on 1. Sounds crazy, man. This sounds like econometrics at Cornell. So right here, we're going to the deep pick and roll. 3 on a fence. What are our 3 on a side principles? Most teams do what with this guy? He's the burn guy, right? He's the cutter, right? So we're going to slide, we're going to burn, and we're going to look to attack. All right, deep pick and roll, deadly. Needs to be in college basketball more. So we come off it, there's the burn. There's the kick. Here's the drive. We empty out this guy right here, Joe Prunty. First version of Joe Prunty was he was chasing that guy out. Well, now we're stampeding a closeout, and we go finish at the rim. But if our guy's a good defender, he's going to stop. Go back from low man position. Step up to take a charge. Our crackback guy drops below the hash. Right? So what does that mean? That means we're passing to the high quad guy. Let's see if it happens. Oh, we did. Now that means that he's got to return to his own. Swing, swing. That is amazing. The fact that that happened is amazing, right? This is from 2 days ago. And we started workouts like a week ago, right? So, I mean, I feel good about where we're at just from that. Well, now the next one in. 3 on 3. The random ball. 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spot. I can throw it to whoever I want. And now we play to the split. He goes high. That's cool. High split. Tight curl. Over the top. Turn the corner to the rack. And now we can play mayday or high split again. I go to high split. See, I don't even know what's going to happen, you know? That's the beauty of it. Now we go over, drive, corner kick. Now we play out to one-on-one. Again, when I say make it competitive, right, in some of these it's coaches versus players, and we have a target score. In a 10-minute segment, our guys know they've got to beat whatever score is in the green, they got to beat it on the left side, right? And we always close with one-on-one. Our guys will get 1 point for any shot that's outside the paint. Everybody's hitting me, man, your guy Book, his mid-range deadly. His paint pull game's deadly. He hits elbows, he hits spots, he pulls up from spots. There's nothing random about what he does. And I don't call that the mid-range. I call that a high paint area. High paint pulls, right on the elbows. So if our guys get to these elbows and shoot a jumper, they can get 2 points in my drills. If our guys get only out of this non-paint 2 zone, 1 step inside the 3, they only get 1 point in the drills. And we scored. And if you beat the coaches, right, if your target score was 40 and you got 42, coaches are running, coaches are doing push-ups, whatever it is. If they lose, vice versa, something always on the line, something on the line. And again, while we're doing this too, I like the, what is it, is it X Factor? If you make the wrong decision and you score the basket, you don't get the point. We're not going to reward that. Right? We're trying to build you into an unconsciously skilled player. Imparting your will on my 5'5", GA, right? That's not going to be helpful. Even though Jeremy Kidness, he's doing a hell of a job out here, right? It ain't the same as going against Houston, right? It's not the same as going against Gerald Sasser over there. It just isn't. So you've got to make the right decision to get the points. And I don't stop the drills because when you do it wrong, we're not going to stop it and do it again. There's too much flow to this. The game has flow. So we're on to the next possession. You've got to learn as we go. So that means when we we're on to the next. And then we talk about it and we'll review this film. So now let's look at this one. What do we got here? We got maydays, and now there's a big guy out. So this is all combo work. So now our 5 men are here. We run a mayday, we drive a closeout, they help up the line, we come from the Capella spot, and we're working on that. Now we're back to 3-2-1, so it's 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 1-on-1, totally random. Right? 2 commit to the ball, we're going to throw the hook pass. 2 don't commit to the ball, we're going to keep and score. There's a paint pull. We'll celebrate that. That's 2 points. Right here, he throws it, we drive it, help comes up the line, we get the lob, we get out behind the 3. Every time in your drills you have multiple actions too, and you force these guys to get back behind the 3-point line. You build your scatter mentality, which means that your guys now are getting used to reshaping the floor. They're just getting used to it for you. So you no longer have to be like, bro, get behind the line. Open up the space. You're clogging the paint. You don't have to do that anymore. Because now what you're doing, you're working on their subliminal. There's a stampede, attack the closeout. High value, 1-on-1. Next concept here, 3-3-3. This is going to be 3 consecutive 3-man actions. All right, this is usually where it's going to be players versus players, 3 teams of 3 or 2 teams of 3. We'll do this with all guards and with bigs. All right, they're just getting 3 different variations. We don't know who's shooting. We don't know any of that. We're working on passing, working on field. This is our freshmen. These are all freshmen, by the way. Freshmen. Right? right? All right, cool, backdoor pass. Next ball comes in, totally random where we're at. High split over the top. He keeps it. All right, so here's the other thing. Great point right here. All right, when you play this way, all right, and anytime you're running for a DHO or a zoom action, you're chasing the ball and the big man has it, we want you to be thirsty. All right, but don't beg. Be thirsty, don't beg. All right, so when Admon runs for it, we want him to go get the rock. We want him to want the rock, right? But if the big man decides not to give it to you, you can't stop there because the next dude's coming, right? So this is a freshman right here. Look at what he does. So he just got because now we're playing to the next action. He's clogging up the action. You see that? That's part of the learning process right here. All right? It's not always going to be perfect, but we said 2 wrongs can't make a right. So the more he gets it wrong, right, the closer we're going to get to him getting it right. And when he starts getting it right, hopefully he can't get it wrong. Right? There he saw you. Okay, another great point. Don't fight pressure with pressure. So as he comes off and he sees the chest in front, our teaching point here is chest in front, all right, you give yourself up. You're the next cutter. That equals tight curl. Chest in front on the switch, tight curl and go through. Should be automatic. He kind of delays it a little bit. He'll figure it out. Here we go. Next action. We long curl. Don't get it. Bypass to the next one. Under equals rescreen. Boom. Low man's in. So we got the corner kick. Same freshman just messed up the last one. We got to praise him for what he just did there because that's pretty impressive for a dude that's been on campus for 2 weeks. High split. Over the top. Keeps it. Fake it. We picked it up. All we want to do, again, offense. Consecutive action. If you pick it up and take a dump in your shorts, now we're screwed. But as long as you keep doing something, we're okay.
Cody, I have a quick question.
Fire.
You have a unconsciously unskilled player and you give them a buzzer. Like, at what point do you realize, well, they don't know what was wrong?
Yeah. So right now, when I started playing this film, I took you guys, we're halfway from second base to third base already, right? So what I didn't do is just come in here and try to bore you guys with day 4, right? Yeah, we are on the second week. But day 1 is tight curl, tight curl, tight curl, tight curl, tight curl. Day 2 is long curl, long, you know what I mean? So we've already gone through that, right? And does that mean we're going to stall the class if you don't get it? No, that means we got to do extra work. That means we got to watch these drills. Drill film is one of the most underrated things in the game. We always watch the game film, but do we ever watch the drill film? Probably not, right? So I've already sat with TD, and we've already looked at this, right? And now, because we've sat down in a closed environment and reviewed, man, you got to be thirsty for the DHO, but you can't beg. Thirsty, but don't beg. Okay, that's going to be retained. I buzzed him in the moment. I hit him with the individual, right? And then we go back to the drawing board and we see if we can't get it the next time.
Do you have any cues that you allow yourself to find those things? Because, if I go back and watch, it's like, you see it live, and you watch it on film, and you can't remember why at that point. Does that make sense?
Why I buzzed him?
Yeah, or like just in general, like especially in the flow of a practice. Like, we had a GA one time or somebody kind of like do something in front of the camera to know, like, okay, with that last possession, we need a clip. And then we went back to watch it. We don't really remember why we had that clip. Well, we remember it, right?
Yeah, where was it? Where was that? Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't necessarily consider myself a great coach. I'm more of like a librarian, okay? So right after the practice is finished, we don't have a video coordinator right now because he just, one of our assistants took a head job. Video coordinator's gone. But what we're going to do is we are going to break down the practice film right after the practice, right? Most things in my life, right, if I let it be, it just piles up on me, right? You know what I mean? And what I learned early on over at Cornell was, that was like a little office reference, right? They're going to get me. I know they are. I see you guys. Don't you guys? Give me a minute now. We're doing Q&A right now. All right. Hey, but my point is I let my first I tried to cram for my first economics test over there. They were about to ship me to a community college when they saw that score. You know what I mean? And so what I realized real early was I got to do this little by little, little by little, little by little. And it's not just with the players, teach them little by little. It's with myself, right? In terms of the practice ended, yeah, I'm going to go back and I actually code my drills the same way I code my games. good, bad, and then flag it based on who's involved, right? And then always circle back. But when I do circle back to teach TD that moment, we're going to review the whole segment because I'm going to talk him through everybody else's decision making as well, right? So, and when it's funny, oddly enough, like a 10-minute drill segment is really only going to have about, and I'm going to tag good, bad. It's only going to have really about 4 minutes of live action, right? So it's really not that dense in nature. And so you can hit these guys with the little by little.
Coach Thompson's going to put you in the bench here in a second. So.
I got you.
He's up next.
It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the last time. I got one last thing I'm going to hit you guys with, and that is 3-3-2-1. Last concept right here. This is just like the game. Second side DHO with an under. All right, we come back and we play, and now we're right into that next 3-man action. All right, so you guys saw that secondary 3-man action with all guards. Here it is with bigs. And then we're closing with 2, we're closing with 1. So what I encourage you guys to do, though, if you take anything from this, right, it's not take this specific drill. Maybe it doesn't apply to you guys. I don't know what type of offensive philosophies you've got, right? But take your offense, tailor your drills to that, and randomize how the defense is going to guard it. And you can get extremely creative with this, right? And who knows where it goes from there. But what you'll start to see is the guys just naturally start to do the things that you want them to do in the games. And I think that's what we're all trying to work towards. So that's all I got. No time for questions.
Are you going to be around?
I'll be around. Yeah, I got to listen to Coach Thompson over here. Yeah, I'll be around.
Thanks, guys. While we're switching it out, anybody want to fire away a question?
Yeah, I got like 3 quick ones. So
Fire, let's go.
Fire while I'm switching out here.
Is it always the scorer and their defender that go off in the 4-3-2-1 or the 3-2-1?
Say that again. Go
Is
again.
it always the scorer?
The shooter. Yeah, shooter out. Exactly. Yep. Because that reduces confusion within the drill.
Right. Metric on if the shot is a good shot or not. You said you track that. Is it just like a pass fail? That's a good shot, or do you do like a?
Yeah. So are you talking in game or are you talking in practice?
Both, I suppose. How do you track it?
Right. So NBA level, obviously, we have shot quality can be charted by second spectrum.
Okay.
Right. But what we've got is a scale of 1 to 10, basically.
Okay.
Right. Rate that shot. Wide open. Not only rate the shot based upon the person or what, but shot location as well. Your shot selection priorities are going to be the foundation of your offense.
Love it. And then the last one was with the film stuff that you're showing your guys, are you only showing them the clips that were in the bad category?
No.
No, you're doing like the whole practice type deal? Or
Sandwich. It's the sandwich method, right? So it's going to be good, bad, good. I'm never leading with the bad. The first clip that I reviewed with TD was not the bad.
Right.
No. It was good. Sometimes good, and then a little bit of not even bad. I don't use the word bad. On my flags, it's G and B, good, but when I hit B, it's going to come up needs improvement. All right? I learned that a while ago. Don't tell James Harden he's bad at anything. Right, Brandon?
Right.
If you do have to, send Brandon to tell him.
Thanks, Cody.
Thanks, guys.
All right, real briefly before we break for lunch, just want to introduce you guys to Coach Thompson and Andy and financial wellness. Ask these guys to come in for a brief minute here and talk about just managing your bank account, putting money away, stuff that, quite frankly, for a long time I wasn't thinking about. And the beauty of living out here in Phoenix, Arizona, there's a lot of retired coaches who have instilled that wisdom, I guess, on me. So thanks, guys, for being here and appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for inviting us. Cody Toppert, I've
get back into it, I want to introduce to you guys, I mentioned them early this morning. I want to introduce the guys from Lucio Sports. They have really, since I went full time with Rising Coaches 2 years ago, I decided to get out of coaching and jump into this. It was really Andy's commitment to us that gave me the confidence to do that. Lucio Sports, we've got a lot of great partners, obviously, but Lucio Sports has been a little more than that, more than a sponsor. They truly have been a partner the last year and a half, 2 years, and have helped build everything and helped bring the membership platform to life and take it from just kind of a crazy idea to a reality. So in addition to that, they actually have their own company. Believe it or not. Yeah, where they sell unbelievable product. And I'm going to introduce Andy Graham and Kyle Deemer, who's going to tell you guys a little bit more about it. So thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, thanks everybody for taking a few minutes to listen to this stuff here. I know it's probably not as exciting as a lot of the coaching speakers that go through. But for those of you that don't know my name is Andy Graham. I founded Lucio Sports back in 2016 after about a decade-long career in sports tech. I was the first employee of Synergy Sports, worked there for 6 years as their first vice president, worked at Fast Model Sports for another 4.5 years before kind of taking this adventure to jump in with Lucio. As Adam mentioned, one of the big things that I'm really passionate about in the company, is the idea of just really helping coaches take the next step as it goes through. One of the things philosophically that we see in sports tech a lot of times is companies get very hyper-focused on the idea of serving the players because that leads to money at the end of the day from parents usually as it comes in, or they're really hyper-focused on serving teams or organizations because they're the ones that are paying the checks. What people really don't usually focus on in the sports tech world is the idea of actually helping coaches just do their job and make it easier to coach. We try to flip that script and really make everything about our platform being coach-centric, just like everything else and a lot of the other great speakers here are talking about. And not just coach-centric, but also the idea that coaches are teachers. And the idea of sports tech is a lot of times been like cutting video, or it's been about analytics and getting more information. It's been about doing the same workflows more efficiently and not kind of looking back at, are we actually doing the right types of workflows? Cody mentioned this during his thing, is, how are we teaching players in ways that actually engage them so they're learning and they're not just kind of going through autopilot on stuff. The other piece about it is that coaches are teachers, not just to their own team, to players and things like that. It's obvious. Coaches teach other coaches, which is obvious, in this environment right here. They teach parents, they teach fans, and they also look to teach kind of future employers about themselves and what they can bring to a team or a community they get in. And that's a lot of information to have your head around, and then also to be able to kind of quickly and concisely get across to somebody else, whether it's about team building or it's about landing that next job. So hold up the website here, a bunch of pretty faces you recognize from things here. But I'm going to scroll down to kind of what this idea of teaching tools for coaches really means to us. And the idea is it's a big toolkit and it can be used in so many different ways. And we'll show you a couple of the different ones, primarily around your own career development ways that you can make it work right now. The big thing is just giving a couple of different tools that you can pull out and use in all sorts of different situations. Marking up video and making that a really seamless experience. Having animated diagrams is obviously what we kind of first were known about as it comes through. The idea of automatic learning games or kind of brain games, and not just having stuff that you could say, go watch this film edit for 20 minutes and come back to me and let me know what you think. Something that's really mimicking that coaching and teaching experience that goes through stuff. So here's a couple of different items, as I mentioned here. The biggest one, though, as it all comes in, is as great as the creation tools are and everything else, is this idea of everybody really needs one source of truth. And whether that's your own coaching portfolio, so you're collecting all your ideas and things that come up, say, from events like this, and you want to incorporate into your own team as it goes in, it's important for you to be able to have that on demand right away for it. Again, our guy Cody will send you a Dropbox links like every 3 minutes if you ask about something. He's got everything organized, ready to go. It is not normal to be able to do that and to have everything collated. So trying to find tools that makes it a lot easier and more natural for you guys to be able, and women to be able to save off ideas for your own portfolio and kind of curate over a long run when you get ready for that next job, not just kind of cramming for when you get in there. But then it's also when you get to a team, and Kyle will talk about this after I get through my spiel here, but the idea of having a staff on the same page. How are you going to be able to have the same message to your players as you come in if you're not on the same page of simple things of like, what do we call these actions and stuff that comes in here? Or what are we doing today as it pops up? So many things are spread across different sources and kind of spread around that it's so easy to get off of the same page with your team, especially at the higher levels of the sport where program size and staff sizes are growing. which is awesome, obviously, for employment opportunities. But the more people, the more possible confusion you have. So you need to have these ideas of one place where everybody can go to learn stuff quickly, and then for coaches to be able to turn those into teaching environments as it goes through. So what I'm going to do here, Kyle get into the X's and O's, I'm actually going to switch over and go to the idea of building up your own coaching portfolio and profile as it pops up. So we give a lot of our like individual licenses to Rising Coaches members that come in here. Admittedly, we haven't been the best at communicating, how to take advantage of all those. And it's something we're working on, this summer so that we can really help everybody get the most out of it. But you guys all have a full suite of these tools available for you. And any ideas or questions you have as they come in, you can reach out to us directly. You can go through the Rising Coaches people, and we'll always be able to, to help you see how to take the most out of it. The profile app in the coaching book actually started the idea of this coaching book, where for the last about 18 months, I've worked with a lot of NBA head coaches, top assistants, general managers, trying to build out their own coaching books as they're looking to progress their careers. And what's been really interesting to me, at least, is it's clear there is no template, there is no format. There's a lot of great ones out there, and see a lot of material coming in. Nobody knows how to build one. Even at the top level of coaching, they're like, what kind of things go in here? This is overwhelming. How do I talk to an owner when maybe they aren't a basketball person to understand like what we're about and how you move these things through? There isn't a lot of templates when it comes to organizing information or knowledge, or the idea of getting your team on the same page, or again, building out a resume as you come through. Because at this point, we can all look up and see career history, just by doing a Google search. We can do a LinkedIn resume that comes in, but how do you stand up off the stack of paper? And a lot of times, honestly, it's not going to be your X's and O's breakdowns and things that really make you jump off, because that's the stuff that comes out in interviews and in conversations and what you can kind of peel back and get into. When it's just in a big format that you send somebody over, they're just not going to watch it and read it. And we see all the metrics to prove it, that it just doesn't get engaged. So the goal with our profile format, after it's really been a continuous experiment working with people, asking questions, try to figure out what we try to come through. And the highest level goal is just letting people get to know a bit about you as a person and what you believe in as a coach, and what your kind of non-negotiable principles and foundations are about how you operate and how you think things can operate. One of the other reasons why we try to keep the X's and O's out of this is you don't really get to pick your players that you're walking into a lot of times when you have in. So you have to always be adaptable, in terms of what you want to be able to do to maximize the team that you're with. At the same time, coaches are going to ask you, like, in an ideal world, what would you want to run or what would you do? So you have to have those answers ready. But the thing that gets to those conversations is them believing that you're going to be a good fit to their team as it comes in as a coach. So an example here, we try to just lead off, and I'll run through Kyle's, as it comes in, for an idea of head coaches. And this top part is setting the theme. Like, if somebody's going to spend probably 3 to 4 minutes, you'd be really happy if they go through your whole profile to get an idea of you. What do you want them to take away from this first part? And it's important to emphasize that, consistently throughout, and then right up front, just be blunt about what you want people to think about you when you're going through interviews. The way we kind of do these here is we got this into 4 different sections. So Walk Pop is a philosophy that Kyle can talk later if he so chooses. Gets into the idea of what it means to manage a program, getting the job done, and translating strategy to action. Website-wise, these are all little buttons that can take us down in the scroll, but we'll just kind of keep rolling because most people view this up on their phone and just scroll through. So the idea here is, plant trees you'll never see, invest in the root of the tree, and be a good ancestor. And then goes into the idea of what's important about relationships. What does servant leadership mean, for example? Now, a lot of times you'll see these topics and phrases, they almost sound a little cliche as it pops up. So the idea is you want to have like 1 or 2 sentences that just gets out very concise, easy to say what you're about. And then you always have this other reference material or ways to explain more information. So Kyle had, this video here is one of his players talking about him helping him get recruited as it comes through. He has one of his assistant coaches talking about what it means for servant leadership instead of Kyle talking about what it means. Have your peers and your advocates, the people that you're going to have, hopefully talk to your future employers. Just go ahead and put it out into a profile that you can share with people right away. Cut out the work on their end, and it'll wind up making it so that same great testimonial gets out more often to everybody else you want to see work. Going through the idea of managing a program, so building from the ground up, pouring into our players and community, elite communication. Getting the job done. He brought NBA technology to our program, what he does with limited staff, and the idea of executing the vision. I can keep going through with limiting budget. But one thing I like about how Kyle did here is this is just a presentation he's given through other coaching Zooms. And he clipped up one video. I think our internet's too bad here maybe to show it. But he clipped up one video into about 10 different clips. It just happened to reinforce the section he wanted there. So if somebody wanted to learn more about a topic or caught their eye,
It's a real great way to click in. I can go throw through this video and I can see what Kyle thinks about creating a scouting report as it pops up. Keep going down. You can have some abilities to embed more philosophy. So this is like a little 3-slide deck about how we would run a video room, which again, internet's not letting me go through. Scouting report, for an example, video scouting report to sample about personnel breakdowns that come into it. Video playbook. So this is, kind of in a supporting role showing a work sample as it comes through. Nobody's going to look at everything, but you give somebody the option. If it's like, oh, this is important to me, I can drill into it. And somebody else will drill into something else as it comes through. So you have this one profile that you can send everywhere, but don't think everybody's going to read it the same way. These are all conversation starters. Each one of these, the idea is you send this ahead of an interview, and these are things that hopefully the person, if they found it interesting, will ask you about, and you can get into all the details and explanations at that point once you get through. And at the bottom comes into this idea of flipping, a resume of where I've been and what I've worked and who will be my references, to saying what's been an impactful experience along your path, whether it's, from playing or coaching or personal life, to bring you to where you are today, and just kind of walk it back. So Kyle's here is, winning a state championship, to getting married, to becoming a head coach at 24 years old and what that meant, becoming a father, working with us and all of our NBA teams coming in, as he was then looking for another head job and going into the league. And then down below, just photo galleries, just personalize yourself again. So a lot of times when we show these things to our NBA, because this is the same kind of preview stuff we do when we work with our NBA guys, is there's so much information in here and there's a lot that you can drill down, but you can really just slide through in a minute or two to go in. And again, all of our learning that we do from these processes where we custom make all these profile books is we go and build that into the app that's the Rising Coach's public profile. And so if you also are going and building out, there's ideas and ways that you want to communicate stuff about yourself and it's not, in those things, please just let us know. This is an ever growing process, just trying to make it very easy for everybody to kind of get who they are and what they're about out there into the public. Now, once you actually get into the job and you're getting the resume and people want to know more about, what you're going to do in the basketball stuff, that's where that portfolio piece comes in. And that's the other half that you have as part of your Rising Coaches thing. And I'll hand it over here to Kyle to just kind of walk through an example, since he actually knows what he's talking about as a coach, of what we're looking at here.
So, big thing for me, so I was a head coach for a long time. Now this year, I'm actually an assistant coach. And so I went from having everything in my head and organized and detailed to being on the other end of it, trying to figure out what my head coach wants. And it was very clear to me very early that I have no idea what the hell he wants. And so the first week I spent was writing down notes, what the hell did he call that? Again, terminology, trying to get on the same page, right? I call it a quick screen, he calls it a pin down, he calls this. And so it took a week just to figure out what the terminology was. And as I'm looking around and observing, I'm like, okay, he doesn't know what he's talking about. We're all over the place. But as an educator, as a teacher, I know academic misconduct, I know where to go look to see what happens when that happens. Or, early release days, there's somewhere to go for every answer I have. Well, as a coaching staff, we didn't have any of that stuff. So it made me realize back to when I was a head coach, I'm like, I was organized, but clearly I wasn't that organized because it was all up here. So trying to find ways to get us on the same page as a staff was really important. So that's one thing that my head coach tasked me with, was getting us all on the same page. So anything from our terminology to specific actions to pick and roll coverages to whatever you wanted to do, we found a way to kind of centralize that into one single place so we all knew what was going on. So for instance, if coach is gone, I can take over practice. It's like nothing happened. Or if we have a different coach slide in or what have you, the kids are going up and down. It's seamless. We all know, we're all on the same page with the staff, players, all that stuff. And so I think it's really important, something that I didn't really realize or take advantage of until I got put back in that assistant coaching role. But something that's so simple is we can all be on the same page. So we can go through things like having terminology. We can have video clips. We can show just definitions of certain things, all the way to pick and roll coverages. So I can just put video clips in there. And like Cody said all the time, he just spends a ton of time in the film room. Well, we should be doing that same thing here. So something simple is drop coverage. We could talk about trying to get our kids to recognize what that is. So we can pause it. We can talk about it. Where's the big? Do we force the guy over the top? All the different stuff. We do these film sessions with just having it already organized in one place, which is the biggest thing. So it's not like I'm pulling huddle clips here and sports code clips here and throwing the Dropbox here and Google Drive here. It just helps simplify all of our knowledge base and getting everything in the same location. So the nice thing is we can go through this stuff. and then we have it on record, and it just stays everywhere. So whenever I have a question, I go to the same place for the answer every single time. And so far, I felt it's been very helpful, very tremendous for our staff as far as getting on the same page and making bigger steps with our player growth and development as well. So you can go through, like I said, our pick and roll coverages. You can do the same thing as full on film room. So like we do a lot of film study. So what I'll do is I'll pull it up on the app, and then I'll like hit record on screen share, and we just go through film study. So like we did our film session last week, and I just record it, and then you can see we talk about different things, what have you. But the nice thing is when I'm done with it, we throw it in there, and our kids can go back and look at it again. So, you know, right now, if you take an online class like most people are, right, you can go back and review your lessons, right? It's almost like a Netflix for our players. They can go back and review stuff that we talked about or concepts they don't understand. I don't know about you guys, my players like are afraid to not know something in front of you, so they'll act like they know what the hell you're talking about. They have no clue, but they can go home at night when they're not around coach or their peers and actually go back and watch and learn. So that's been another big tremendous thing, just having that always on hand for our players, even our staff. You know, I've gone back and looked through like, what does coach call this stuff again? It's just nice to be able to refer back to information, which makes it so beneficial for our staff. And then some fun stuff too. We talked about like we were playing in Section 7 this weekend, and like ATO menus and timeout menus. Like how are we going to handle timeout situations? So right now, coach and I are building our stuff out. But what's nice is like using this in a timeout setting. So for instance, for me, when I was a head coach, like, I didn't use a whiteboard. I used this. It was nice because one is like, here's one of my favorite ATOs he ran, but it's nice. Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm on a whiteboard, it looks awful. Like, it's terrible. I'm trying to draw all the crazy stuff, redraw over lines. Kids are lost. There's no timing, all that good stuff. So this has been beneficial for us. So when we go in, like I maximize my space. I'll make this, you know, like a 1-by-1 court, make it a little bigger. So when we go into the timeout huddle, like it's nice and clear for the kids. So if I push play, we can just go through our timeout. Typically what I do is I'll let the kids watch it, and then I'll stop and I'll draw over the top and kind of talk to a specific action I want to show. And then if I want to, I can show a video of it if I was running in the past or a different cleaner clip of it. So like for this one example, we could just talk about, you know, when we get to this area right here, we want to really make sure we're selling this fake DHO, cutting hard to the corner, okay? And then you got to make sure when you come off the screen, you're really cleaning them up. So when you come off, we're wide open. Something simple, right? But we give a direction, it's clear, it's concise, and it's something our players actually take to the floor. And then it's nice too, is like I said, you got video clips in there and you have the same control of the video clip. So if we wanted to show a clip of the exact same play, they can watch it, and same thing, I can pause it, right? So I could say we did a nice job here of drawing all the attention to free up all this space because we did a nice job faking the DHO, right? And then we're going to turn around, clean it up, and we're going to come off that screen wide open for a 3. So it gives us a chance to see multiple ways in a timeout. So for me personally, like we were talking counters and against different coverages and stuff like that in a timeout. So we're going to run a pick and roll play. We're dealing with teams and they're hedging us or whatever. Like I'm pulling up clips of them hedging us in the past or a different team hedging us in the past. So we're talking about our own attack with our defensive coverage versus me drawing up to some ATO random right here. So it was a great teaching tool for our players in timeouts, especially in game. So there's just a couple of little different features there. And anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing to emphasize is it's about trying to find answers quickly when you're in the middle of a game mode. So the idea of the timeout menu here is even if you have your card and you're visually scanning a list, it's a lot harder versus seeing a nice big picture and you have your situation and I want to look at all. Okay, we're looking at get it in or need 3 of a list. So you can jump right to you're doing, maybe you're saving 5-7 seconds, but in a 30-second timeout, that's a pretty huge deal. Same deal if you're looking to reference and find something, as Kyle mentioned, just on the flow, I want to see how we run something. So you can just search here to look for your chapters, look through all your concepts, and I can just go find, whatever that play or that concept was that we were talking about, no matter where it is in your library that pops up. The other side is the idea of personalizing teaching things here. So the thing that every team asks us when it's in the bench is like, okay, well, I wind up, putting initials down, for example, instead. So you can overwrite everybody's labels if you like. It pulls in your roster as you go through. I love putting on hats on people. No one else does. Hit save, and then all of a sudden the initials change over. So in a timeout huddle, you quickly can swap initials on one player at a time, and it'll remember all your settings basically as you're going through it and popping up. All these things can be hidden too. A lot of times coaches will want things condensed as it comes through. And then the last thing that comes with it is that with the organization and having everything at this point, it does make a huge difference when you're trying to show, not just in these moments, but sit down and have coaching meetings. You saw, the recording that Kyle did of his team video and his team meetings. His analogy is exactly right. 15 years ago, you'd sit in a classroom and you'd have your lesson. You better be paying attention, or you better get your friend's notes, because there's no other way to know what teacher covered then. That's not the world today, except in sports as it comes in, which is kind of crazy. Like most things on education and sports and coaches or teachers, but kind of teachers that have technology stuck in the late 90s as it comes through. So the idea of just recording, and then all it is on an iPad is simple. Just turn on screen record your mic and you have your 10-minute breakdown. And now your players can go review it on their own. As you said, you're not going to be engaged all the time. And it's really easy to tune out, a long film study. But when you need that answer, you can still go find it really quickly. It's the same thing in the huddle. If you have, I don't know, if you put yourself back in class, there's always like the one person in class that raises their hand every time they have a question. And then the rest of the room is usually sitting there like, okay, it's not that they know. Some people in the class know, but most people either don't want to be up in front of the class acting like they don't know, to Kyle's point. They want to go in there. They don't want to feel like they're wasting other people's time. There's all sorts of motivating factors why somebody doesn't raise their hand in a classroom. But when you're walking out of class, you can go and grab the teacher and be like, hey, what was this one thing? And you get a little like one-on-one moment and quick solve, move on. In the huddle, it's the same way talking to Kyle. Is you have your team going through and you're walking, but as you're walking out, you could hide all the lines and show just one player. It's like, hey, coach, what am I supposed to do again? Quickly highlight them blue, and then you can roll through 2 or 3 times. And you get more of that idea of not having this assumption everybody knows everything when they're in that moment, is recalling everything instantly, because people are people. That's not practical. So you have a tool as a coach to make sure that you can quickly go and re-show new information to people as it pops up. And then on the portfolio side, when this is all your personal information on your profile, it's definitely a different look as things come in, but the reactions, we get in the league are pretty profound. We have people that have gotten head jobs off of this, and the GMs are saying they've seen profiles never like this before in coaching books. And Brandon, how's things going with yours that has been going around?
Yes, thanks, Andy. Worked with Andy and Kyle on our portfolio as well. Actually shared it with a couple front office guys. Actually, there's a couple guys in this room that during the pandemic, you guys reached out to me, not for a job or anything, just to learn and just to get advice. And so I've been asking a couple general managers that I know throughout the league for just feedback on the portfolio. So I got a text back about 30 minutes ago and got to show these guys, so it was pretty cool to share. So one text. Loved it. Hadn't seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's making something down. Rising coaches are, like I said, we do our one-on-ones with people, but the only other way that it's out there is as part of the Rising Coaches membership. And it's something that we want to keep building out and finding ways for coaches to make kind of names for themselves and get their thoughts out there. Same thing with your portfolio. If you wanted to share plays on social media, which I'm sure a lot of people are sharing things on there, one of the things about that is you're operating on leased land. And what that means is that like you're beholden to the rules of those social media networks, whether that's taking down copyrighted film that you're trying to share or break down, or if it's, you don't have any of the contact information. If you're trying to build like a side business, or you're just trying to promote yourself with an email list as it comes through. So you could take your personal portfolio and with a couple buttons, it turns into basically like an influencer channel, so that you could have anybody sign up and get access to your pay for it or free into your portfolio and clips. So Kyle's got one with all of his social media things he's ever put there. Anybody can go and be like, oh, I want to get a library of everything Kyle's shared. Now he's building up a member list as it comes in. So when he wants to go potentially sell something to them list later, he's already got an ecosystem built. If he's just trying to build up his own profile, publicly as a coach, it's now able to quantify and he can keep sending messages out. So again, there isn't really like one product or one solution here. It's the biggest thing I take away. It's this idea of a learning platform where you can teach explanations to a lot of different audiences and trying to give you as coaches the power to focus on that and not have to think about all of the technical stuff that goes behind it, which gets pretty complicated as it builds up. So that's everything we wanted to share. Appreciate everybody's time. And if anybody has any questions, happy to answer them.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, as Andy mentioned, they'll be in the back of the room. Thomas is back there. So if you guys have questions, they got some iPads set up if you want to demo the product. Go ahead and grab them. Okay, good? Ready? All right.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you can leave it there. You don't have PowerPoint, do you? Beautiful. I love it.
Better than napkins.
Okay. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker as he gets mic'd up over here. Marlon Stewart is an assistant coach at Oregon State, and he actually was at the first ever Rising Coaches event. When we started this thing back in 2010, we decided to put together this conference, and we really didn't know who was going to show up, if anybody. And Marlon is one of the guys. I think there were like 30 people in the room that first year, and it's really cool to see how everyone's like progressed in the profession. And Marlon's been had an unbelievable climb and story and path. And yeah, it's always the best when you see people who like were sitting in that chair 10 years ago that are now here speaking as a, you know, you guys all saw what Oregon State did in March Madness and assistant coach at the highest level. I always feel like those speakers, we've had some huge names come and speak over the years and Hall of Famers, and we've been blessed to have that. But it's the guys like Marlon who have sat there who are my personal favorite. So, yeah, really appreciate it.
It's like, yeah, all those people, you're unfortunate you got me down.
No. And I just called him, I think, yesterday and told him, like, we need him to speak because Coach Stoudemire at Pacific had the last-minute schedule change. So, anyways, thanks to Marlon. Appreciate you being here, man. And going to turn the floor over to him.
So yeah, like he said, I actually was coming here to listen. You know, Rising Coaches has been something that's been so beneficial to me over the last 12 years. You know, we were just talking. He said there was 30 people in there, but I remember walking in and feeling like there was like 150. You know, I was just young and ambitious and wanted to learn and really had no idea what I was getting into. And it's funny, you kind of find those little, like those moments, like that day there. I mean, shoot, look, 12 years later, you have no idea when you're walking into something that's going to turn into a relationship. That's going to be something different. But what I'll try to do, because I obviously probably need Lucio Sports because my mind goes everywhere. I'm going to try to stick to this. But as Adam knows, I mean, we did a Zoom. He just reminded me this summer where I started talking basketball and navigating the business. I like to have a conversation. Some of you may have been on it, but I think by the end we were talking about the best shows on Netflix because I'm selfish with information. I want to know stuff. So if this turns into a conversation, if I only get to bullet point number 3 out of 9, I'm good with that. Because I think nowadays there's too many of these thick conversations we're trying to have over thin mediums. And it's just, I don't get into America, but everything's just crazy now. Where we kind of are getting away from talking, you know, and really taking a word like culture and really just unpacking it. And then it might take us another direction. And to me, those are the best things that I've had. I mean, I was an only child, so I had a lot of time just sitting in my house thinking. I mean, you'd be amazed. Probably shouldn't share this, but I mean, I'll think about, like Cody said, everybody switching ball screens. All right, man, what should we do at the end of the clock? And I'll find myself in an elevator, like I hit up and walked in and stood there and never hit a floor. And I don't know if it was 30 seconds or 2 minutes, but just thinking and actually going in depth on these little things. We don't do that anymore. We don't do that with each other anymore. So I really want this, the whole nature of this. I know I'm up here talking, but you can raise your hand. You can just blurt something out. If something pops in your head and you're not comfortable speaking, just speak before you have a chance to talk yourself out of it. And we can just start talking. And if this goes another direction, I'm good with it. But my topic is helping win in different roles on the staff. So I'll start just first by thanking Adam and Brandon for putting all this together before I forget. But I'll go through my path just as a background and then kind of the foundation of who I am, because I think that's the underlying thing that helps those roles. When I first started, he asked me, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, I kind of was going through what I was specifically doing at places. But that isn't how you help a team win. You know, it's the same thing we tell the players. It's not like necessarily making the shots or this or that. It's finding guys you can lose with, guys you can go through adversity with. How do you approach your job every day? And so really what I want to go through is my path, and then I want to unpack all those cliches. Like I want to start with, if we spend an hour unpacking one cliche, I'm good with that. Because really understanding what being a star in your role means, it's easy to go, hey, I got to be a star in your role. Focus on where your 2 feet are at. You hear that all the time. But you don't actually consciously think about how do I go about doing that. Or in the moment when you're supposed to do that and it's hard, do you have something to go back on of like, what is culture? Like to me, culture is what you do in the moment. So before I start rambling about all these, what I'm going to talk about, let's start talking about. So I started at Washington State as a volunteer manager, which was great in learning these things because I was working for Bennett, and then his son Tony Bennett was an assistant at the time and took over. And as a volunteer, I was actually asked to step away for a minute. I had to learn how to work hard and responsibility, and I hit some adversity and failed there. And what I found out was wiping up the sweat, doing all the little things. There's no video coordinators at the time, so you'd be amazed what you had to do when there were VHS tapes. Just the timeless. I mean, it was waking up every 2 hours in the middle of the night. All these things, they made me feel like it was just as important as the guys making the shots. And I was so naive. I didn't know any different. And then once I actually figured out it was just as important, when you have everybody, in terms of you're rowing the boat in the same direction, that was something that I didn't realize I've taken with me to every stop along the way. And that was 18 years ago when that process started. So I started there as a volunteer, and then there was no video coordinators at the time. So I was really a volunteer video guy my last 2 years there. Got a job at Cal as a video coordinator under Mike Montgomery. Went back to Virginia with Tony Bennett as a video guy. I think I changed my title to make it look like I was doing more than I was. And then went to Montana, an ops guy, got elevated to an assistant there. Worked with Shane at Hawaii for a year, and then now with Todd Golden at Oregon State for the last 3 years. And actually went as an assistant. I left to be the ops guy at Oregon State, and then became an assistant there the last 2 seasons. So that's just a little background on me as we get into this. And, and a lot of the stuff, one thing before I get into it, because I may forget to say later, all this stuff, it's about winning. First thought is, okay, how do you impact your role winning games? The reality of this plays a role in your friendships, my role as a husband. Like, all this stuff is the exact same, and it's actually way more important than those things. When I have children, I will take all this stuff to being a father, and all that stuff is so much more important. And it all is about winning, because at the end of the day, the scoreboard has zero feelings. It doesn't care if you're sick, if someone got hurt, if you're going through the roughest time of your life, you got to win. When you're a husband, you have to win. You have to win whatever it is that day for your family. You got to win. And I'm not talking about basketball. So all this stuff, we start talking about culture, adversity, resilience, self-awareness, all those things. Take that into every facet of your life. So first, I'll start with kind of my foundation, and it really is, if you guys know the Bennetts, it's with them because I grew into a young man in that program. I developed a lot of the life skills that I've taken with me when I was there. The 2 first ones that were really built in as a manager were servanthood and unity. Without those, you can't survive. You are a servant by nature. And as a manager group, you do so much selfless work. You guys have to be unified. And we had that with there. And his deal is, a house divided will not stand. And in order to be unified, I think one thing is you kind of learn. What I had written down was you got to understand the science of the human spirit. Understand people, how they function, how they're different. Because, how many of you guys can all think of someone who was the smartest or most talented person in the room that was just really hard to work with? And if you can't think of that guy, it might be you. So you can probably look in the mirror a little bit. I know at times it was probably me. Tyler and Shane can probably attest to that. But, understanding other people and yourself so that you can be unified and be ready to serve something bigger than yourself. Whether it's the program, your family, your friend group. And then the next one is humility. And this is why I like other languages better than English. If anybody speaks other languages, you realize that words like love, humility, peace, happiness, they have 10 different words for those, and they all have different meanings. Whereas we have this simple happy, whereas if you look at humility, to me, it's not just, this kind of timid, deal heading into stuff. It's knowing who you are. It's knowing what you're good at, knowing what you're not good at, so that you can have really, everybody thinks it's avoiding having a big ego, but really it's about having a strong ego, knowing exactly what it is. Because to me, if you have something to give to a group and you don't give it to them, then it's a little bit it's cowardice. You're almost being a coward. If you know who you are and you know that you're the person that has to bring that for the group, you got to do it. And so humility is so important in navigating this deal and contributing to your program and helping them win. Knowing when to follow, knowing when to lead. If you don't know who you are, you can't do those things, or else you're going to be that guy that's hard to work with. And then the next one is passion. You know, and I'll get into that a little bit later, but to me, like, energy is a choice, not a feeling. You know, if you guys listen to the Focus 3 podcast, you're going to catch them with a couple things like Tim and Brian Kaida. I follow them a lot, but it really is a choice. You know, like I said, the scoreboard doesn't care. You know, so when you show up every day, you got to find a way to dig into that passion. You don't want to evaluate your passion level. Your passion level might not be at a certain place, and you might need to evaluate why and figure out how to change that, because that's key. And then thankfulness. And really what that is just learning from experiences. You know, the easiest one is adversity, but the hardest one is success. You know, for us this year, like our team, everybody, the whole deal, I mean, we were the most unified and resilient group in the country. There was points before we won the Pac-12 championship where we were able to sit in the office as a staff and say, okay, we might not be this, we might not be that, but it is proven that we are the most resilient group that's going to be on the court every night. And we knew that because we took huge lumps and the way the guys responded. So we knew going into every game, we were the most resilient group in the country. To me, it was a fact. And so I could confidently say that to guys. When we getting ready for UCLA in the first round of the conference tournament, you know, I was talking to one of our players, and every year you're like, hey, you know, anybody's tournament, we can win every game, whatever. But it was actually true. So, you know, we can beat anyone in this deal. And we were down 16. And you looked at the players, we didn't have to say anything. They said it to each other because they knew they were the most resilient group. And it was because of the thankfulness in all the situations that they went through. They were able to reflect upon it and appreciate all the negatives and all the positives to be able to grow from. And so that's key as you navigate this deal. The next thing I'm going to go through, so that was kind of the foundation deal, is culture. You know, and like I said, that has your family's a culture, your friend group's a culture. Right now, there's a culture in this room. Okay, there's a culture everywhere. And so unpacking that, adversity and resilience, and then doing a job, being a star in your role, and then the self-evaluation piece. Okay, and that really plays into how you function on a day-to-day basis. You know, I probably evaluate myself too often. You know, whether I'm just standing in an elevator, sitting at my desk, I just evaluate where I'm at and how I'm interacting, what am I doing, and that gives me confidence, honestly, because I'm naturally not a very confident person. I hated public speaking. In class, I would get nervous to the point where I thought I was going to faint. You know, and honestly, not being in a room with this many people in 2 years, I kind of felt the same way. You know, but doing that self-evaluation and knowing that about myself, it allowed me to get my mind right to stand up here and do this right now. And so that is really important as you move through it. And so I'll skip the pillars just because I kind of talked a little more about them than I had originally intended and go straight to culture. So like I said, if you guys got questions, you can blurt something out. You can cut me off. I'm not offended. Raise your hand, however you want to do it. But I'd ask this first is who's responsible for developing and nurturing the culture? Like, think about your own organization, where you work. Like, who's responsible for that? Boss. Good answer, but I'm going to go another direction. That's why I'm doing it, because that was my first thought the first time I got asked this question too. Players, similar deal.
Everybody.
Thank you. Yep. You. The culture is, so I might write those 5 pillars on the wall and say that's what I'm about. If I don't do those things, that's not what I'm about. Okay? You are what you do. Your culture is what happens. Your culture is your behaviors. Okay? So your culture is constantly changing. The culture in this room right now is me talking to you. And at some point, hopefully the culture becomes a collaborative, we're all talking together. Okay? So the culture can evolve, and it's the people that create the culture, and it's the behavior. You are what you do, not what you say. Okay? So each individual is responsible for the culture. Okay? It's collective, you know, and then I think one big thing that I wanted to make sure I got to this point, so I'm going to say it early. When I started thinking about different roles and how you contribute to winning, you know, I've been on high major staffs, low major staffs, assistant, support staff, manager. But I shouldn't do all this when I do that because everybody's right here. But, you know, the idea of the diffusion of responsibility. So if you think about that, think about even like groups in class that you work on. Okay, so like when I was on a smaller staff, there was 4 of us, 5 of us. We had to get it all done. It's easy. You step up and you just do whatever needs to be done. Okay, you add another person. your natural reaction is to relax. So someone has to pick up that slack. As you had another person and another person, you get to these high major staffs, and this diffusion of responsibility really takes away from your ability to contribute to winning if you're not, if you, like Cody said, if you go to autopilot, you're going to all of a sudden, you're going to fall into human nature. I'm going to fall into that diffusion of responsibility. So are you going to be a drain or a faucet? I don't know if there's any St. Mary's Trees guy here, but are you a drain or are you a faucet? Okay, are you a catalyst or are you a diffuser? Okay, so really understanding that concept and then being intentional about it. Okay, be the alpha. In whatever way you can be the alpha, that becomes a catalyst to force other people to get to your level. Now, if you start adding people, think of like 1-on-1 versus 2-on-2 versus 3-on-3, all the way up to 5-on-5. You play 1-on-1, it's you. You got to get that stuff. Okay, you play 2-on-2. Okay, there's a little more space. I got to be in my gap. I got to help a little bit, but I also got to be able to get back to mine. You get to 5-on-5, some do time. It's no different with the staff. Okay, but imagine what happens when you get 5 guys who are all in, all about the right stuff, and there's one guy on the court who is, we had a senior this year he's a soft-spoken guy, but he was the alpha in the room. Everybody had to follow him, and he was always doing the right thing. Okay, so everybody rose to his level, and ultimately we had 5 guys. There was no diffusion of responsibility by the end of that season. Okay, so we had 6 different leading scorers in 7 games. We won 9 straight games away from our home court. But it was all because no one cared who got the shine. Everybody did not want to let anyone else down. And so there was no diffusion of responsibility. Well, that carries over to family, friends, and really, to get back to what Adam asked me to talk about, is how you contribute in every role. So make sure as you move to these different roles, you don't rely on these other people to pick stuff up. I would almost say it's better to delegate responsibilities as you move to different positions. Delegate the things you like to do. Give someone something that you're comfortable with, so that it forces you to do the things you're uncomfortable with. Then 1, you get better. 2, your program gets better. And 3, you're probably doing stuff that everybody wants to do, so it's good to get everybody else involved. So anything else with culture that any questions, anything like that? Okay. So, and actually the next one, adversity and resilience, is the first thing that I thought of when he asked me this question. So in recruiting, and it's really no different, and I would think, I've helped hire people, but I would think as we build a staff, you'd want this, is you want to find guys you can lose with. Okay, which the first time I heard that, I thought, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. When in actuality, I was probably the dumbest, most naive person in the room. And really what you're talking about is we're all going to face adversity. Okay, stuff's going to hit that you don't see coming, that you see coming. And you need a group of people that can get through that. So you need to be that person yourself. Okay, there's going to be situations where you feel like you earned something. I felt like there's been positions in this industry that I felt like I earned that I did not get for literally 10 years, a decade. Okay, but it wasn't about me ever, and that's the part I'm thankful for, starting as a manager and unpaid. I saw the value in what I was doing everywhere I was, so I was able to kind of deflect that. But there's people in this room who are feeling that, and it's maybe been a week or 2 years or a year. The beauty is you guys are all in this room together. You're all going to go through that together. Me and Adam have had conversations, where we're frustrated and this and that, and it's just talking to each other, using the thicker mediums to have those thicker conversations is going to be important for you guys. But understanding that piece, because failure is feedback. Okay, I'm going to start unpacking cliches by giving you more cliches. And it tests your toughness, not your ability. All the things that matter for you to contribute to winning, and really kind of links to the other stuff of navigating the business. It has to do with toughness, not talent. Because really, I would, and I don't mean this in like, oh, I'm not talented. The only thing that I really did well when I started this deal was I played a lot of video games, and so I was good with computers. Okay, so no one knew how to use a computer because we were going from VHS tapes so I had ability. I had one little ability, but it's not like the things that I can do today, I was horrible at. And there's still things that I'm just not very good at. But I have to fail at them to get better. And the beauty is now I'm not scared of that. I have a process for it, because it's terrifying. You face adversity, it's scary, it's different. What you find is people who are average, people who are bad, it's like they shouldn't be there in the first place. But if you're average, adversity will swallow you up. It'll eat you alive. Okay. If you're good, you'll get through it. But if you want to be elite, you have to be in a place where you get adversity and you're thankful when it shows up, like at the moment, because you know you're going to get better from it. Okay. So right when it hits, it's like, all right, this is going to be tough, but like I'm coming out of this, and you learn how to handle it immediately. Okay. Here's the adversity. You don't dwell on it, but you don't deny it. You accept it. And then you say, all right, here's how I'm going to get through it. Here's how I'm going to deal with this. And there's incredible power in that. And the adversity might last for months, days, whatever it is, but you can't run from it and you can't dwell on it. And you have to be able to attack it. And I think that's more important in your personal life, even than basketball. That's something, just understanding how to do that, because you're going to come into a point like right now, players depend on you, managers, your coworkers. But when you get to a point where your significant other is dependent upon you, when adversity hits your family, you can't be average and you can't be good. Like point blank, period. So you got to win for your family. Like your family got to win. I'm going to take that to whenever I can become a father. Like that, I got to have that. And so those are huge things as you navigate this, to be able to just dominate those roles and contribute to your program, but also contribute to your friend groups, your families, all that. So then the next one would be, I think you hear this a lot: do your job, be a star in your role. Okay, do your job, be a star in your role. Focus on, I've said it a million. I always say, be where your 2 feet are at. But really, like unpacking how you do that, because it's easy to do that now. We write it down, we go do it, we go back, but then all of a sudden, stuff starts happening in the office. Someone gets sick and they're not there. All of a sudden, your plate is so heavy that you just get overwhelmed. Or all of a sudden, someone calls, hey, are you going to be interested in this job? Okay, are you still doing your own job? And it's a hard deal to navigate. Or you get yourself into a toxic environment. And so that's probably the most difficult, most common one that people don't necessarily want to talk about is, okay, I'm in this toxic environment. How do I get out of it? You dwell on it. And really it takes away from your ability to do what you do every day. The one, this is kind of a focus 3, Tim and Brian Kite thing is take responsibility for your 20 feet and always constantly be conscious of it. You own this, and it is not literally a 20 square foot deal, but that area around you is yours. Okay. Dominate that. Be the man with that. Know that you just dominate those things. So when things get crazy, dominate your 20 feet. You have responsibility for that in your program. Even when I was a manager, if someone fell, I had to be there to wipe up the sweat. And that was really hard as a freshman in college who thought he was tight. I thought I was the man, and a dude falls over and they're like, go wipe that up. I mean, that's a hard deal. But then once you get past all that, and you realize, okay, that's my 20 feet. That's my deal. I got to do that. Now all of a sudden you start wiping up that sweat. Now you get to do the laundry. Okay, now you get to do the laundry. Hey, I'm putting together the scouting report. Can you help me do the personnel? You gain those responsibilities by just owning that 20 feet, but you have to be conscious of it all the time. And then understand that there's effective leaders at every level of your organization. Okay, you're a leader of something. With the manager deal, we had, I think, 8 managers. There's 2 head managers and then 6 underneath. You think, okay, the 2 head managers were the head managers. They're in charge of the deal. Well, there was leadership within all that. Okay, there was a leader of like the 2 guys that hung out together. One of those 2 was the leader then. Okay, so understand that there's leadership in every different aspect of the program. And it goes back to the culture of what you do is who you are. Okay, you can have all this stuff written on the walls. If we write our deal on the wall of who we are, and our managers are doing something different, that is part of our culture. They are leading in the wrong direction. If Tyler goes and doesn't do those things, he's leading someone in the wrong direction. So understand there's leadership at every single level. Authority and leadership are 2 different things. You're put in a position of authority. That doesn't mean you lead. Now, when you're a bad leader in a position of authority, or you see someone in a position of authority where you're at, and they're a bad leader, you might want to find a different place with a different person in a position of authority. But you also don't want to become that guy that people are looking at and be like, he's kind of taking the reins of this deal and I don't like where it's headed, or, he's not aligned with what we're doing. So make sure that you're always within that, because you never know who you're leading, okay, at any given moment. I didn't realize when I was a volunteer manager there were people that were following. There was one other guy who was following me, and that plays a part in the culture of the program. That plays a role in winning. And then the last piece is self-evaluation. Is obviously humility we touched on, having that strong ego and understanding exactly who you are, self-reflecting all the time on that. And then the idea of disinvesting from the idea that people are innately smart or talented or more athletic, more this, more that. In general, in society, we categorize. It's just easier. It's the way our brains work. We want to put everything in a box, okay? And that's the beauty of me being this unorganized guy. Tyler can tell you my whiteboard is like words everywhere. I do believe, like Steve Jobs said, the world is like a malleable ball of clay. You can really do with this deal whatever you want. And when you understand that concept, it's not like I can go be an astronaut now, but I can, you can really mold this thing the way that you want it. Okay, when you understand that concept, it really gives you power and strength to take your 20 feet and turn it into something. When I was a volunteer manager, I tried to I thought I was like, I forgot the guy who makes Star Wars, Landis, or what. I thought I was like a movie maker. I made this elaborate highlight film that I remember, like I could see, looking back, the coaches were probably like, why is this kid sitting here watching this for 16 minutes? I was sitting there like I was a man. But I just took, I took something that they gave me and I was like, this is mine. I'm running with it. I'm doing it. So understand that, Ben, and that goes for just, seeing even the way the transfer market is now, is we were actually kind of ahead of the game with it and understanding, all right, we need to get old. This is kind of the way this is going, is understand that the world is constantly changing. Okay. Like we were talking a minute ago, 12 years ago, I had heartburn the next morning, probably because I was at the coaches social too long the night before. I had a buffalo chicken wrap last night and my heartburn was off the charts today. I've changed, my body changes, my brain changes, society changes, my eyesight's going to change. Stuff changes, the world changes. Twitter's here. Stuff's going to come out. Lucio Sports is here. Stuff changes. Okay, so understand understand the world is malleable, and you can not just adapt with it, but be a part of that either takes advantage of it or creates the change. That's power. You have to understand and really buy into that and have the self-confidence to be able to be a part of that. Let's see. And then the last thing was just random thoughts. I kind of thought back to, and this goes away from what Adam asked me to talk about a little bit. I apologize. But thinking back to even the first conference when I was here, just some random thoughts that stuck with me. You think 12 years ago, I was sitting in that same chair. And these are going to be completely random, but these are the things that popped into my head immediately when I thought to the speakers that came that first time. One was Dustin Kearns, said, we're all replacements. I probably say that to my dad probably once a month when I get stressed out. Oh man, this and that. And I'm like, but we're all replacements. The reality is everywhere I've been, I replaced someone, and everywhere I left, I was replaced. I think Coach Prunty said it, that we're all going to get fired someday. You're going to win and get replaced, but we're all replacements. So that should ease your stress a little bit. Like if you're going to go take another job and you're like, man, but I don't want to leave this, I owe this to that and this to that. They're, no offense, but they're going to be fine without you. Oregon State basketball was there before I got there and it's going to be there when I leave. And so my job is to make it as best I can, try to make it better than it was when I got there. And that's my part, but we're all replacements. The other one, CY said, build a fence. So as you guys become assistant coaches, this is something that I've taken with me is understanding their circle and really trying to one, understand all the people around them, evaluate not just the player and that person, but everybody around that person, then build that fence. Whether it's, he might be so tight with his barber that he's got an influence. Okay, go get your haircut. You know what I'm saying? So get to know everyone around there. Around the recruit and the people. And I already kind of said it in my deal, the scoreboard doesn't have feelings. It does not care about you at all, but you got to win for your family, for your friend group, for your program, for yourself, whether you're feeling bad, whatever adversity hits, like you have to be a winner. Okay. Everybody looks at the Jordan the flu game. Like he had to win. The same thing goes for when you're not feeling well and your wife just had surgery and you got to be there for it to take care of her. You got to do it, and you got to do it well at an elite level. And then the last thing is really just the simple approach I have to life. This wasn't from the first conference, but you know, and this is really how we won games this year. Is I always say work hard, be fair. You know, you don't have to be nice. You don't have to be the nicest guy. Like, you know, I might cuss one of you out at some point, but it'll be fair. If you treat me in a way where I got to cuss you out, I'm gonna cuss you out. But you approach, you know, but be fair. Just be a fair person and work your butt off, and you'll sleep at night. You know, stuff may not work out for you, it may, but those are two things I think that just boiling life down to its simplest deal. Because if you're just a nice guy, if you're like I have a sign in my house that says work hard and be nice to people. If I was just that, then I'd get taken advantage of as well. You know, but if I'm fair, then I'm nice to everyone. And if I'm fair and they're not, you know, they need something else, they'll get something else. But I wanted to get through that. I do want to have the conversation. Anybody have questions on any of that? Whether it's my path, I mean, shoot, we can start talking Netflix again for all I care. I think too much in this world, it's just too many thick conversations on these thin mediums where everybody's just spewing out ideas and saying stuff. I want to be selfish with information and take stuff in, honestly. And I want to, like, all this is stuff that I think about. And so if you've got other ideas, like I need that. So does anybody have anything? Nothing. All right, you're easy.
Watch Startup on Netflix. It's a good show.
Startup. I keep going. It's on my. It must know that basketball coach is like. It's like the first one on my deal every time. Every time. And I'll take your word for it because every single deal you had up here, I'm all in on. Every movie you had up here, I'm all in on. So I will take your word for that one.
Talk about the smokeless fire pit. You just got.
Oh yeah, and if anybody can get a solo stove, talk about team building and camaraderie and fit conversations. The solo stove, I don't know if we need to get them as a sponsor out here. Smokeless fire pit. Our staff has grown in my backyard over the last 2 weeks. I think I had 11 s'mores in 24 hours. Yeah, but which my wife was not thrilled about. But yeah, the solo stove is a key for building those. Get off your phones. You know, leave them inside. Hopefully they die by the time you light up the fire. Get out by the fire pit and enjoy each other. If I can say one thing about this is, you know, the phones are great. I took Twitter off my phone, honestly. I go on the web browser, which is a pain in the butt, even more so for Instagram. So I don't go on there as much. And what I find is I actually sit there and I just think more. Like I've thought more about basketball, people, you know, all this stuff may be wrong because my mind might be going in my direction. You know, and so the more you can think and have real conversations with people without a cell phone, you know, like even, and I've gotten bad at it lately. I think my phone's sitting up there right now. Is don't have it on the table because all you're saying right now, you put that thing on the table and you're saying like something might happen that's more important than you. We're sitting there having a one-on-one conversation and my phone's right here. All I'm saying is, hey, just in case something happens, it might be more important than you are. And so getting away from those things for stretches, it'll give you a skill. I mean, I was talking to someone else who was about 5 years older than me. And the nice thing for me is that everybody else younger than me is so soft because they don't have real conversations. They're scared to do everything's on their phones. They just don't get into all these things I'm talking about that I'm trying to unpack. You know, fortunately, we didn't have all this stuff to distract us and we had less information. So it was kind of like we got told what to do and we just went and did it. And it sucked. But it was so valuable. And the nice thing for me is there's not very many people who are getting those lessons now. And so I'll always have a job. Because when adversity hits, I am excited. I understand that what I do, even if I get fired and drop to whatever rung, I know that when I was a manager and I was wiping up sweat, I helped us win. And I believe that. So I will always have a role somewhere that I will feel valuable, even if it's not in basketball. You know, trying to find ways to really, like, truly understand and appreciate those things. Not just write it, you know, like we write all this stuff, all these cliches down, but try to unpack them yourself. Have conversations with each other, you know, and really get better at those things. Really being a star in your role. What does that even mean? What is, like, culture? I didn't define culture for like 20 years. I guess it was probably like even over 20 years. I heard it since like elementary school. I didn't define it or like really sit down and learn what a definition of culture was to me until about 4 or 5 years ago. And understanding that like this room has a culture, you know, it has a culture, and it's my behaviors are contributing to that. You know, your posture, your body language right now is contributing to our culture in this room. So really unpacking all that stuff and thinking about it will translate into helping your team win, and it'll bring, you know, group success and individual success.
What are young people in basketball lacking? Kind of, I mean, that was a good,
that's a good
summation there with, you know, having conversation with people face to face. But what else do you think, whether it's support staff people or assistant coaches?
Are you calling me old?
Yeah.
No,
I'm just like, I'm talking young.
I think the biggest thing is you guys have so much information, honestly. You guys are so much smarter than, like, the fact that I'm still not naive anymore, but I'm still a little bit questionable on the intelligence. Like, I was dumb and naive, and that was the best possible, like, concoction for me starting in this deal. Because it was like, you know, go do that. Okay. Go do that for 18 hours. Okay. Wake up every 2 hours throughout every night from January to March to make sure that if we get there on Selection Sunday, we have a VHS tape with that team on it. You know, like, that kind of stuff it's so much easier. You know, technology makes it easier. The information out there, like, you guys actually know that, you know, I was 18. I said, do you have any advice for me getting into basketball? And I was told, don't do it. You guys actually have enough information to realize how crazy we are for trying to do this. And you're like, man, this actually is financially really irresponsible. And not that's like, if I had a kid when I was younger, I would have still done this, and I could have put them in a bad situation. You know, but I wouldn't, you know, I would have just been I would have been that same naive, 20, whatever year old. You know, and I think the difference is you guys have so much information. You guys can make such better choices, which becomes a negative way because there's so much competition in this business that you have to be stupid. You have to be crazy, you know, and so finding confidence in those things, like having that strong ego and understanding those things is going to give you, with the intelligence you have, the confidence to say, all right, you know, even though it's going to be a tough 10 years and I'm going to be in debt, this and that, I'm still going to go for this. You know, and I think understanding that will give you kind of just that strength to go after it would be the main thing. There's probably other stuff, but that would be the first thing that comes to mind. Yep.
I know a couple other people that have been in Tree, and hearing you speak for the first time, you guys all, and I just texted him and I said, I feel like you're speaking here.
Yeah.
And because you guys share a lot of the same stuff, which obviously came from Dick and Tony. So can you share with us one thing maybe that Tony or Dick, how, because obviously that is you know, trickled down to you guys and are now values, especially the unity and the humility are two that he talks about all the time as well. And I worked for him, and those were two of his pillars, which came from Tony's 5 pillars. What is one thing that you can share with us that Tony did so well to ingrain those kind of things into you guys?
He lives it. It actually is who he is. And it's funny, when I got to Montana, I kind of started doing, that's why I needed Lucio again, is I started kind of figuring out who I like, all right, what is my deal going to be? Who am I as a coach? And what I found was I was putting the things that I wanted to be. So I was having these keywords and these buzzwords as a foundation that were who I wanted to be looking at other coaches. And what I found was that can't be the case, because if I go out and I do something different than what I say, what I do is the culture. So those years were so formative for me as a student manager, just becoming a young man. You know, he lives those as a husband and a father. And so I was just watching that for 5 years, and I left 4 years for Cal, and I went back for 2 at Virginia. So you're talking about 7 out of 11 years at that stage. It kind of became who I was. And what I found was all the things that I was doing were unconsciously based off of those 5 things. And so I don't really have a choice. That's who I am. And I think for him, it was just, he lived it. And so I think as you guys start to figure out, like, shoot, if you ever have the benefit of getting your own program, I would suggest that self-evaluation piece. You don't have a choice what your pillars are for your program, or else you're going to say one thing, do another, and your players aren't going to follow you. And so that also goes to where when you're looking for jobs, you need to align with people that align with you, or else you're not going to do the things that your boss is asking you to do. And it's going to create just this, everything needs to be aligned. And it doesn't have to be perfect alignment, but you got to be the same in all those foundational things. Because for Tony, he did a great job of hiring. I forget who said it. It was on some, like, I think Stanford business person's podcast. They don't hire for talent. They hire for, I forget what the word was, but it was essentially for culture. And, I think programs that do an elite job of that, even as managers, that I would have been brushed aside if I didn't have the ability to develop those qualities. And so that's really what he does at an elite level, I think. So, anybody else? Good. Oh, yep.
John Hamilton, Transylvania University. If you can go back to like when you first started at Washington State as a manager, and knowing what you know now, being that, what advice would you go back and give, like your freshman self, your sophomore self, who was manager at Washington
Besides
State?
go to bed earlier as a freshman. Honestly, I don't know that I would want to, because it's all the stuff that you just run into that you don't expect to see that's valuable. If it was, say, like, what would you do in like 1995 or 93? I'd probably tell my parents to invest in Microsoft. But as a man growing in this business, I wouldn't want to know anything. I'd want the adversity to come, and I'd want to fail. Like, I failed miserably with adversity a lot of times. It was like Coach Prunty put the first deal at Abraham Lincoln. You have to do that, because feedback is failure, or failure is feedback, however you want to say it. And so I wouldn't really want to know anything different. I would want to just be this blank slate that just gets knocked over time and time again, and have these little successes to really learn and grow, because now I know how to do that. So for the next however many years, whether I get fired and I'm out of basketball, or I keep doing this, or I get my own program, or I just stay at Oregon State for the next 30 years, I can get better. And that's what I developed really as a manager, honestly. Because you can't really fire someone who's not paid. And so I got to fail over and over and over again. And I couldn't be more thankful for that. That was the best possible starting point. I've just been lucky. I stumbled upon rising coaches the first year. I stumbled upon Tony and Dick Bennett. And I didn't even realize what I was getting, and so I wouldn't want to know anything different. I loved the fact that I went into this blind, and I'm still pretty blind through this deal, and I keep getting knocked down. And that's why we were in the Elite Eight. When we lost by 35 to Arizona, we had two seniors that they kept on fighting. And so all the freshmen if they would have known something different, all they knew was to follow those two guys. So we turned around 2 days later and beat Arizona State. and all of a sudden, the lessons learned through that were enormous. We as coaches, when the season ended, everybody's crying and you're going through stuff. This was the most heartfelt. I was so thankful. I learned more from our guys and their resiliency this year than I've learned from any other team. It was incredible what they showed you can do as a group with that power together. But it was all because they were blank slates and they went through this stuff together. So I wouldn't want to know anything different, honestly. Sorry, I either say nothing or I ramble for a really long time. So be careful with your questions. Bye.
That's awesome.
I had a coach's voice. I don't think I did that. How many people are not in Arizona? Awesome.
So, I never complain about the heat, but
It is a little hot today.
Moderately.
Welcome.
While you're getting mic'd up, let me introduce you real quick.
Make it brief.
All right, we'll do. So my favorite thing being back on the university campus is interacting with a lot of the other coaches from the different sports. And we actually share a facility with the women's staff, and for the last 2 years, because one, I was hired in October, so we were right into the season, and then two, because of COVID, we've had almost no interaction. I see you and wave from afar with a mask on. So this was kind of my selfish way of getting to learn from Coach. 25 years, going on 25, or this is?
Well, 25 ASU.
25
I'm just
ASU.
really old. Great job, Marlon. Congratulations on a great season.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll turn it over to Coach here, but just wanted to say that the reason I wanted Coach to speak more than
Anything else was just somebody that's been at one place and had ultimate success and sustained it for as long as their coaching staff has. Something that I've admired from afar. So just wanted to take the time to learn from you. So thanks for being here, Coach.
Appreciate it, Brandon.
I'm excited
to
get to, well, men's coaches get to be out this weekend. We don't get to be out till July, but I haven't gotten to evaluate since March of 2020. So I'll give you a quick story. Last time I was out, I was doing a home visit, went late. We probably finished up around 11:30 or so. And my assistant actually had family in town, so she went to stay with her assistant. So I went to the hotel. You know, I'm tired, I'm hungry. I'm like, okay, get there. And as soon as I walk into the lobby, the concierge runs up and says, "Hello, Miss TurnerThorne. Here's a key to the penthouse." And I'm like, wow. Like, I was really excited. It was a long day. So I was like, thank you. So I'm headed to the elevator. I'm like, the only thing that would make this better is if maybe there's like a fruit basket, right? Just something to take the edge off. So go up to the penthouse, open the door, walk in, and there's 3 practically nude men on the bed. So I'm like, oh, I am so sorry. So I'm, mortified, wrong room, start to walk out. And they say, "No, Charli, we're here for you." And I pause. And I say, I'm married. I have 3 kids. I'm not that kind of girl. 2 of you are going to have to leave. So hopefully by the end of our talk, I'm actually not that kind of girl. This is a really broad topic. So we can go any direction you want to go. I think there's people on Zoom, but they're not here in person, so they don't get to weigh in. So I can kind of start off with, just some takeaways from my 32 years in Division I college coaching and as a student athlete. But please we can talk more about anything. If I know Marlon touched on getting jobs, whether you're a head coach and need help on hiring, assistant coach moving up, we can spend as much time on anything as you guys want. Okay. So just here for you. They asked just about like kind of lessons learned. So the first one that I thought is just really simple is just less is more. So I think you learn that as a really old coach, to just really, it doesn't mean we're not working hard, but just being in tune with not just, your staff, but your team especially, right? You got to know when to grind, and you got to know when to back off. And I have learned as a very old coach, less is more. Those extra 10 minutes of reps where we could have just left the gym. Here's what's the real telltale sign. If practice is over and our players beeline for the door, they're tired, or they're not in a good place. So, just kind of, be in tune with that, be aware, and it's always good to audible. We've done some fun audibles over the year. Okay, we no practice, going to see a movie, or just making it fun. Okay, we're playing dodgeball today. Dodge, duck, dip, dodge, duck, whatever it is. That was a great movie. So just don't underestimate the power of hungry and rested. So I thought that was one that came to my mind. All right, I'm gonna tell you one more quick story. So I have neighbors that are probably in their late 80s, and they have a really cool tradition. Every year on their anniversary, they go to the state fair. Okay, so the other year, a year or so ago, not last year, of course, it's like their 50th wedding anniversary. And so they go to the state fair. Every year that they go, Monty, the husband, asks his wife, Esther, if he can ride the helicopter. Not a toy one, a real helicopter. And every year, Esther says, "No, Monty, it's too expensive. $50 is $50. It costs $50. So in this past year, when they went, they're in their late 80s, right? And Monty just said, "Esther, please, come on. This could be my last fair." And Esther said, no, Monty, it's too expensive. $50 is $50. But this time the pilot overheard the conversation, and he walks over and he says, "Hey, I tell you what, I'll take you guys on a helicopter ride. And as long as you don't say anything, I won't charge you."
Monty's like, please, please. So Esther acquiesces. Okay. So they get in, both of them, and they go up. And of course, what does he do? He's doing 360s, right? Loop-de-doos, everything. Not a peep. So finally he gives up, he lands, and he goes to Monty. He's like, man, I couldn't believe I couldn't get you guys to say anything. And Monty says, well, when Esther fell out, I almost said something, but $50 is $50. So the next thing I'm gonna talk about is just, everybody usually has a sellout point. So do we want our teams to have a sellout point? By the way, you should write these jokes down, because when you're a head coach, you have to do a lot of speaking. Okay, and it's really hard to find clean jokes. The first one was moderately clean, but so let's just talk about, for our team, we are ideally, and I think, Marlon, you touched this, ideally your meaning and purpose is to play for each other, right? I use the example of the super teams in the NBA, right? Finally, okay, I don't care about my $100 million. I just want this. I want a great team, right? I want a great team. I want to win. Well, for us women, we never get that money. So I'm like, hey, might as well have it now, right? So in high school, might as well have it now. We don't know what's next. So, we really, really important to establish core values with your team. I do have, did we hand out the handout yet? I'm sending you guys some stuff. You'll have my card. Anything I can ever help you with, I'm happy to. But I think it's really important. It's amazing to me how many coaching staffs, how many recruits I talk to, like, hey, club teams definitely very scarce, but high schools even, that you don't have core values. You don't have who you are. You can tell those teams they have no identity. Like, who are you? What are your non-negotiables? And it starts with who you are, and then it's about what you do. And we'll talk about that too. We'll talk about some basketball, but who you are. And so, this is, I just read this the other day. Pre-CIA, the Office of Intelligence. Okay, way back in the day. Anybody know what our best secret weapon was? I'm going to tell you, okay? We would infiltrate enemy territory, and we would get in within their people, and you know what it was? It was negativity. We would put a negative person. This is in the manual. Pre-CIA, in the manual for one of the best secret weapons our military had was go in there and just be a jerk, right? Be as negative as you possibly can because it's contagious. And it kills. I thought that was pretty interesting. So, that's one of our top values, is just being positive and present. So we have our 3 club, and it's 3 simple rules. Be on time, communicate with, care about each other. There's a lot to unpack with that one. Respect yourself, respect others. There's a lot to unpack with that one. Who we are, positive and present. Do this. Come on, do this. Come on, put your hand out for me. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to this side of the room. All right, what's in this for me, Charlie? What am I going to get if I come play for you? Palm up attitude, right? Selfish, right? So we say palm down. How can I help you win a national championship? How can I add value to my team? So, and then relentless. We talk about being relentless is who we are. And we don't just talk about it in terms of basketball. We talk about being the best that we can be in everything that we do. We actually were a tick below a 3.7 team GPA this year, which was really good because we weren't very good in a COVID year. We got hit bad by COVID, so we won't talk about that. So anyway, I don't know if you guys are looking at that. It's what we do are some kind of fun words that you'll never, I'll tell you real quick. So what we do, power of the popo, basketball's game of possessions, right? So we value rebounding, right? If you're going to be in a Final Four in the women's game, you got to be like plus 12, plus 13. Okay, consistently, and then you got to be around 12, 13 turnovers a game. So possessions, basketball's game possessions. If we're plus 15, 16 in possessions, we're going to win. Obviously, field goal percentage is important too. Those are probably the big 3, right? And then we say make them gag. Like, we're just going to outwork you. Okay, if we shoot 50%, we're probably going to blow you out. If we shoot 30%, we're still going to beat you. And anybody's watched our teams, we've shot really poorly, but we still win. We can play ugly. We're good at it. We try not to. Try to be better on offense. But, it's just make people work, outwork people. That's a controllable. And the last one is the worst acronym ever invented in the history of acronyms. You ready? It's FIGS. And it's just an easy way for our team to remember, like, finish everything, finish strong, right? Everything that we talk about in our program, it's about life. It's not just about basketball, right? If they think you're just about basketball, you've already lost them. Even in high school, right? They got to know you care about them. They got to know that there's, beyond. Once
center on who you are, and then what you do will take care of itself. Right. So, and like we've seen these swings. How about the Hawks, right? Down, 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 whatever, 20, 30, oh, we won. Right. I mean, that happens every day in basketball, right? It's all how you finish, right? You got someone in school, right? They got an A, they got an A, they got an A. They don't study for their finals. They just got to see in the class, right? Nobody cares how we start. It's all about, how are we continuing to improve? How are we finishing? So anyway, I shared that with you guys. I actually don't give that out very much. But you guys so many of you came all the way to Arizona. So I hope it helps you a little bit. If you're not, I will say I didn't just, that's a lot of years of evolving in terms of, kind of synthesizing stuff. So we don't have a long laundry list of, we believe in this, and it's 20 things. I think it's a little much. So we try to make it fun, simple, memorable. We have a lot of traditions. We walk up a mountain and the freshmen recite it and they're in a circle and we do a balloon ceremony. They write everything all the performance barriers, we let it go. I think rituals, routines, things like that are fun. And you should try to think of as many and do as many as you can for your team. It really helps them, just be all in. Okay. So establish core values. Yeah. Okay. Third thing that I thought, anybody want to talk about leadership? Anybody believe it's like kind of important? Thank you. Okay. I mean, in all my years of coaching, okay, Marlon, like you talked about your two seniors, you're only as good as your internal leadership. Gentlemen, I mean, if you don't have strong, coach-led team is only going to go so far. So what we practice at ASU is horizontal leadership. So our commitment, our coaching staff, I have an unbelievable coaching staff. Our commitment to every player in our program is we are going to grow you into a strong, caring leader. And it doesn't matter if they're in the leadership team or whatever. We just want to, grow people as leaders. And so I will confess, in my earlier years, I think players would graduate from our program and they could write a dissertation on leadership, but they kind of stunk at it. So it's not really teaching them about it. It's giving them leadership challenges and then following up with them on those challenges and helping them grow as leaders. Yeah. I mean, you guys, maybe you already knew that. It took me a long time to figure that out. I would teach. And it's like, how come we're not better leaders? Because you got to put them in those situations and grow them and you'll be surprised at your results. We do a lot of things. I have no idea. I have no idea who's going to go up to the officials in our first game. I don't pick captains. I could care less. Sometimes if somebody goes, it shouldn't be going. I'm like, no, go back to warm-ups. But most of the time, I don't really care. I mean, what we do is, and I can talk more people offline or whatever about how we grow our leadership. But we do say who wants to be in the leadership team. Who wants to do the heavy lifting? And then I make them jump through hoops and make them do things to really earn the right to sort of meet extra and do extra and, want to. And of course, because I don't want to wait till your junior senior. Okay, you're ready to leave now? I mean, that just doesn't work. You got to, and sometimes your best leader might be a freshman. So we just sort of ask and get them to buy in, and then we go from there. We bring in a guy named Dan Quinn who has he's a ex-Special Forces, Army Special Forces, Green Beret, hugely decorated, and also played basketball at Army. And he does unbelievable leadership training with our team. The first time we brought him in, I thought our team was going to quit, but I probably should have prepped them a little bit more because it was kind of intense, but it wasn't. It just shows you everything, and then you really can kind of grow. I'm not going to take the time to talk about it today. You have a cool video, but I didn't know what our capabilities were. So you guys will have my information if you want to talk about it more. But just know leadership is a skill, gentlemen. It's a skill. So it's not just going to happen. Like, you have to develop it if you want it. And then let me tell you what I think our best tool is at ASU for our coaches and our players. Okay, you see somebody struggling. Do you always know exactly what to say? No. So all we do is say, how can I help? I do that with my own children too. Because I don't know what to say. Sometimes mine are older now and it gets more complicated. You guys have little kids, enjoy. They get older. It's like, whew, okay. So how can I help you? How can I help you? And most people, less said, best said, right? Most people want an ear, not an earful. So, okay. let's talk a little bit about basketball. So, and then we can do as much or little, but so, a lot of people think of themselves, I'm more of an offensive coach. I'm more of a defensive coach. So who's more of an offensive coach? And who's more of a defensive coach? Okay, and some of you need to vote. Okay, you saw what happened in our country when we didn't vote, right? Sorry. Okay, we'll not get political. Okay, so more people said defensive, and that's actually pretty normal across the board. Men's and women's coaches, most people will kind of resonate a little bit more on the defensive side. They're more controllable, right? We know our principles better, but let's face it. I mean, we got to know both. We got to love both. And we got to score points. Right. And we all want to be great offensively. So we've taken a different approach this year. I'm going to share it with you guys. It's, we've always said, when I recruit players, I'm like, hey, we're not married to any particular offense or system. We're going to teach you how to play the game. Okay. And we have done that, and we've morphed. If UCLA is going to blow up balls on ball screens, we might get away from them. If USC, can't guard them to save their lives, then we're going to shred them. We could kind of move in and out of things, but we've taken it to a further extreme. And what we're focusing on are the principles of play. Okay, so most of us, I think, as coaches, we focus on the technical, like 3-level score, right? And we have our cones out, and we're working on scoring, but we're not working on decision making. All of basketball is decision making and positioning. Write it down. All of basketball is decision making and positioning. Think about it. It's all. I mean, if you have that, you're going to have a great team. I mean, yeah, we do have to put the ball in the basket. But if you're getting great shots every possession because you know how to make decisions on the ball, with the ball, and without the ball, you're going to be really, really good. So the guy that I'm working with, I'll go ahead and share his name with you. His name is Noah LaRoche. Anybody ever heard of him? Nice. Do you know him?
New player development in the summertime for a lot of guys.
Yeah, he does. He works with a lot of pro athletes.
Yeah. I've met him before.
Okay, cool. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, does a lot of pre-draft right now. Does mainly pro players. Does some WNBA players. He's working with the Clippers right now. I know this is being recorded, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm pretty sure he might be glad that Kawhi is out because he's all about space reads, right, and playing off each other and shared cognition. And when some of these players, I love James and Brooklyn, but, they're not that fun to watch, right? There's my ball, my game. And some of these teams that are playing better together are doing amazing things, without star players. So don't quote me on that. But so we have to work on the technical. We have to work on shooting, passing, footwork. But what we're working on mostly with our team, and they're loving it. I mean, they are loving our workouts right now. Everything is 2-on-2, 3-on-3, and we get scout guys, and we have these long sticks, right? And we're just, everything. Kevin knows, he was one of our scout guys. So all we're doing is we're teaching the principles of play. How to seek and take space, movement, how to cut. We haven't even actually done any screens yet. We're in the end of our second week, okay? Because we're still learning that cutting is the foundation of all of our offense. Cutting's creating, space, right, and openings and making the defense make decisions. So we're just teaching them no back-to-back drives, right? We're teaching them when you pass, when you swing the ball, rip away from the pass, like basic stuff. But you'd be surprised, right? We're all going to be in there. Well, I'm not going to. Well, I might get to see one game. My son's going to be playing. But, there's going to be a lot of driving closed lanes. There's going to be a lot of not understanding the space on the floor. Hopefully not. I know when I go out in July, I'm going to see a ton of it. Okay. And we have to do better as coaches. We have to start teaching. I know I do. So, we just, we want simple things done fast. We want to teach our teams how to be mentally fast. When you catch the ball, you have three options: pass, shoot, or drive. And if we're not in the gym, instead of just, okay, I'm doing the, crossover, and then I'm going to do a drop fade at that cone or whatever. I mean, it's not transferring, is it, coaches? Not so well. They're not making decisions. So the more you can, I can get out there with a stick. You don't need all the people that we have. You can get creative and make sure when your players are in the gym that you're making them make decisions. And then you're working, drive left, move left, drive right, move right. Right? All the different relocations that we know, but we're not teaching systematically with our practice design. So it's not showing up in the games. And I don't mean to be saying that you guys aren't, because maybe you are, but I know that I will be just honest. I don't think I've done a good enough job at it. I sit here and lament, man, they don't have quarter winners. They're not making the right reads, but I don't feel like I've taught it well enough. And so I'm really excited right now. And then the other really cool thing, and then we can move on and I'll take any questions on this topic, but so he has these cognition scores. Noah does. And it's sort of like, so it's technical and it's on ball, off ball, and he has all the categories. So I love that, we have all these analytics, right, coaches? And it's like, plus minus and this and that. You made the shot, you didn't, you made the assist, executed things. But what I love is this is all, your score is based on, did you make the right decision and were you in the right position? I love that. I don't know if anybody else does, but I love that. Right. And so they break it down. They're breaking it down for the Clippers right now. When you had the ball, when you didn't have the ball, what was your score? How well did you do? And I think it's really helping their team. Let's see. I don't know, anybody, regardless of what offense you run, I think, you want the ball moving and you want to get good shots. So I encourage everybody in this room to and everybody out there listening is teach the principles of play. You know them, but if you're not really making sure that your team, is really knows them, then why are we getting to actions and team offense, right? Going from technical to actions and team offense. There's a big void, I think. Yeah, not a winning strategy. Any questions on that? I'll keep going. Cool. Really? All right. So this is a saying that it's been attributed to, I don't know, Bob and a bunch of coaches. Mental is to physical is 4:1. So just wanted to challenge everybody or encourage everybody or ask everybody, like, what are you doing to improve your players' mental emotional game? Okay, so when I was blessed enough to coach USA basketball a couple times, and really good players, the best of the best. Maya Moore, Tina Charles. Some of them are still in the league. Some of them are retired at this point. But, the thing that I tell everybody is it wasn't like, oh, they're so much better, technically than my Arizona State players. They really weren't. What were they? Yeah, they were tougher. I mean, if we had to get a rebound, we got a rebound. If we had to make a play, we made a play. I mean, Candace Wiggins, whoever it was, they made a play. I mean, that was the separation. And you guys, I'm sure you guys know that. But, I just encourage you guys, teaching your players how to regulate their emotions, manage their thoughts, behave in a positive way no matter what. That's our definition of toughness. It's the ability to stay positive no matter what and get your desired results. I mean, at the end of the day, that's right. You're not getting frustrated. You're not getting inside yourself. That's toughness. So, I mean, we always talk about mindset, and I'm not going to, this is a topic we can talk about all day. I'll just say a few things. The book list that I gave you guys, there's a lot of really good books if you want to kind of strengthen yourself in this area. But, we tell our players all the time, life in basketball, you can't just show up, okay, I'm here. You just show up to things and you just let life hit you. You let practice hit you. You're not going to show up a 10. You're not going to be your best you. So you have to get your mind right. And if you think that they know how to do it on their own, they don't. Maybe by the time they're pros, but I bet you they have their 5 different coaches outside of their, they have people helping them. LeBron has people helping him, get his mind right, get himself in a good place. It's really important. I mean, we always say, hey, if you're in a good place, if Kevin's in a good place, the basketball's going to take care of itself. I really believe that. So, emotional freedom techniques, that's the absolute best skill that I've found in 30 some years as a college coach. So I would just look it up. It's basically acupressure with intentional breathing. And you see it a lot by Olympians and it's a lot in other countries with the tapping. And if you've never done it, it's actually, you immediately drop tension. You immediately have more energy. We do it before the game, halftime, we do it before practice, and then we try to train our players to have a practice of it. So it just helps them in life, right? They're about to take a test, they have a lot of anxiety, tap it out. So, and I've got some stuff on that. I didn't put it in there, but, again, you guys can reach out to me. Really promoting self-care, right? Like, duh, eat breakfast. Duh, go to bed. Duh, they're not doing it. and they're not powering down, like coach them, help them, right? If you get your sleep, that's number one to me. You get your sleep, you're probably going to be, especially these young kids, like they're gonna be able to focus. They're gonna be engaged. They're gonna be pretty darn good. And if they don't, they're not. And if they're not eating, they're not. So, I mean, that seems like a simple thing, but I thought I'd throw it out there because I think we're just like, hey, eat breakfast, go to bed. Nope. I mean, I help coach my son's club team. Give me your phones. Here's when you're going to bed. Like, we don't leave it up to them. College, we take their phones. We wake them up. We help them. And we also teach the value of unplugging. And, social media is good, but, it can be a real negative thing for people. I always say, how's it working out looking at everybody's highlight reel every day? So, they need help with that, you guys. I really encourage that. And the other thing I'll just say along mindset is, I'll ask this question. What do you guys think the biggest obstacle to success is? One of, if not the biggest obstacle, not just for our players, for us. This should be worth something. I think I got a Starbucks card in my bag. Come on. I'm not below bribing. Got to be more specific, but that's a good start. Okay, now we're a little warmer. Preoccupation with self. The biggest obstacle to success, and you could say, oh, you're selfish or whatever, but it's not really selfish, is it? It's just focusing on ourselves. We're always kind of, well, okay, how does this affect me? Or what do I need to do? Always say, man, if you can wake up every day and just wake up and say, okay, who needs me today? Who do I need to help today? I wake up and I kind of go through a checklist of my team. So I feel like I don't maybe miss things. And then I don't focus on myself too much, which I'm guilty of too. So I don't know. I read that somewhere and I believe it 100%. Biggest obstacle. Okay, I still have a Starbucks card. We'll keep going. Okay, last kind of big point, and then we can go any direction you guys want. Got lots of other stuff. So this is true story. I read it in the newspaper. So NASA created a gun that shoots dead chickens to test the windshields of their military aircraft, because obviously birds hit it and stuff. So some British engineers heard about this gun, and they wrote and asked if they could get one. So they sent them one, and they went to test it. They wanted to test it on their high-speed trains. So the British engineers, load it, and train's coming down, they shoot it, and it just crashes through the windshield and embeds in the console. And the British engineers are all frazzled, and they write to NASA, and they say, please advise, this is what happened. And NASA sent back a 3-word response. This isn't really laugh out loud, but it's one of our things that we do. They wrote, thaw the chicken. So they put a frozen chicken in the gun. So it broke the windshield. So I actually have a chicken suit. And it's when we aren't paying attention to detail. So we say thaw the chicken. So our kids know, when they're not paying attention to detail, when they're not on point, hey, thaw the chicken, let's go. And we have our own vocabulary, don't we, Kevin? We have our own vocabulary. We make it fun, and it helps them maybe, I think, learn, and do things better. So it's not great if I'm wearing my chicken suit a lot. And I'll just say this too for coaches. This is more basketball related. I watch the boys side, watch the girls, I watch men, I watch women. And I really just encourage you to pay attention to detail, like on the court, I'm amazed at how many people, they don't have jump ball. I'm jumping against any of you guys here. There's no way I should win, and yet my team gets the ball. How do you not teach jump ball lineup? How do you not teach how to foul? How do you not teach, don't turtle the ball? I mean, little things. How do you not teach how to foul? How do you not teach free throw lineup? I can't believe we've won, gentlemen, I don't know how many games, but I'd venture to say double digits how many games we've won in my career, crossing on a free throw, getting a key offensive rebound. I mean, I know it's been at least 10, probably more. And then, you just see people stand there. They cross on the free throw, pinch on the free throw. I'm the best rebounder, in the game. You better pinch me, right? Just basic stuff that we all know. You don't not this attention to detail. How about end of the game? End of the game. I mean, I know you guys don't get to advance. What's up with that? What's up with you guys don't get to advance the ball? Yeah, I think it'll come.
I'm not to say it.
Yeah, they didn't do it. Yeah, but it makes a difference.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, we get to advance the ball, which is really cool. So like that's different in the game situations versus if you can't advance the ball, you better have, bunch of press attacks. My favorite new press attack, you want to know what it is? No? Okay. No? Yeah? You got to give me some energy if you want my press attack. Yes? Okay. So my new favorite press attack is we have everybody out of bounds. This isn't particular if it's a man press. If it's a zone press, we wouldn't do this. But if we just have to get the ball in bounds, right? Like we're up 1, we're up 2, minimal time left on the clock, and we just need to get it in bounds and have ball security. We start everybody out. The people going long, no, probably 2 go long, 2 come back up. Try denying them. Good luck. And I'm all about denying full court man press. And I'm like, crap, you can't deny that. It's almost impossible. So that's not in your packet, but it's pretty easy. I don't think we need to diagram it. So, are you guys with me on that? Because I feel like attention to detail, make sure we're paying attention to detail and that we're teaching those details. All right, where do you guys want to go? Do you want to talk about hiring? You want to talk about best practices for a great practice? Or anything else? Anything else anybody wants to ask about? I do my best to answer it. Yes.
So I hope this comes out right, so I'll say that first. But with both teams that were in a national championship from your conference, does that give you more confidence to feel like you guys are not that far away because you compete against those teams? Or does it what is the spin, I guess, in your mind as a coach? Does it matter? Does it not matter? It helps recruiting, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think honestly for women's basketball, so proud of the men, because you guys have been largely criticized in the Pac-12, I think. And we haven't been. We've been considered the last few years the top women's basketball conference in the country. And even it was a COVID year and there was a lot of asterisks on stuff, but it still is super positive for our conference. We had a 1 possession with Stanford. We beat U of A. I think for us, we all know, hey, we're in the best conference. We better be prepared. And then, we feel good about that. And it definitely helps recruiting. I think the best players in the country want to play with and against the best players in the country. So it was a positive. Thank you. Yes.
What would you say is the most important thing your staff, whether it's coaches or support, can do for you on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, great question. So just thinking about staff. First of all, if I'm looking at staff, it's probably 3 just non-negotiables, right? Loyal, hardworking, and learn. And I'll also say that in all my years of coaching, the 2 biggest determinants of players that have been the best players I've coached, how well they learn and how hard they work, are probably the 2 biggest things that separated them. So for whatever that's worth. But so, you kind of fundamentally look for those things. And then, anytime you're assembling a staff, you just want to complement each other. You got to know your strengths and then you got to know what you need. And I really encourage, people when you're assembling a staff, I definitely tend to hire people I know, but they will tell you, I put them through the ringer. I vet them like you've never been vetted. They're going to do a scouting report. They're going to write a skill workout. I'm going to get them on the court. Because if I've never worked with them, if I'm going to hire you, I'm going to know what you can do. And it's unbelievable to me. I don't want to sound like I'm sounding a little bit. I hope I'm not sounding like, oh, I know stuff. I know a little bit. But anyway, it's unbelievable to me how many people get hired and people don't know what they can do. Obviously administrators are doing a lot of hiring. Okay. Hopefully there's no administrators in here, but coaches, as coaches, we should know. And, I'm going to find out if you can write. I'm going to find out how good you are on the phone, and I'm I'm gonna find out. I mean, obviously I want to know who you are as a person and character and all that, but I need to know your skills. So, and I would encourage you guys, like, I'm sure there's, you guys are here. So we got some rock stars in the room. Great job. Okay. And you're trying to get better. So like, if you want to get hired, make sure that the coaches know like what you can do, because I guarantee you, they don't always ask the right questions and they're not always going to vet you the way they should. So if figure out what they want. And if you fit it, like make sure that, hopefully you can get to the right people and get in front of them and show them that. Sorry, did I sort of answer? Okay. Yeah, that was a few things. I mean, there is nothing. So Angie Nelp was one of my associate head coaches last year, and she got a head job at Tulsa. So I've been trying to help her with some things. And the biggest thing for young head coaches is there's nothing more important than your staff. You get there and you're just like, okay, I got to recruit. I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to get in workouts. It's like, no, you don't. You probably got a 5-year contract. Even if you have a 3-year contract, take a breath. There is nothing more important than your staff. Nothing. And she's really done an amazing job taking her time and stuff. And I hired an unbelievable coach, Yvonne Sanchez, to take her place. And I've known her for 20 plus years, and I put her through the ringer. If she was here, she's like, yeah, and she was great. She was like, yeah, just tell me what I need to do. And she did it all. And she, I already know she's never going to have a bad day. That is invaluable, right? You show up and you have people that you work with that never have a bad day, and they work hard and they learn. You guys are going to have some fun. Anything else about other things with like if head coaching? I wrote down a few things just as a head coach or as an assistant, either way, just with your overall program. So I was a very young head coach. I was a head coach at NAU at 27, and I had been 3 years of full time. I applied for the head job at Wake Forest when I was a GA. Yeah, I know. It's like embarrassing, but like, because I just like, don't tell me I can't do something and I'm going to go for it. I'm going to be a go-getter and I'm just going to see what I can get. That's how you have to be. Well, I don't think I might not be ready. I can't do that. No, just put yourself out there, keep getting better. That's what I would encourage everybody to do. It worked out. I think it works out really well. I would just say scheduling, and I don't know how much control at the high school level, but in college, I can't tell you how many coaches I've seen lose their jobs because they don't schedule well. You have to schedule to the strength of your team, right? You got to balance, challenging them and winning enough where you're going to grow your confidence and get to where you want to be. So scheduling is super important. And then we already kind of talked about leadership, but you being a strong leader, having a vision, having your values, and then growing that internal leadership within your team is huge if you want to be a successful head coach. And then we also kind of touched on culture. That's your responsibility. Sometimes coaches go, yeah, I don't really like this group, or, oh, they're this and that. I'm like, well, what are you doing about it? That's a reflection of me. If my team is complaining, then if I got a complaining team, that's a reflection of me. Like, I haven't done a good job of establishing who we want to be and helping them be that, period. That is definitely our responsibility. Having fun. I think the 3 biggest reasons that we, in the last 20 years, only Stanford has won more games than us in the last 20 years in the Pac-10/Pac-12. So we've been pretty well. And I think the reason is we have very high standards. We always have very high standards. We really care about each other. We really work on elite relationships. And with elite relationships, I know the Netflix, I'm not bashing that, but it's like, I don't care if you guys like the same Netflix. Elite relationships are, really genuinely, holding people accountable, right? Really being there for somebody when you don't feel like it. So we go through that a ton. So we care about each other. And the third one, okay, is why I really feel like we've consistently been great, even when we've graduated top players and such. We have fun. We just have fun, honestly, like, I hear some coaches go, well, it's up to you to make it fun. No, it's up to all of us to make it fun. We can do a lot to help it be fun. And we're not sacrificing our standards by any stretch. So I would encourage that, buy a chicken suit. No, I was kidding. Just, do different things to help your players really enjoy the process. Because at the end of the day, nobody really cares how many games we've won and lost. It's all gonna be about relationships, and how fulfilled we were when we went through this process together. That's okay. So I gave you guys a handout. Are we out of time? We got a little bit more time. Where are we at, Brandon? 5 minutes. Thanks, Ryan. That's my assistant athletic director for women's basketball, Ryan Cohen. Ryan, thanks for helping out today. We tried to be strategic and had a carpool, but there was so much traffic that didn't even work coming over here, right? So there's, just 9 keys to having a better practice. And I don't know that we have time to kind of, talk about all of them, but if anybody wants to look at those and just ask anything, I think, that's a really important thing. Like, you've got to know, and Noah and I have talked about this. It's like a lot of coaches, intentional, efficient practices. Like I don't ever ask our players to do anything that's not really important, and they know that. So if we're gonna devote time to something, they know it's important. Off the court, on the court, they know I don't waste their time. And we don't do, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but we don't do 3-player we don't do any drill that doesn't really translate. We'll do 2 pass, no dribble, get a layup, so that we're doing fundamentals, catch on the move, pass on the move, finish a layup. But that's transition game speed. We don't do things that don't, skills and drills and stuff that don't translate to game stuff. So, but practice is real. It takes me about 2 hours to plan a 2-hour practice. We film every practice. I go back and watch it. I chart everything for each player. We give them feedback. We give them the film. I know that not everybody has the resources to do that. If you could do it once a week, and give them some feedback, it would be great for them, especially if they're headed towards college, because then they can really learn. Jay Billis, I love that he said he wished in college he could have appreciated watching film. But what do people do? Oh, they can't, they want to watch themselves. So, we always just coach them up on how to watch film, right? Like, hey, there's no, our expression, we steal from Kobe. Okay. There's no such thing as failure. It's just figuring things out. Just think if our players could live there. There's no failure. It's just figuring things. We're just all figuring things out. I love that. And that we try to live there. It's hard. Our players are really high achievers and they're really hard on themselves. Hey, we're just figuring things out. What was I saying before that? Told you guys I was old. Come on, someone get me back on track. Yeah. Anything on that sheet that you guys want me to speak quickly about? And I think you guys got a panel. Yeah.
Dominic Percy, assistant coach, Centenary College of Louisiana. Can you define what you mean when you say success in the drills? Like what that means to you, what success looks like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, success in the drill is like that player being able to sort of better master the skill, right? It's not necessarily making the shot, but, they're getting the 0 step down, right? Or they're embracing things that you want to teach. So I think, and one of the things on there, like we used to be like, okay, make sure you do your footwork. Hey, Charlie, get back in line and do it again. Like that is the best way to teach. And difference between teaching and coaching, gentlemen. Be a great teacher. A lot of coaches say stuff. If our players aren't doing it, we're not teaching it. So there's some really good books on the list there that help us, because some of you guys are probably trained as teachers, and you're probably the best teachers in the room. Coaches aren't. We don't have any credentialing. We played. Hey, hire me, and then we just stay in it, and hopefully we learn and read and grow and get to be good teachers. But your ability to obviously help them be successful. But success is mastery, right? Mastering your skill. We always talk about excellence. How can we be excellent? We don't talk about winning, right? The results. We talk about, getting to our best spot. Was someone else? Yes.
Coach Justin Badenberg for Santa Monica College. Just was wondering, because we were talking about the hiring stages a little bit.
Yeah.
What's something that a lower level college coach can do to kind of get on your radar that hasn't been at the Division I level or even the high major level yet?
Yeah. Question. Network, if when you're recruiting, you can introduce yourself to people. The thing I used to say a ton, and I think we'll get back to it after this summer, is work camps. Like, I can tell how good you are if you're, because camp will expose you now, right? I mean, although back in the olden days, we had camps for 5 days and we went 13 hours and then we played till 1 a.m. It was a little bit different. Does anybody still have those kind of camps? A little bit. But camps, I mean, if I can really evaluate somebody who works camp, because you're teaching, you're coaching your team, are you standing up, paying attention? Are you kind of lazy? Are you late? Are you on time? Like, I think a camp situation is a great way to, like if you go around and work a lot of camps, college coaches, they're, even if they don't have a position and they're not in a position to hire you, they're going to be able to be a reference for you, because you will really find out a lot about people when they work your camp. And then just, being outgoing, being a go-getter, reaching out to people, maybe finding a mentor or someone that can kind of, help you with that. I'll keep thinking. Yeah.
Thanks, Coach.
Yep. All right. Just last couple comments. I'm off. Get our panel in here. First of all, everybody stay healthy. Have a great year. But I just want a couple of closing comments. Ask yourself, how does it feel to be coached by you? Okay. So, we all think a lot of things, but how does it feel to be coached by you? Okay. And then a couple of things just on communication. Remember, clear is kind, unclear is unkind. Right? When you kind of muddle, but like, just be honest with people. They will respect you and they will listen to you. When you try to beat around the bush, when you're not straightforward, these young kids, I mean, trust me, I'm a parent from the age of 5. They know. Positive, consistent, mindful, and disciplined. Watch your language, watch your tone, your words. We try to find different words. I know it's a little different in the men's game. I think you guys have different vocabulary than us, but try to be mindful and disciplined about how you talk to your players, because you're teaching them how to talk to their kids and, their future players. And the last thing I'll say is we're in a very transactional time, I think, in athletics. I think there's, especially college athletics, right? The transfer portal. What are you going to do for me? What am I going to do? Okay, it didn't work out. We're on our way. And you just have to ask yourself if that's who you want to be. Do you want to be transformative and you want to grow people and you want to help them be better men and, have them invite you to their weddings and, be in their phone for the rest of their lives and really have an impact on them, or do you just want to win? So just encourage everybody. And so that story that I told at the end, not true at the beginning, not true. Okay. Not 1, not 2, not 3. There's a great book on your reading list by Joe Ehrman about transformational coaching as well. So if anybody wants my business card, I know we got to keep moving. So I'll get off. Great luck to all of you guys. If I can help you with anything, just reach out. And my cell phone and email are on them. Okay, good luck.
Thanks, Coach. That was great. Appreciate it. I'm going to introduce Matt Marlowe of Fulcrum real quick, and then we're going to take a short break before we get into our next panel. But yeah, we've talked a few times about different partners of ours, and Matt Marlowe is somebody I've known for years now, and I mentioned what they're doing with Fulcrum Tech and their video editing software at a fraction of the cost of what most of us are used to. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Matt. Take it away, Matt. Thanks.
I'm trying to make your break even longer, so I promise to be the shortest speaker of the day. Pretty simple. And Coach talked about before, resources, right? Whether it's financial or whether it's personnel or whether it's time. We're all fighting for them every single day. I don't have enough people at practice. I don't have enough managers to help on the court. I don't have anyone to film for me today. What do? That's what we're trying to help. At Fulcrum Tech, we're sports technology background. I was at the University of Virginia on the women's side for 4 years, and was at Fastball Sports for 7 years before helping to found this company. The first founder of the company, Rex Proctor, was one of the original employees at Sports Code. Oh, thanks. by the time you get on, I'll be done. Thank you. But what we're trying to do is put that money back in your pocket and let you do what you need to do for your staff. There's a ton of great sponsors. Coach talked about scheduling. One of the sponsors who's not here today, HDI Intelligence, does an amazing job helping you put together a better non-conference schedule. Where are you going to find that money in your budget? Let's help you with that. But let's not only save you money, let's save you time. That time you can save can be with an automated camera system, for instance. Being able to get multiple views in your practice gym at almost no cost at all. We are here to help you. At the end of the day, I want to hear from you, and I want to do less talking. The reason is also we want to do good. So for every demo we do a donation to No Kid Hungry. This past year, we donated over 50,000 meals to No Kid Hungry. And so we'd love to talk to you about what you need in your video. To give you an idea about who we're working with right now, we've had 5 NCAA tournament teams. You've probably seen our work in progress. Has anyone watched it? I know this is crazy, talking about soccer at Rising Coaches. Has anyone watched any of the Euro Cup so far from soccer? We're being used in every single Euro Cup game. We're also going to be used at the Olympics as well. The United States military, Stanford's Graduate School of Education. Anything that can use video and data, we're there for. So please don't hesitate to reach out. FulcrumTech.com. I unfortunately have to head home after this because I've been on the road for 4 days. I have a wife who is a saint, has been left home with 2 kids under 8, so I need to go help out. But I'm going to be leaving my card, my information back there. Do not hesitate to reach out because we want to help your program reach the next level, and we want you to help get those resources back. So now for the best part of what I'm talking about at the end, guys, go take a break. Thanks, everyone. All right, we'll get back here in about 10 minutes for our next panel.
Yeah, but
That's how I take this all down and slide it down. I see it.
I did a study for the last summer. So I'm being the bag or I don't know.
Probably played against where you go. 96 to actually 2000 to 2000. Coaching college. I played at Coaching and then I transferred to Western New Mexico in Silver City. Actually, I'm assisting with my guy in Tombstone. Tombstone, Arizona. Yeah. It's historic. It's historic. Trying to change the things down there. What are you guys practicing? Say it again. What are you guys practicing? We practice at the school. Down in Tombstone. Like southeast of Tucson. It's like 3.5 hours from here. You know where Bisbee? You heard of Bisbee? I just want to came by. Have you seen the movie Tombstone? Wyatt Earp? I heard of it. Yeah, you gotta watch Tombstone. Yeah, you good. You know what I mean? So I don't really have much to say.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
B5 of them, that always helps. I would say once you get this check, it's like a verified check. You get the blue check, you're good.
Well, you know what? Dude, it's amazing. Your baseball.
Much different.
But anyway, yeah, hearing the whole lot. It's really. It's
I've never done one worse.
It's great to be first, right?
No, well, I've never actually been on one of these. Yeah, I would be. Yeah, pretty good skill.
Yeah, and
Help.
and spent a long time coaching. Stops at IUPUI, UTEP, Fresno. He's been all over. And then the last year and a half, decided to make the transition and do a ton of great work with All Access Network. So hosting a variety of podcasts and, again, Zooms and things like that. So if you guys haven't checked it out, make sure you do it. But it's been an honor to work closely with Brian over the last year. And in addition to what we've been doing with our content, we work together with the DEI Alliance, which has been a lot of fun and impactful. So I'm going to introduce Brian. Appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to get out of the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like it's back at camp. I want to get everybody to do 2 claps. Can we just do it? Just go. Go 2 claps just to get the energy up. 2 claps. Y'all got better than that. 2 claps. I feel like I'm getting back. I'm getting used to being around people again in this kind of setting. So.
That's good.
So first we'll go with Coach Walker. All these gentlemen have coached pros, coached NBA players, have coached in the NCAA tournament. I believe I'll speak this now, and I had a part of being able to select the guys that are on this panel today, and I believe they will all be head coaches. So take great notes. Not that you didn't want to take notes during the rest of the time, but take great notes because, as you can see, they're also dressed for the part. They're ready to not only impact the programs that they're in, and they're already doing that, but to take the next step as well. So I want to make sure I say that. But Coach Walker is just coming off a conference championship at Grand Canyon. He is here locally going into year 2. There won't be any beef up here. We got 2 conference rivals. The 2 years before, New Mexico State won the championship, so Grand Canyon got their NCAA tournament this year. But Coach Walker played Division I as well at St. Louis. Was at Illinois for 8 years. Was actually the interim head coach during the NIT, if I'm not mistaken, and won 2 games. So he's already had that experience at the helm. Was a good player. Was top 10 in his school in assists. Has coached on the defensive side of things, but he's coached at all levels. I think that's one thing that's great about this panel is that he's been at the high school level. He's had a director of operations position. All these guys have had a versatility and variety of experience in their background. So he's also married and has 2 sons, so we want to make sure we show love to that too. Coach Miller, associate coach at New Mexico State in the middle. Was voted the top assistant in the WAC before Coach Walker got there. I got to say that for fun.
He still is. He still is.
Yes, he's an elite coach as well. He's a longtime friend of mine. I coached in JUCO against or with at the same time, and I always call him DJ Khaled. You know who that is? That's all he does is win. So I've known him for a long time. At the junior college level, he won as a head coach almost 80% of his games. And that's kind of when I started calling him that because every time you turn around, they win another game. But everywhere he's been, he's won Division I level. Was at North Texas. They won a CBI championship. Has also been at Arkansas State. They were +10, one of the top turnarounds in the country that year. But he's also been a manager. Didn't play Division I. He's been a manager. He's been junior college. He's been Division II. So he's been at all levels. So I respect that part about his hustle and grind too. And then Arizona State's new assistant coach, Coach Jermaine Kimbrough, Ohio native, has been in the business over 20 years. Just coming off a Sweet 16, so we can clap for that, sure. He was at Loyola, Illinois with Porter Moser before, and now is at Arizona State with Coach Rosenthal. But has played at the college level, played small college, and then decided to move up to Virginia Tech. Has coached in junior college as well, has done a tremendous job, has been in an operations position. So all these guys have a wealth of experience. So just kind of jumping right in, straight to it. I'll let you guys at least say hello to the people, introduce yourselves if you want to say any opening words, and then we'll get straight to it.
First of all, very excited to be here. This is a great opportunity to speak for you guys, especially amongst the pandemic. When you don't get an opportunity to get around coaches, we get that itch. We get that crack feeling where we got to get that basketball and that itch. So credit to you guys to continue to grow, continue to want knowledge, and continue to get better any time as a coach. You want to have that feeling just like the players. I feel like I'm getting better. I'm getting better at my craft. I'm getting better at things I know that are weaknesses, and I credit to you guys to be here. For me, my journey's been a fun one. I'm very blessed. I mean, God has blessed me with so many opportunities to meet so many people. and we're going to continue to ride that journey. I feel like Grand Canyon, where I'm at currently, we have a great opportunity to be one of the best. I feel like we were a best kept secret in college basketball. Now I feel like we're moving into the direction where we're becoming a household name. And so, I'm just blessed to have an opportunity. I work for a great man at Coach Drew, who treats his coaches, treats his players in such a respectful way that I'm really excited to be a part of that group and staff. So I'm really honored to be here with you guys.
Yeah, like Jamall just said, I'm honored to be here and speak to you guys today. I take great value in getting to know new people and establishing relationships and just trying to pay it forward any way I can. Like Brian said, working my way up. So at any time in the future, please reach out to me. I'd love to help and talk ball with you guys. That's what I really like to do. So thanks.
Again, Jermaine Kimbrough.
Super excited to be here amongst you. I think one of the most important things as a coach and working your way up the ladder is being in a circle and being at these coaching clinics and growing, networking. I've been doing this for about 21 years now. And I can just remember, my first steps into this business, it was shaking hands and meeting people and taking notes and emails, phone calls, whatever you got to do to make that step. And I think this is where it starts at right now. Super excited to be here at Arizona State working for Coach Charli, arguably one of the best point guards to ever play the game, especially at the collegiate level. I've learned a lot in the last 2 to 3 weeks I've been there. I've been a sponge. I think one of the most unique things about my path is I've worked for a variety of everybody, from offensive guys to defensive guys. Everybody does it different. It's not one way to win championships, and I've won multiple championships in different ways. And I think if you just take your personality and who you are as a coach and as a person, it equals that. And I'm super excited to be here to learn from these two coaches who I know very well in the business. And I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, excited to get going. So we'll just jump right off with you, Coach Kimbrough. What's one of your most challenging moments that you've overcome in your career? We all talk about you have to overcome adversity. We've talked about the different roles all you guys have had. What's one story you'd like to share, or what's one moment you'd like to share?
I think for me as a person, as a coach, one of the most challenging moments is really balancing coaching and family. And, it's probably the hardest thing in coaching because, I'm a family man and I'm a husband, but I'm also a coach, a mentor, and it's a lot on our plates as college coaches. And it comes a time when you got to pick and choose. It could be date night, it could be birthdays, it could be, church, it can be sitting in the gym working with your guys, and that time is ticking. And you've been in the office for 8, 9, 10 hours, but you haven't really been home. You've been out on the road recruiting. So coaching is 365. Is no days off. It's who we are as coaches. It's the grind. It's the hustle. But we also got to find a way to pull back and balance that challenging aspect of being a coach, and that's a family man and a husband and a father. So we got to. I think those are the most challenging things in the moments where your son want to play basketball. He's 8 years old. We got practice. He's getting out of school, and you got to decide whether or not such and such needs to get up extra shots, or you're trying to get home to help your son become a better basketball player. So, as a coach and as a father, I think those are the challenging moments that I have that kind of butt heads a lot. So we got to find balance in that.
Yeah, well said. Coach Miller, I didn't say this, but all the gentlemen up here are all husbands and fathers.
Right.
So Coach Kimbrough has 5 children.
Correct.
Coach Miller has 2 daughters, and Coach Walker has 2 sons.
So this year, being from New Mexico, and our governor was pretty strict regarding coach, it was the most difficult year I've ever coached. We had to relocate from November to late January from New Mexico and practice in Phoenix, actually practice in their gym a couple times. They're so gracious to us. But that was something that I hope nobody in this room ever has to go through. Not only do we love our guys, we really loved our guys, but I literally was living right next to them. And they didn't have a chance to go home for Christmas. They couldn't see their girlfriend for 3 months. They had deaths in their families, and they couldn't go because, unfortunately, with COVID, they couldn't travel. We were getting ready for games. And then you throw on top of that we're living in a hotel next to each other, all within 50 yards. we know everything about our players. We thought we knew everything before, but we really know everything now. So that was the most challenging time I've ever been through as a coach. To say it was unique and difficult would be a major understatement. But with that being said, it was a blessing because we were able to go back home eventually. We never played a home game this year. But with all that being said, that was difficult.
Coach Walker? Honestly, this year was what happened with our university. I don't know if you guys knew, but we went to the NCAA tournament for the first time in school history, won the regular season. But 48 hours after we got off the bus, we had a kid on our team who actually died. He was in a car crash. And if you ever want to see a group of young men hurt and devastated after you've been in a bubble, like we just said, we were in a bubble in Las Vegas. We're in a bubble in Indianapolis. We had played this unbelievable season. We had done things that school has never done. And then we had to come home in 48 hours. We had to lay one of ours to rest. That was hard. That was hard as a coach. That was hard on our players. And there's nothing in the handbook on how to deal with that. You got to figure that out on your own as a staff. And so, we're very blessed and fortunate enough that, the young man gave his life to Christ 11 days before that. That's something that's really strong in our program is faith. And, we were very fortunate and secure enough as a group to go through that. And that's something we had to go to our players and help them understand. And so, for us, that was by far, I don't know if I don't put that on anybody in the room to have to go to a funeral of one of your players. And that was really, really difficult. But, that was definitely one of the more challenging things. And definitely, like I said, not in the handbook for college coaches. So.
No doubt. Thanks for sharing. Powerful stuff. We'll kind of move to a lighter note.
Yeah,
so many times in basketball, assistant coaches either don't get the credit or they get labeled as one specific thing. And normally it's not necessarily for something that you do on the court. So what are two things that you would want people to know about yourselves as coaches on the floor? We'll start with you, Coach Walker, and then go Coach Miller, Coach Kimbrough.
On the floor, I think I love my players to know that I have passion for them as people. I mean, that's first and foremost. I mean, if I'm going to coach a guy who's really, and I want the best out of him, they got to know that I have his best interest and we have a level of trust. So that's the first and foremost. Is before we even hit the floor, we got to build a great relationship. For you guys who are out there who are coaches, you can't coach a man unless they know these kids nowadays. They better know you got their best interest in heart. Otherwise, they will not hear you. They got too many people in their ear, and so why should they listen to you? So the way you're going to get their attention is they got to trust you. So they got to have a level of trust. And then the second part of the thing they got to know about me, they got to trust, but I'm going to push them to be the best player they can possibly be. And there's going to be conflict in that. And when there's conflict, that's where that trust comes into play. And so they got to know that. And then second thing I probably would say is I'm process driven. Like this is not a sprint. It's a marathon. How we continue to get better is the marathon process, is to continue to chip away at the things that are aware of your weaknesses or improving your strengths. And so once they understand that, I'm at their best interest, and this is I'm in here for you for the long haul, you tend to get the best out of the play. So that's what about on the floor with our players.
Yeah, what's it?
From my standpoint, it's a lot like Coach. I believe in our guys, and I try to instill that in them at all times, show them that I love them, and then hold them accountable, like Coach said, and be really stern with them, but fair at the same time. That would be the first thing. And then the second thing is, like Coach, I'm process driven. I realize that it's a marathon. I realize that over the course of time, how we can push them to their limit is going to make them the best person and best player that they can be. And ultimately it comes down to how good of a father, how good of a teammate, and how good of a person they become in the long run. So those two things are probably most important to me. And I'd love for people to know outside of the X's and O's aspect.
For me, I've always taken the approach of holistic, and just like these guys, it's touching the heart, coaching the mind, getting them ready mentally and prepared to play at the highest level with their God-given ability. And, for me as a coach, I want our guys to understand that we believe in them, we trust them, they trust us. But the way you get to their heart and get to their mind is you got to spend quality time with them off the court first. And, watch, whether that's watching film, whether that's going out to eat lunch, but you got to have real conversations with these guys, because kids today, young men today, they go through so much, they're exposed to so much, they got so many distractions. And as coaches, as assistant coaches, our job on a day-to-day basis is to make sure they're mentally prepared to perform on that basketball floor and to perform in the classroom and to be the right person. So for me, it's getting to the heart, coaching the heart, man. And I think once they realize that, like Coach said, once they realize you care for them, you love them, you know a lot about their mom, their dad, their sister, their brother, their friends, you know that part, then you can coach them on the floor. You can get into them a little bit. You can develop them. It is about the process. And I think being around the right culture and being around the right culture, when guys walk into your office, they know if they're part of the right culture. They know that every single coach on that staff care about them, and it makes the job so much easier. It makes you being a coach so much easier. It makes it to the point where you can get guys better every single day on the court, man. As long as they know that you care for them, you connect it, and you love them, it can work.
Awesome. Well said. We'll go to a little bit of a lighter note, funner note. We're going to use our imaginations a little bit. So you guys all will have elite seasons next season. After the season, you are hired as a head coach to X school. So now this is your simulation press conference. What are two things that you will want your new fan base, alumni, community to know about your program and your team in that simulation imagination press conference? We'll start on the end with Coach Kimbrough. Put you on the spot first.
All right. Well, for me, if I had to take the approach, it would sound something like this. You know, you hire a culture, you recruit culture, and you build culture. And I think for me, I'm a man of faith, and I want to hire guys on my staff that's like-minded. I don't want the same personalities, but I want the same hearts. And I want my players to fit who we are as people, our identity. Our identity is about love. It's about respect. It's about accountability. It's about recruiting high-level guys in terms of character. I want character guys around me on my staff and as a player, a potential student athlete. And we're going to build culture. I've been around culture. I was around culture this past year at Loyola Chicago. And that's something we're working towards right now and building every single day at Arizona State is our culture. Secondly, I'm a very competitive person. So when our university, our AD, our president, our fans, our student body, when they leave that game, that arena, it's a few things I want them to think about. We play harder, right? And we're more connected than that team on the other end of the floor. And it's about family. And we're gonna be the last team standing. And that's something that is worked on every single day. It's a process, but I stand by culture and I stand by people. I think you build championship teams based off the people you surround yourself with. I've been doing it for 21 years, and everywhere I've been at, we won championships. It was built because of people.
We can give a quick round of applause for that. We'll give everybody a round of applause.
Much like Coach, I would say probably the first thing I would try to get across in any press conference or to the media or whoever it might be that's asking the questions regarding the program is myself and our staff is going to do everything on a daily basis to put our best foot forward to get the most out of everybody. They're going to get the most energy, the most passion, a guy that's just driven to help everybody in the community, everybody on our team, and everybody in our basketball family be successful. And then secondly, I think it's going to be our guys, our team is never going to have a bigger advocate for them, both while they're playing for us and then after they're playing for us, most importantly. If you can play in our program and you can buy into what we're trying to do and you can bring it every single day to try to be the best person and best player you can be while getting your degree, I'm going to be the biggest advocate for them along with the rest of the staff. So again, it comes down to relationships. It comes down to what you can do to build the foundation in a genuine way. Mm-hmm. I got a clap. Right.
Yeah. I don't want to go too much in. Very similar to what Jermaine was talking about, be quiet, which is if we be honest, when you see the press conference and all the coaches go culture. You see it on the memes and everybody makes fun of it, but it's so true, man. You got to build something that's based on what you value. And everybody, one thing I've learned has been at different levels, and I've coached everywhere from fifth grade basketball AAU to the highest level at the University of Illinois in the Power 5 conference. And the one thing you learn is like everybody has very similar how they want to go about things and what they do. But what separates true essence of good programs is why they do what they do. And my programs, what we're going to be based on, it's going to be based on loving one another. It's going to be on taking care of the person beside you, to play with great passion, to play with great selfishness, to be humble, and to really epitomize who I am as a coach. And we spread that throughout the university, you know, and as long as that's in line with the university's goal, that's the kind of place we're going to be. Very similar to what Jermaine talked about, the culture. And that starts with the type of people you bring in, and that starts with the type of people that you recruit. And so we're going to do that here. We're going to have those type of men who are passionate, who are servants of not thinking about themselves, that they're above and beyond. They think beyond themselves. And that's the mentality we want to try to create. And it starts with the people above you, not only your administration, but the community. And if we all do that together, we'll have a successful program.
Yeah, awesome stuff, fellas. That's not easy to do, putting on the spot like that. So we'll go a little bit lighter again. Tell us a story or a moment in time where you either thought outside the box or you made a significant sacrifice to get where you are today in your career. All of you guys have worked for tremendous head coaches. You guys have coached high-level players, NBA players. You've won championships, been in the tournament. What's either an outside-the-box thing you've done or just a significant sacrifice that behind the scenes people may not know? Let's start with you, Coach Walker.
I didn't recruit Admon Gilder. I didn't recruit Admon Gilder back there. That's probably a bad situation on my part.
So for those that don't know, we got to give Admon his little. You got to give him his round of applause.
Yeah,
So
good
Admon
player.
played at A&M, and then he started last year, not this past year, but the year before that at Gonzaga, and now he's making the transition to being a pro, and then he's going to become a coach. So we want to give him a quick.
See, I knew you, man. I know good players now.
And he's from Dallas, so you know I got to represent. That's my hometown.
No, on a serious note, for you guys in here, I think of that question. It's the very first opportunity that I had. I'm gonna tell a quick story. Like, I was a junior college coach at Redlands Community College, which is in El Reno, Oklahoma. That's where I started out before in Region 2. Shout out to Region 2 in GCAA, man. So I was a junior college coach, really successful. Our first year, we went to we're the first transition. We went from Division 2 junior college to Division 1, and we made it to Hutch. So that was a big deal. That was a really big
And
deal.
for those
for
that
us.
don't know, Hutch means you made it to the national tournament.
Made it to national tournament. So we go to the national tournament in our first year. Okay, I get an opportunity to interview at the University of Denver, and a guy named Terry Carroll was the head coach. Terry Carroll was a junior college coach at Southeastern. Indian Hills, big time successful junior college coach. If you look at Indian Hills, he's had some of the best teams to ever walk through Indian Hills. He had dudes, he had players. But long story short, he offered me the job. It basically paid me $40,000 more, and I turned it down. And I said, the reason why I tell that story in here, because it's going to apply to a lot of you guys. The reason why I turned it down, because I felt like we could win and be successful where I was at. Not to say we couldn't do it there. And I didn't think it was going to be a fit for who I was. And so the reason why I bring that story up is this is something you guys got to learn in this room, is you got to know who you are and what you want to be about. So that, and when you can answer that question, you can start making decisions based on that. And that's the decision I made. And a coach told me that a long time ago, and I took that to heart. And that's the reason why I turned that down. Well, then fast forward, we go to the national championship game, lose it to Southeastern, really good team. They beat us pretty good. I get another opportunity by a guy named Tim Buckley, who was a head coach at Ball State University. That one I took, because I felt like that was an opportunity where I felt like it made sense. And there was another reason why I did not take the other jobs, because I felt like this job at Ball State, I knew he would groom me to be who I wanted to be. That was really, really important. It's always been something that I've taken my whole career, as I work for guys who are going to continue to grow me for who I want to be. At the same time, I help them become successful. So just a story for you guys. That's very important, man. If I can give you any piece of advice, it's not even about X and O's. Know who you are and who you want to be. And if you don't know who you are yet, learn who you don't want to be, so that you make decisions based on that. I don't want to be this. I don't want to be that. Okay, now you start making decisions based on that. So that's a little quick story. So.
Yeah, when I first graduated from college, I was a Division II assistant at a school named CSU Pueblo, Colorado State University Pueblo, for 4 years. And so after the fourth year, I really wanted to try to hump it and get into Division I. And I'm sure some of you can relate to this. Like, when you're a Division II assistant, nobody's messing with you. I can't do anything for you, so and nobody's gonna talk to me, right? So we had some success, and so I went and took a leap of faith and went to junior college, which, at the time people were like, what are you doing? You're leaving a Division II full-time assistant role to go to a junior college. And I went to New Mexico Junior College, who at the time hadn't been to the region tournament. In West Texas, you have to be top 4 to even get to the region tournament. And they hadn't been there in almost 20 years. So, short story, a guy took the job in front of me. I didn't get hired at New Mexico Junior College. A week later, because I was so excited to go to New Mexico Junior College, the guy backed out of it. He said, we can't win at New Mexico Junior College. Who, with my future boss, a guy named Chris Tift, who was at Central Michigan this year. So Chris Tift calls me after a week before, telling me, hey, you're not going to be the guy. And thankfully, I wanted to reach through the phone and choke him. But at the same time, I was like, hey, coach, I understand. Next time, yada, yada, yada. 7 to 10 days later, he's calling me saying, hey, you ready to do this? People looked at me sideways because I'm leaving a Division II assistant job, full-time benefits, et cetera, to go to junior college at a program that was bad at the time. And so fast forward 3 years, I get the head job at New Mexico Junior College. We go to Hutch a couple of times. We have pros, et cetera. But if I didn't bet on myself in that situation and believe in myself and have that type of a positive mentality with, hey, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to work, we're going to figure this out, then I wouldn't be where I am at today.
For me, again, I started off at the junior college myself. I played college ball at Virginia Tech, and my first job was with Chris Jans. That's the head coach at New Mexico State at Howard College in Texas. And I tell you this, I got paid maybe $3,500 to be an assistant coach. My first year, $3,500.
Cafeteria.
Yes, I had to eat in the cafeteria, and I had to.
Big Spring.
Yeah, it's Big Spring, Texas. And what people and what coaches don't understand, I've been doing this for 22 years now, is I had to be the dorm director. I had to be the janitor. I had to, serve food. I had to drive in vans. I had to do everything but be a basketball coach to be able to sit in this seat today. Then I left junior college, and then I take a Division I job. And it was at the time they didn't have operations positions, more like volunteer. So I really wasn't making any money. But I just remember the days I had to sleep in the office, and it's sacrifice. It's nothing. It doesn't come easy, and it's not something I think young coaches got to understand. You got to sacrifice something to get something. And for me, I didn't make any money. I would say probably for 8, 9, 10 years, I was living off a credit card. And so the sacrifice there was I had to give up so much just to be able to sit in this seat to talk to you today. And but it was worth it, right? It's worth it. And you got to keep fighting. You got to figure out, you got to maneuver, you got to make adjustments, you got to pivot, you got to talk to people. You got to work camps. When I was coming up, we had to go work camps. I remember getting in the car and I worked Indiana's camp. I worked Central Michigan's camp. I worked Michigan State's camp. I worked Cleveland State camp. I just did everything I needed to do. I remember making a long trip up to the Poconos hoop group, and I slept in my car. I was working camp. I loved it because I had passion for it. But it pays off, guys. It pays off. Just keep grinding, keep hustling, keep networking, but more importantly, just keep doing things the right way, and it'll all come together for you full circle.
I like to add on that too. The one thing as you go through this stuff is like you said, build relationships, make them authentic. All right, don't make them false. The one thing we do a lot is we get to see a lot of people and get to connect. We recruit, man. We can smell a phony. We can smell a phony, and when you try to be, so as I say, inauthentic or not real, we're going to make genuine relationships. You don't need a ton of them. You don't need a ton of them if they're authentic and real. Because if they become authentic and real, then those are the people who are going to help you. Second thing I would say is that we've had probably all mentors here. We could probably call somebody. You better have a mentor. This is a great thing. This is rising coaches. This is the reason why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is because I feel like it's my journey and my mission to help you guys, to help the world become the best coaches through basketball, or through the faith and through basketball. That's kind of my mission, kind of my ministry. You know what I'm saying? So for you guys, try to do that. If you don't have a mentor, get one. If you don't have a coach who you can call and say, yo, coach, man, I got this job. We probably can think of somebody right now and say, yo, got a job offer, what do you think? And they can be authentic about you and care about you, and they can give you advice. That's why we're probably sitting where we're sitting as well. So just a bit of advice there.
No, that's perfect. It leads into the last question of the kind of more serious segment, and we'll get to the fun lightning round. What would you say are the biggest attributing factors to your success of being here right now? Outside of those mentors, what would you say? We'll start with you, Jamall.
First of all, my faith in God. Totally. I've been through, I could probably share my story and that'd take too long. But at the end of the day, just like you guys in this room, it's been through ups and downs, but my Lord Jesus Christ has kept me steady. And that's first and foremost. And the second thing I would say is I can't get away from the mentor part. Right. I think having great people is important. Having a great mentor, having those people in my life, whether it was my high school coach. My high school coach was actually my first guy who hired me a job at junior college. That was my high school coach. And then Tim Buckley, he recruited me, took a chance on me. I'll never forget that. And I talked to him, that was almost 20 years ago. We talk all the time, and so those people are going to be the people who have made me where I'm sitting today. And they're going to continue to be the people who are going to move me forward. So I can't go anywhere without people. And then again, my faith. Those two things I can't be without. So
leaning on my family, all the sacrifices you make to get to the point in your journey. My family is a major key, is why I'm here. Relationships, authentic relationships with people that have gone out of their way to help me. And then in turn, I try to pay it forward as best as possible. Good players. Having good players. That's why I'm sitting up here, because if we didn't have good players at the stops and won, I wouldn't be sitting in front of you guys. And then I think just having, adding on genuine relationships, like I talk about, like all of us have talked about, but just having people that I've worked for that have allowed me to make mistakes, but still trusted me to do the best job I could do. And then trying to instill confidence in me while holding me accountable, and allowing me to grow. That's why I'm here.
For me, it is about mentorship, but more importantly, just to piggyback off Coach Jamall, I'm a man of faith. If you check my Twitter handle, I tweet scriptures and Bible verses all the time, because that's my foundation. That's who I am as a person. That's who I am as a husband, as a father. So that is first and foremost for me. I always say, leave your ego at the door, connect with people and not the business. And what I mean by that, I think this is such a competitive business right now in today's world that that ego piece is big, and leave that at the door. Work as a team, connect with the guys that's on your staff, connect with the young men that's in your program, do everything you can to serve, lead, and educate where you at. And that's been a big piece. It is about, transformational relationships. My mentors, man, I can run them down, whether it was, everybody has a season in your life, right? But stay connected to the people that have given you an opportunity to grow and develop. And whether that's, working for Coach Jans, working for Mike Garland, working for Steve Lapis, working for Gary Waters, Dane Fife, Porter Moser, Allen Edwards, Bobby Hurley. Like I've had an opportunity to work for so many people and so many great coaches that you got to stay connected. Those are the mentors. Darryl Walker at Little Rock, a guy that I talk to 3-4 times a week, just to bounce things off of him about family, basketball, whether it's faith. He gives me, and he's real, he's transparent, and he's gonna tell me, hey, hey, Coach Kemp, don't do it, man. Like that's not right. Like, you gotta have guys like that in your life that can shut you down and put you back on track, and make sure you're thinking the right way. Guys that you could talk to about your marriage. It's hard to be married in this profession because you spend so much time away from your, from your wife and your kids. So you got to make sure that everything in that area is okay. And I've been married for 12 years now, and it's worked out for me. So I think those are the biggest things that I can think of right now is the reason why I'm sitting here in front of you today.
Awesome. Let's give a quick round of applause. You can take your jacket off if you want. It's the lightning round. We're gonna have a little fun. Okay. So you can keep it on if you want to. It is cool in here. So it's either a 1-word answer or answer in 30 seconds. Then we'll open up the questions from the audience. So number one, we'll start with you, Coach Kimbrough. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, or Kobe Bryant?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Man, anybody over 35 just don't say Michael Jordan. I got a problem. I got a problem, serious problem. MJ.
Awesome.
MJ.
Number two, as a coach, would you say you're offensive minded, defensive minded, or player development? Coach Walker?
I was a bad player growing up when I was a player, so I'm more defensive minded because that's the only way I played. So
defensive minded.
Two-way coach, both offense and defense.
You must have scored. I played for Charlie Spoon out.
3 top characteristics you would want in your staff when you become a head coach. Just list them off. Just 1, 2, 3.
Starting with me. Me personally, I would want my staff to mirror my family. So it would be faith, love, and no excuses.
Loyalty, hardworking, and well-rounded.
Faith, family, character.
Awesome. Up 3, 7 seconds to go. You foul them, let them play out.
Where's the ball?
Full court.
Full court.
Full court.
Me personally, I'm a foul.
Foul when it gets under 4 seconds, not before then.
Foul right before half court.
I love it. Top 3 characteristics of your ideal player to coach. Coach Walker, you go first.
Tough, competitive, skilled.
Athletic, tough, and loves basketball.
Tough, wants to be successful in everything he touch. Just a competitive edge and skill.
In 1 word or phrase, what would you say? What's one of the biggest misconceptions of being a college coach? Coach Kimbrough, go first.
What you see on TV, because we wear so many other hats that a lot of people think college basketball is what you see on TV, and that's only probably 2% of it. And because we wear so many different hats, we are, father figures, we are mental coaches, we are academic coaches, we are skill development coaches, we are everything you can think of for these kids.
You're going to be rich coaching basketball.
That is a really good one.
That is.
Just quick, I cut my grass. This is when I lived in Illinois. I was cutting my grass and the season was over. And my neighbor said, "So what do you do now? The season's over." That was a big, that showed me he's like, dude, it's just starting, man. So yeah, just think when the season's over, I just kind of hang out and chill. That's not the case.
Well said. Well said. What's one of the biggest misconceptions or myths that incoming recruits have that are just entering college?
Oh, they think it's gonna be easy. That's the number one thing. They think it's gonna be really easy. I'm gonna play the same way in high school as I did in college. No, no, definitely not. So easy.
Exact same answer. They think it's going to be easy.
I would say player rankings, that they would think because they were ranked that that's the, that's how it's going to be. That it matters.
That definitely doesn't matter.
A phrase or 1 word of your thoughts, appropriately, no cuss words, just kidding, about the transfer portal.
New way of life.
Adapt or become extinct.
Adapt.
Well said. Well said. Same thing on name, image, and likeness.
Get ready. Misconception. I think guys are going to be more consumed with that than playing basketball here, trying to make money. You're not going to get rich doing that. So,
great idea, but messy.
I was going to say messy.
Yeah, complicated for sure.
Yeah.
Why do you love coaching basketball?
For me, the relationships, transformational relationships, that, whether I was coaching college basketball or not, I will be still helping young people develop and grow into who they are today as grown men. And I tell our players this all the time. You know, the 38-year-old version of yourself is counting on who you are today. So if you're 18 years old, that person 20 years from now is counting on who you are today. And that's the reason why we coach, because we want them to see the bigger picture. We want them to get it now. Planting the seeds, it might not sprout today, it might not sprout next week, but hopefully the seeds that you plant as a coach will sprout, hopefully, as they grow up. And that's the biggest thing for me, is transformational relationships.
Relationships as well. Being able to change young men's circumstances through the game of basketball and getting an education and just trying to teach them how to be successful in life.
Man, I love basketball, period. I'm a big fan. I'm like Kobe. You know, when the ball goes through your net and you hear that pop sound, I love that. I love everything about it, from the relationships to the winning, to the process of winning, developing a team, to building a team, to building relationships. There's not one piece. They pay me to do this. They pay me well. I can't believe it. They pay me to do what I do. And what a blessing that is, man. So I love everything about it. I don't even know if I can pick anything. My wife's in trouble. If it was a girl, but basketball, man, it'd be something else. But I love it. But I seriously do. I mean, it's paved the way. It's paid for my education. It's done everything for me. So not even just college basketball, just the game itself. And so that's why I feel like I want to give back, because it's treated me so well. I gotta give some of this away. You know, it just feels so good. You know, when you get something to eat and you just like want to give it to somebody else, like, man, you got to try this. You got to try this. That's how I feel about basketball. It's like, yo, you got to have a piece of this. You know what I mean? Because it's done me so well. So, I mean, I just love everything about it, honestly.
Yep. 3 words as to why you coach.
3 words.
I think for me, the reason why I coach, again, is relationships. It saved my life. You know, my coaches saved my life. And it wasn't just a basketball coach. It was every coach I played sports in, whether it's football or basketball or baseball. That's who I wanted to be. I wanted to be a coach for a very long time. And so I would say relationships, development, you know, and God.
Relationships. Like Coach said, I love basketball. Like, I don't ever consider it a job. Every day is great. It's never a bad day. Mostly never a bad day. And then I like to compete. I like a challenge. You know, I like to be in situations where you don't think you can attain something or you be successful, and then, you know, prove yourself or others wrong. I like that.
I'll probably say serve. That would probably be a word. If you said 3 words, it'd be serve. Serve the players, serve the community, serve the university. Love the players, man. Love the game. Love everything about it. And then my ministry. I truly believe that God's blessed me with a tremendous opportunity to serve him through the game of basketball. So that would be my 3.
Last one, and we'll pass it to the crowd, which is what would be one piece of advice for a young coach?
For me, I would say be a sponge. Learn everything you can. Be authentic. Be yourself. You know who you are. You can't mask that. You just be yourself. You know, do things the right way. You know, be accountable. And that was one of the first words I learned when I first got into business, and I was working at Michigan State's basketball camp, and I'll never forget this. Just listening to Coach Izzo at that time, he said, make sure the coach who hires you can count on you. And that's in every aspect. So be a sponge, know everything, whether it's academics, whether it's, you know, skill development, continue to grow, get better every single day. All right.
Be a star where you are now. You know, be where you are now and be elite there. But at the same time, strategically network while being authentic and genuine. If someone would have told me that like 10 years ago, like, maybe I'd make as much money as these two guys. So, but I think that's really important.
I don't think that much
Right.
For me, I go back to what I said earlier. Learn who you are, and that's going to change. Know who you are. Again, if you don't know who you are, then know who you don't want to be. I think that's a key component to making decisions about your life and what direction you want to go. I think that's very, very important. If I can give you that piece of advice, and then your perception sometimes is your reality. Like some people, how people perceive you, it's hard to shake it once you get a kind of a stigma out there in this profession. So again, you got to know when you make these decisions, and it goes to, again, knowing who you are. And if you go out there, okay, is this going to affect me? You actually have to make those decisions and say, like, I can't do that because that's not who I am, but that's not who I want to be perceived to be, And so sometimes you're going to have to make some sacrifices that, just like I'm sure some of us played basketball, we got families, you're going to make sacrifices. And like Jermaine said down here, he said, sometimes you got to give up something to get something. And that's so true.
All right, awesome job. We'll take 2 questions and then pass the mic to our next speaker.
Before we get started, I just want to make sure, I want to add something because, Coach Jamall said this earlier about mentors. A mentor of mine I worked for 10 years.
Cleveland State, Gary Waters. I saw myself in him. And if you can connect to a guy that, your boss, that you can see yourself in him, he was about the right things. He was a servant leader. He served, he lead, he educated. And I kind of connected myself to him. And I worked for him for free. Basically, when I first got the job, they make a ton of money, but it was something there in that culture, was something in him that I saw in myself that I wanted to be like. And that's very important through your coaching journey, so take time to connect yourself with people that you see something in yourself that you see in them.
Eli Burke, Benedictine University, Mesa, basketball. You guys have a welcome to coaching moment that has kind of stood out to you, that has stuck with you over the course of your career?
Yeah, I would. That's always a welcome to coaching moment, but I've been fortunate. What they say, if you haven't been fired, you're not a coach, right? If you haven't been fired, you're not a coach. For me, I'll never forget this story with Coach Jans. My first day on the job, I get in at maybe 8:30 at night, pulling the big spring, drove in from Dallas, and he gives me the keys to a van and said, all right, you got to drive to New Mexico tonight, start rounding up the guys. So I had to take a trip at about 9 o'clock at night after I just got off the road for driving like 12 hours to Big Spring, Texas, and got back in the van and start driving towards New Mexico to start picking up our players to bring them back to campus in JUCO. And that's when I was like, man, it's like this. Like I gotta get in the car right now and start driving. Like he give me the keys. It's 9 o'clock at night. Grab my first cup of coffee, and there you go. So those are the things you remember as a young coach. The sacrifices you make.
I'd have one my first year in New Mexico junior college. We were playing Howard College. Jay Crowder, they had a guy named Carlos Emery. They ended up winning a national championship, and we thought we were pretty good going into league play, and they beat us by about 50. And so I guess what that moment taught me is you're never probably as good as you think you are, and we need better players.
Mine actually, the job I talked about was at Ball State for 2 years, and then we got let go. And that was a reality check for me. Like you said, like Brian just said, man, we got fired. I had just been there. I basically recruited a couple of guys, and then I was a part of one recruiting class, and I was gone. So okay, well, I was blessed to find that I went to school at St. Louis University. They had an opening. I get that job. We win 21 games. We go 21-10, and we get fired. So my first 2 jobs, I was in the business for 3 years. I've been fired out of 2. So 2 staffs. And so I'm legitimately sitting at home going, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't even know if I want to be a part of this business. But Lord behold, man, and we got fired the second week of April after the Final Four. So, the Final Four, can get, nope. I'm at the Kingwood Classic. Everybody remember the old Kingwood Classic
Yeah.
back in the day, with no job, just sitting there trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. And lo and behold, I got a call from Billy Kennedy of Murray State to keep me afloat. And so the business can be cruel, but I will say this: just because you get let go or you're fired or you're on a staff that gets fired doesn't mean you're not good. And that's what I learned in that. Doesn't mean anything. It's just like losing the game. How can I get better? Okay, what can I learn from that experience? And that's what I learned through that. So definitely a welcome to the business when you're 20, whatever I was, 28 years old, and been fired twice. On 2 staffs that have been fired. So
I've been a part of that. And, one of the things I tell people all the time, don't let that be your story.
Yeah.
Don't let it be a story. You got an opportunity to recreate whatever story you want going into that next job.
All right, let's take one more, and then we'll have Coach Phil Beckner come up.
I'm Dominic Garcia, Centenary College of Louisiana. As an assistant coach, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the dynamic that can exist where a player might have a different relationship with you than he has with the head coach. And obviously you're loyal to your head coach, or maybe they feel comfortable saying something to you they might not feel comfortable saying it around the head coach. Can you talk about how you handle that dynamic, obviously being loyal to your head coach, but also being there for your players when they have something they might not feel comfortable saying in front of their head coach?
Me personally, I'm never really in that situation because I'm always real with the players. I'm always real, and I might not always say what they want to hear, but I'm gonna tell them the truth. And it's a fine line because sometimes players, they look at you to be their that positive voice and truly don't want to hear the truth. And if I can give any young assistant coach any advice, is to not to go against what your head coach is saying to them. Find a way to deliver the same story or the same message in a different way to that young man. So you might be able to say it to him a totally different way, but you're still getting the same point across that the head coach is trying to get to him. So you just got to find different ways to connect to him, speak his language, and still get the same result. And sometimes, and that's just by being real. You got to have real relationships. You got to be able to shut the door and say, nah, coach is right. Coach is right. And you got to be able to deliver that message. And then you got to get his mind right. So when he stepped back out on that court, whether it's working for Coach Jans, that he can get out there and perform and get through whatever it is that he got through with the head coach.
We got time.
Anybody else want to jump in? Yeah, go ahead.
So just like Coach said, I think you'll learn too, as you move up levels, you'll see that the dynamic between the players and the head coach becomes completely different. When I was in junior college as a head coach, like, those are my boys, right? Like, those are my guys. They're always in here. They're messing with me, but I can yell at them, but I can rein them back in because I was a head coach and we spent so much time together. As you move into Division I, especially elite level basketball, head coaches are pulling in so many different directions that you functionally are a head coach a lot of times, but still delivering the same message that your boss would want you to deliver. And so it comes down to having relationships with them and being completely honest with them. And then, like Coach said, regurgitating that same message, maybe in a different way that they would hear it from you, but maybe they don't hear it from your boss. And always being loyal to your boss.
Yeah. And I think also too, having relationships with parents and the guys that's in their circle of trust, because sometimes that message might not have to come from you, but you can pick up the phone and call somebody that's in their circle that can get that message to them so we can move forward.
They pretty much hit it pretty much on the head. I think as an assistant coach, your job is to make the head coach's job easier. And sometimes when they're getting pulled, like you said, in certain directions, you're going to have a relationship. And it's okay when a player has a better relationship sometime with the assistant coach, with the head coach. But your job as that assistant coach is to bridge that gap. So you're basically the bridge between the two. So if you can find a way where if it's talking to them, communicating, helping them understand, because a lot of times they don't understand because half the time they're not adults or whatever, to try to get them to understand this is what coach is thinking. This is why he's doing this for you and how he's doing it. Then they understand. Again, it kind of goes back to why. When you can answer why, guys usually are pretty cool. They're like, okay, I get it now. You know, when they don't understand why as a player, especially this generation, because they want to know why, man. And it's not our way where it's just like you do this, you do it. If you can get them to understand why Coach Harmon thinks you're great, man. You don't think you're great? I think you're great. Coach thinks you're great. And if you can get them to understand that, then you're in a good spot. You know, and sometimes, like I said, it's okay to have a great relationship. It's actually great for the head coach if you do have that relationship, so he trusts you, so he can coach him better. You know, so.
Awesome. Let's give these awesome high level. Afterwards, so you guys can feel free to ask some questions and transition offense to Adam Gordon.
Appreciate it. Thank you to Brian too for moderating. Good job, man. Appreciate you guys. We're going to take like a 2-3 minute break while we rearrange the podium here, and then we'll be back with Coach Beckner. Appreciate it, guys. Good job, Ryan.
Thanks for asking. Appreciate it.
job after my GA and stuff. My first full-time job coaching college basketball was at Northern Colorado. And spent 1 year there in the Big Sky. I'd never been in the Big Sky before, didn't really know much about it. And we took a road trip. And you know how it is. You guys get off the bus, you guys shoot around. You go into the gym, usually there's no one there. Your guys take forever to get their shoes laced up. You dick around on the court for a little bit and call it a day. We get out, and we go into the gym. The lights are already on, and there's a player and there's a coach. And I was the ops guy, so I was the first one off the bus. You know, I'm always like on the court first, making sure there's balls. So I'm out there a little before our team gets there, and I sat there and just watched. And it was like the most intentional workout I had ever seen. I don't know who anybody is. I just know, like, these guys are, like, getting some shit done. Well, the coach was Phil Beckner. It was Weber State. And the player was Damian Lillard. And it didn't take long before I figured out who it was, because the next night he dropped, like, 33, 10, and 9 on us in the most, like, effortless performance ever. Anyways, I'm going to stall for a second here because I see there's some mic issues. But very excited to have Phil Beckner here with us tonight. He's done an unbelievable job with his player development over the years. Of course, he coached, like I mentioned, at Weber, at Boise State, and has been really deep in the player development for the last several years. I'm sure you guys have seen the shirts, the company, Be Better, Be Different. And so anyways, we're very excited to have him here. Phil Beckner.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it, Phil.
The one thing Adam forgot to mention is that I'm the smartest guy in the room. Get you to see things through the lens of how me and my staff or how we're working with guys. So it's going to be a little bit different than just a normal clinic format. I'm just going to be really honest, kind of speak from the hip. The biggest thing when I left college basketball, I think that had made the programs I was part of successful and my career successful. I spent 10 years at the Division I level, was that we had found a niche. We had found something that we could separate ourselves with in the recruiting process, the on-court training, off-court training, with those type of things. With that being said, that's what I'm going to give you today. I'm just going to give you kind of the big picture look. Good go. Hello, baby. Good job. I'm just going to give you the big picture look of kind of where it started, how it goes, and really kind of how it ends when we go through the film stuff. If I screw up the laptop, stay with me. Here's where I make my money nowadays. Me as a professional, all I do is train NBA players. Very few college players. I work with the USA Junior National Team, get to help lead a lot of the player development stuff for them. But it's these two things. When you really, really look at this, and we've probably all seen the video on Twitter that those guys post, like how culture is the buzzword. Every head coach gets a job and they talk like culture, culture, culture. Or this year it was like right way, we're going to play the right way. Here's what I think the next word is. And this is what we're really trying to capitalize on, not only personally, not only professionally, but especially career-wise for NBA players and now some of the college teams I consult with, is development. I think development should be the word. And there's a big time difference between what we talk about, development and training. Development and workouts. Everyone works out. I worked out at 7:30 this morning on the treadmill in Portland and on the elliptical, and Damian Lillard's over there killing himself with a Turkish boxing coach who's absolutely psycho.
We both worked out. One got a lot more work in than the other one because I'm like the slow guy on the elliptical going, and Dame's over there throwing a med ball against the wall. But developmentally, that's the separator. That's my opinion now. Like this is the separator. And here's what I found. The two most controllable resources every program has to improve. I don't care if you're NAI. I played NAI. I've coached every level. I coached junior high and high school here in the state of Arizona, 10 years of Division I, worked with Oklahoma City Thunder's G League team. The most controllable resources you have to improve, one coaches, two players. And obviously all of us in here, we're trying to get better as coaches. We're trying to learn. So obviously that would impact our program. If you're a head coach or you're an assistant, budgets change. Can't control that. Recruiting, good God, I don't know why you guys are doing it with the portal, the new rules, all that. Like those things change. Arenas change. Venues change. You can't control, but you can control your development for your staff. So one is coaches, two is players. The most fun part, the niche we carved out at Weber State, Boise State, that someone told us we were one of the first, or us as assistants were one of the first kind of staffs, whatever, to develop two different first rounders at two different mid-major schools. Lillard went number 6 at Weber. Chandler Hutchison went number 22 to the Bulls at Boise State. Because we knew we didn't have as much money as San Diego State, not as much as UNLV. We didn't have all the talent, the stars by their names, so we had to develop those guys. All eyes on me when I say this, please. I believe in this stuff. B, all eyes on me, please. You cannot give away what you don't possess. All this shit is great. All this stuff's going to be really, really fun until you want to get up and possess some of these things that you need your players to do. I'm telling you, none of this will work. Cody Toppert went to Cornell. He's 10 times smarter than me, sends me edits. I can't even keep up with him. The only chance I have to create tougher players, to create better players, is I have to possess those traits myself. So that's why I asked you to look at me when I said all this stuff's going to be great. You're going to like it. You're like, man, I'm going to go work dudes out. If you don't possess this stuff, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. The biggest thing, non-negotiable, dudes are going to be on time. Dudes are going to be on time. They're going to be on the court 10 minutes before their workout, dribbling a ball. If not, we're going to have issues. And I don't care if you're an NBA All-Star or a college All-American. It does not matter. So guess who can never be late? Myself. One of my interns is here. We could never be late. And we don't talk about body language all the time. Body language is kind of cliche. We talk about developing a presence. It's one of our top 5 separators in developing players. But again, if I don't have a great presence, and I don't walk into Rising Coaches and dress professionally, show up on time. Adam's texting me. He's like, are you going to make it? I know, what time did my flight land? 4 o'clock. And I'm here on time by 5 to speak. Through traffic. Boom. Got a snack. We're going to do that because we expect it from our players. So I'm challenging you guys first, every single coach, and again, coach, leader, director of operations. Title does not matter. If you don't possess it, you can't give it away. This is cool. I was in Portland, so I'm always like, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. He's way smarter than me. We're driving back from a workout. He's like, why do you got to take this early flight? Why are you leaving so quick? I said, I made a commitment to speak, and I'm speaking to Rising Coaches. There's going to be like 50 dudes in the room. There's going to be a whole bunch online. I said, they were the guys where I started training you at Weber State. I was the ops guy. I worked for free my first 2 years. It was a non-paid position. So I would work every day at Weber State from 8:30 in the morning until 5 p.m., and then I would go work the night shift at Costco. It kicked my ass for too long, so then I had to referee men's league games. And I asked Dame, I said, these guys who are on that same path and same journey and trying to make an impact on their program or trying to grow their career, what advice do you have for them? And we're driving, and he gave me crap. He says I'm a bad driver, but I had to start typing it in an email to myself. It was so good. And this is what he said. And we got a handout for all of you guys with this on here, but this was just phenomenal. To increase the accountability they have for the players. And he just paused. He just paused. He said, I don't care if they're a video guy, an ops guy, an assistant coach, increase the accountability they have for the players. He goes, most of the time, they are around the players more than the damn coaches are. And he's right. There's a lot of younger coaches or assistants who are around these guys way, way more. The in-between times, pre-practice, post-practice, study hall. It's going to make them better when they are coaches because they have already made the players better. I got on an intern today. They missed the workouts. They wanted to go network and do all this other stuff. I'm like, if you take care of our players and get that person in front of you really, really, really good, you'll get a job. And I'm a clinic junkie. I went to all these. But, man, you got to show up and take care of those players first. This is awesome. The players don't need you to participate with them. They need you to challenge them. And I just thought that word participate was so freaking big time. Sometimes, and as adults and as leaders, and I've had to look in the mirror, sometimes we're participating in the wrong conversations. They're throwing another coach under the bus. They want to talk about the wrong rap album, whatever it may be. You're just participating with them. You're just participating in your program. You're not enforcing a standard, a culture, or trying to get those guys better. And instead of participating with these players, you need to challenge them. That's all on a handout that he said, and I'm going to give it to you. But I thought that was phenomenal. I asked him specifically for that group, typed it up, he approved it. Every staff I meet with, whether it's USA Basketball, whether it's I go to Milwaukee and I'm training a player and a video guy comes and rebounds for us, I think there are 4 disqualifiers for us making players better. 4 disqualifiers for becoming an elite level coach or a great coach. And if you don't check the boxes in all 4, I don't think you're going to really, really ever be great at doing this stuff. The first one, and it's simple, it's lack of purpose. We hear that all the time. What is your why? If it's about money, if it's about status, if it's about how many Twitter followers you got, you're not going to be able to develop players. It is always about them. We have interns, we have a staff out here. Our alignment, when you walk in the gym, we define our alignment. Number 1 is the players. Number 2 is the leader. That means whoever's leading the drill. If Cody Toppert's an assistant, and I'm an assistant, he's leading the drill, he's the leader. I support the players first, I support the leader second within that drill. Then the third thing, I get to worry about myself. Man, maybe I need a snack, maybe I need a drink, maybe maybe I need to write notes for that. But man, when we lack purpose, it's going to be really, really hard to reach and connect these, especially with the elite level guys. And here's one of our big sayings, why I don't have an Instagram. Work from the shadows, take no credit. Work from the shadows, take no credit. The shit we do behind the scenes with guys, and I love getting mentioned. It feels good. You get validation. But, man, work from the shadows, take no credit. Every time I do an interview or try to talk about these guys, I try to tell their story. It's not about what we did in what gym we worked out in, what drill we did. This might be, the second disqualifier might be the one this group, our generation, our era is struggling with the most, lack of professionalism. I'm telling you, how guys dress, hygiene, showing up on time, communicating, taking notes. We make every single player, it does not matter who you are, take out their earrings and take off their jewelry when they work out with us. I don't care if they make $50 million a year, because they're not wearing that crap when they work out for the Phoenix Suns or when they play for the Portland Trailblazers. It's not going to happen. We are going to dress a certain way. We're going to carry ourselves. There is a level of professionalism that we have with players. Everyone on my staff that works with us, there's one rule about player relationships, because they're all younger. Professional, no other. We don't go to bars. We don't go to strip club with none of that crap. And here's why. Here's the biggest, because if you do that, here's what I think. You can't coach them. Can't get them better. What's our job? To get them better. What are the 2 most controllable resources? Coaches, players. If we want a job, we got to get them better. If I'm going to hold their ass accountable, man, I can't be doing that crap with them. Can't go out with them. Now, yeah, we'll have dinner, we'll have a beer, they're pros, whatever, but the lack of professionalism is killing people. The next one, Wes Matthews hires me 2 years ago. 10-year NBA player, first player ever to get a max contract without being drafted. He got pissed at me because he showed up late 3 times. I confronted him about it. The third time, I'm like, hey, I'm a man. You're a man. Like, bro, don't waste my time. But spikes the ball. He's like, I don't need a freaking dad. I don't need someone to tell me to be on time. I'm like, do it your way. I'm good. Next day, shows up on time. He's like, what does it cost to hire you for a year? So when I asked him, I said, why'd you hire me? He goes, you held me accountable. And 2, you're always available. He goes, but Phil, you know what I like about your availability? You said 9 a.m., 12 p.m., or 9 p.m. Figure one out. It's not just this, hey, I'll text you whenever. One of our standards, going back to professionalism, you have to have your stuff set up the day before. We don't baby these guys. We're not going through it. The lack of availability to get players better, if you're going to, and again, going back to you can't give away what you don't possess. If you want these dudes to get in the gym and you're not willing to show up to the gym at 9 o'clock at night and do it and you're tired, it ain't going to happen. That's the availability they got to have. And so this morning, 7:30 a.m. strength workout, 9 a.m. on the court. I took a pre-draft kid with me because he came out here and he changed his habits. He's changing his life. I mean, he was doing some stuff. If I wasn't on camera, I'd tell you guys, doing some dumb stuff. He got in, driving here. I'm tired as heck. He said, can we shoot at 9 p.m. still? We're going to be there at 9 p.m. for him. Because if we're going to challenge him to be great, we have to be available to help make him great. Have to. And some of us aren't checking these boxes. The last part. This is a separator, and it's probably the hardest part. But here's what happens. We go to clinics, and I was a clinic junkie, and like Cody has all his edits and all that. We're like, man, I need that, I need that, I need that. And I'm going to show you 3 simple breakdowns today. We're not checking these boxes first, though. Like, oh, I want to teach. Phil, give me the X's and O's. Phil, give me this dude. He's on staff at Xavier. He came out. He's going to work with us. He's like, I can't believe how simple your stuff is. It's simple. Greatness lies in simplicity. But at the end of the day, the elite ones, they can get out there and teach. They're not just teaching skills. They're not just teaching shooting. They're teaching habits. They're teaching mindset. They're teaching them how to show up on time, how to dress the right way. The best, I think the best leaders, the best coaches right now in college basketball are the best teachers. And a lot of them, when you look at this, and I was lucky enough to learn, I was a high school PE teacher for 2 years. Try having 42 kids in your class with about 12 basketballs. You'll learn how to teach really quick, really, really well. So those are the 4 disqualifiers. What I would challenge you on, look within. Don't just look at your program. Because when I first would look at stuff where I go to club, I'm like, oh yeah, like Marlon Stewart, dude, like needs to be available more. Like, no, Phil, you need to be more professional. So look within, because I'm trying to give you guys some stuff developmentally for that. Here's a secret sauce. First time I've ever shared it in a clinic publicly, to be honest. It's what it is. This is how we build players. You know why this works so well? Look at me. Stop writing for a second. You're going to get this on the handout. I'll give it to you. Because I have extreme clarity on what I want and how it looks. I might not be the right way. George might want to do it the other way. I know exactly how this stuff is supposed to look for us to be successful. And this is how we build players. Right, wrong, and different. This is the direction we're going to head. It starts with character. You guys want something really, really, really good? And we probably read all the same books, all the same crap. We're all on the same social media. You want to analyze character and you want to get these dudes better player development-wise? You don't just, oh, it's background. Like college coach, this is why I go consult. They're like, oh, their parents. He has good grades. He's part of whatever club in school. That shit is not character. I'm telling you, it's not character. And I learned this from a tremendous player in the NBA. You want to know what character is? Write this down. Behaviors and responses. How profound is that? When you start looking at dudes' behaviors day in, day out, how they behave, where they go, and then their responses, the number one thing I got to criticize players about, there's a dude in here who actually worked out with us. I should put him on the spot, but man, his responses were terrible. Defensive. Didn't listen. But it's the responses. It tells so much. You want to analyze character, build players, look at their behaviors, look at their responses. Here's a behavior. I had a player send me this the other day. He's like, man, all these young dudes get to the NBA, they do this weird little shit now. Like, they just turn weird. Terrence Mann, I don't care. I'll throw him under the bus. Tweet the shit. I don't care. He's running out for his game. They all have masks on. There's like a pile. They're supposed to put their mask on. Guess what he does? Throws it on the floor. I had an NBA All-Star send me that. And he's like, what is he doing? That means when you throw your mask on the floor, what does it mean? Who picks it up? Who picks it up? Guys, are we away? I know we're some coaches. We're not somebody else. Like, who are you to have someone else pick up your mask? Behaviors. So then when you confront them, oh man, I didn't mean to do. What's their response? Behaviors, responses. You look at that, and here's why. Spiritually, I believe, Bible verse, really, really good. If you want to build players, it starts with the foundation. A house built on sand will not last. We got to build these dudes up on a rock. We got to teach them some stuff. This could change your evaluations of building players. I think Cody's phenomenal at it. He happens to be here. He worked with Devin Booker. Physical strength, and I would add mobility. Biomechanically, Devin Booker could do stuff no one else can. I don't care how good of a trainer I am or Cody, like Devin, he could biomechanically, he could do more. Dennis Schroeder actually is a guy biomechanically could do a bunch of stuff other guys can't do. That's the next part. And when we have clarity to start with character, we know where they're at with physical strength and mobility. Now we could build skill sets. And here's the difference. There's a difference between skill sets, which I'm going to show you today, and then concepts and strategy. And too many times in the college game or the non-pro game, we have these blurred. Guys are just running through the motions. A whole bunch of activity without achievement. The best part, the separator, is the mindset, the mental part. Coach Walters, a girl. Don't say the cuss word. What do we create in workouts? Mother effers. Girls, you want me coaching the NBA? If you work out with us, you know you're going to be a mother effer, a killer. That is the mindset we establish. Great story. Again, going back to Dame and him giving you this stuff. We're talking about it. He goes, Phil, you know when I realized I was crazy? I go, when? He goes, when I got tired in games, Coach Stotts is trying to sub me out, and I'm talking to myself out loud, and he thinks I'm talking to him about coming out of the game. I go, what do you mean you're talking to yourself out loud? He's like, I ain't tired. I'm pushing through. And he said this, if you could believe, this is mindset, building a play, this is the top of the pyramid. If you could believe, you could instill belief in others. If you could believe, you could instill belief in others. However, the secret to all of that, what can you convince yourself to do? And who can you convince yourself to be? Can I convince myself that I'm an MFer, that I'm a killer, and then instill that belief in others? So when we build players, every plan I write up, everything we go through, even before, and I'm about to get to the skill sets, it starts with character. And we text every guy our standards of take out your earrings, be 10 minutes early, say thank you, pick up your trash, all of it. We say this, our way is not for everybody, and we don't coach effort. Physical strength and mobility. Can they even physically do the things we're asking them to do, body wall movement-wise, biomechanically? Skill sets, which I'm going to give you today, and that's the fourth separate, the teaching part. Can you teach skill sets, concepts, and strategy? And again, that mindset. And I think now in the world of social media, millennials, all of that, man, mindset's the biggest separator. That's what'll take guys from good to great. Shifting gears now. Here's the hoop stuff, okay? So again, I'm flying through this. And by the way, we got a couple videos. He's got some stuff he'll give you. If you guys want to take a deeper dive into this, more options, by the way, too. We're working out tomorrow, 10 a.m. I got a couple pros on the court, 11 a.m. pre-draft. Any of you guys want to come? It's 30 minutes away. You're all invited. Come watch it if you want. You'll see this stuff. High clarity equals high performance. So like I told you, pyramid, know exactly what we want. High clarity equals high performance. So there are skill set absolutes that every player at every level has to at least be adequate in. My two player development philosophies, two staples that go along with these are really, really simple. One, Dick Bennett used to say this, Van Gundy says it all the time now, be great at the things that happen a lot. Like Euro steps, we don't do a lot. You know why? They don't happen a lot. Unless you're a Euro type, Euro step guy. We don't do it. Giannis does. Dame hardly ever Euro steps. Mikel's not a huge Euro step guy, but he's long enough to do it. Like, those things don't be great at the things that happen a lot. And then here's the separator. Be great at what you're good at. If you're really good at something, turn it into a great skill. Instead of being like, oh, this guy can't do this, can't do that. Man, if they have a good skill, we're trying to take it to very good. If it's very good, we're trying to take it to great. And here's how we break it down. These are our skill set absolutes that we're going to hit in about every workout, whether it's a skill set workout or a concept and strategy workout. One is ball handling. I'm going to show you a video of that. I'm going to show you how we build upon these progressively in skill sets. The two biggest things we emphasize is posture and height of handle. We got guys from every high major school in the gym coming to see us now. Pre-draft, whatever. Height of handle is like the biggest, I think, myth that has to be broken. You watch Harden, you watch Book, you watch Dame. Those dudes are not dribbling down here. Height of handle. And then the other thing we emphasize within it is posture, and I'm going to show you that. If everyone's doing the same thing, you're probably going to get what everyone else gets. Or if you're doing what everyone else does, you get what everyone else gets. I think there's been this phenomenon the last 8 years of development in basketball. It's all dribbling. It's all bounce, dribble, Gannon Baker, Michael Lancaster, all this crazy stuff. What's missing? What did Pete Newell used to have? His own freaking what? Camp on what? Footwork. At least one guy's paying attention. I mean, Admon, you awake today? You freaking worked out with us. Footwork. There's ribs. There's jabs. There's pivots. Ribs, jab. You watch Ginobili? You want to know why he was so good at refusing a pick and roll half the time? Because he'd rip it over his shoulders. He'd sit there. They wouldn't respond to his rip. Boom, he'd go by the guy. So I think if everyone's doing ball handling and going that direction, I think we better work footwork and go this direction. Get some separators for that. So it's ribs, pivots, and jabs. The best players, when the ball's in their hand, the best players could do what? What's the best thing elite players could do? What's that? No, when the ball's in their hand, they're dribbling, they're going. What can the elite players do?
Shoot off the dribble.
They can, yes. You know what they could do? Stop. They could go 100 miles an hour and stop, and no one's teaching it. Everyone thinks change pace, change direction is fast to slow, slow to medium. How about fast to stop? You watch Book, man, you watch Dame, those guys go fast. They're there, boom, they stop. And what do they maintain while they do it? Posture and height of handle. I got a great tweet. This guy has a Mighty Ducks quote that I don't remember seeing the Mighty Ducks where the kid skates into the pop can. He's the most talented skater. He can't stop. And I'm going to show you Dame stopping in a second, literally 2 days ago. Change pace, change direction. You got body and ball has to work together, but you want to stop. Here's the last two parts. One, finishing. Personally, I think finishing is the skill you can improve upon the most at the college level, other than ball handling. Chandler Hutchison did it with us at Boise. He was like an average finisher at Boise or whatever, and he ended up being excellent on synergy by the end of his career. Here's why. We define 4 primary finishes, and we work them every day. I don't know what your guys' are. Some like the hook, the runner. And again, you're not all working at elite level guys like we have. Literally, Steve Nash reach out finish. That's one. You can't use your left hand, reach out finish. That's one. Lillard, inside hand finish. Drive with your right, score it with your left. Okay? Third finish is a reverse. We call it Dr. J reverse, where if this is the rim, you're coming under to score it this way, or inside hand finish reverse. We have a kid right now, two super talented 6'5", 6'7", fringe first rounder, second rounder guys. They can't do the reverse finish. They can't get their steps coordinated together. Like that just baffles me, and they've both been in college. One's 2 years, one's been in 3 years. The last finish, we call it a touch shot. Not so much a floater, but like a jump stop, kind of little jump hook touch shot. Loved it. DeMar DeRozan's great at them. Jimmy Butler's great at them. Just those little stop, touch shots. So those 4 finishes, our skill set absolute, we're working all the time. Shooting, we're not going to talk about today. We're actually going to do a shooting clinic here in a couple weeks. But foundation is always base and balance. Then I think 3 things affect shooting the most. This is a good one if you want to write it down. For shooting, look at this. You want to make your guys better at shooting. I don't care what you believe. Fingers, elbow, whatever. Look at this. 3 things affect shooting the most. Speed, distance, and movement. If you just look at those three things and coach those guys to that, how fast are they moving or how slow are they moving? That's probably affecting their shot or making a shot. The next one is distance. What is their range? Obviously, like Logo Lillard, we shoot from a 4-point line now that we call all the way up. So range. Then the last one is movement. What are those player movements? Lift from the corner, cut out into the corner, trail transition 3. We define those movements, and we have different games and skill breakdowns that every guy has to do, all like make a certain number out of 50. We have we call it the 50 series. We have like 5 different ones that we go through, all for speed, distance, and movement. Let's jump to some skill stuff here. Okay, so first one, here's what I'm going to show you, okay? I'm going to show you ball handling, just a simple ball handling thing. Then I'm going to show you change pace, change direction. Then I'm going to show you how it's all added together in one concept where we shoot the ball. Let's have fun with this. Here's what I would challenge you. Try to see it through the lens that we do. The lens that we do. So like when our guys train, and we all speak the same terminology developmentally, and that's one thing too, a little side nugget. Every Division I staff I consult with right now, they're like almost all baffled. They're like, hold on. I have an offensive philosophy and offensive terminology, defensive philosophy and defensive terminology. We don't have a player development philosophy and terminology. We don't have it. So as much as our terms might not add up, try to see it through the lens that I'm showing you. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is a foundation ball handling drill. Sam. I knew it. Come on, Sam. Guys, I don't know how this shit works. Like I try to, I don't. Yeah, you run it. Okay, so look, this kid from Arizona, he's going to Marquette. I'll tell you when to pause it, Sam. Okay, freeze it there. All right, so like basic ball handling drills. Our stuff is so basic, but our teaching points are different, and the lens we look through stuff is different. So we talked about posture and height of handle within our absolutes, right? Almost every single guy, if you want to get them better, the first thing you got to do within their skill work is get their posture right. So we talk about being in a boxer stance. If you look at him, or here's another word for it, he's in an athletic position. Think about your last workout now, ball handling wise, defensively, jab steps on the perimeter. How much did your guys lose their posture? And again, I keep saying the same names like Harden, Book, Dame. Those guys have phenomenal posture out there. They have phenomenal height of handle. So every time we do this, here's our big teaching point. Chin up, chest up. You can write that down if you want. Chin up, chest up. We're in an athletic boxer stance, and we do everything chin up, chest up, chin up, chest up. Automatically, if your chin's in your chest, you have bad posture. If your chest is leaning over your knees, you have bad posture. So we're sitting here. He has a heavy basketball, like heavy NBA basketball, and he's going to break the floor. So that's the force of the dribble. The harder you guys can get to pound that ball, the stronger they're going to get in here, which will help their shooting, their passing, obviously. But, man, the force of their dribble will create so much more power, speed, momentum. So I'm going to run this now, but just look at his posture. Like that picture is that's the lens we're looking at all ball handling drills through. And you'll see it add up on the next couple videos. Go ahead, run it. Okay, stop. Take it back 4 seconds, Sam, if you can. Here's a separator. And I'm almost insecure speaking in front of Cody because he knows so much more than I do. Cody, I believe this stuff works, brother. Here's what will make our guys better, and if Cody doesn't do it at Memphis. Oso right now bounces the ball, and he doesn't bounce his body. Did anyone notice that? Be honest. Raise your hand if you noticed that. So there's only 4 guys as smart as me in this room. Good. I'm staying alive. Watch him. Body. Now look at his. You dribble that thing. Look at his shoulder. That is phenomenal. You dribble that thing. So many guys. We have Jose Alvarado right now for pre-draft from Georgia Tech. That dude loses it every day with his left because he tries to dribble with his hand. So we started with posture, height of handle, chin up, chest up, and then our next teaching point, our next lens we're looking through, are they bouncing the ball or are they bouncing their body? We want to be able to bounce the ball. That builds a different strength, okay? Go ahead, run it. Now we're a little bit lower. Stop. So here's a great point. Again, I'm giving you all this through the lens. So he got lower. You know what lower means? What does lower mean? Down. We have to define that. Talk about being an elite coach, like lack of teaching. Can you teach lower? Everyone teaches lower. What do kids do? That's over. Lower means you go down. And you're about to see Dame do it when he gets down and he's on. Lower means down, not over. So now we're doing lower, and you can see how he's still dribbling the basketball. And he's breaking that floor. Force. Spoelstra talked about it a whole bunch with now. So we went heavy ball. Now we're going regular ball. Look at that thing fly. Taking a bite out of the floor. Ball's absorbed. Precision ball placement's really, really good. Got lower, chins up, chest is up still. And if you guys want these, Sam will send them to you. Okay, stop. So here's my thing. You guys are like, oh man, this dude makes all this money, train all these pros like Phil's Robin does. But you're having them stand there and dribble. Remember how we looked at the pyramid, started with character, and how it builds? We looked at the four separate, like, that's how my brain works. If we can't get them strong enough to do this, everything else freaking sucks. Think about how weak they are when they're lifting out of the corner and we're asking them to make a college three. Like they're not strong. We are doing strength. This is strength training right here. A different type of basketball strength training. Does that make sense to you? Here's what I want to give you, though. The word force. I got to the Thunder, and one of the first things I learned, I'm in training camp with all those guys, and the top assistant comes up to me. Russ is there. KD just got his MVP trophy, and he said, Phil, the best guards, they play with two things, speed and force. Raise your hand if all your kids could play fast. Raise your hand. You guys awake? Do we want to get better today? Raise your hand if your kids could play fast. Everyone in the room should have their hand raised. I'm going to do it again just to make everyone freaking raise their hand. Because I don't care. I've been on a flight today. Raise your hand if your kids could play fast. Now everyone participates. There we go. Here's my freaking point about this. Listen, I swear to God, you can't give away what you don't possess. We want our kids to interact in a freaking film session, but we won't interact. That's what I had to grow in. I had dudes confronting me. I was associate head coach at Boise State. They're like, well, Phil, you don't do this. Phil, you don't do this. And now I got Steven Adams, Wes Matthews, Dame Lillard, Mikal Bridges. I have a list of clients trying to hire me. You know what they do if I don't do my job? Call me out. And we're sitting there coaching these dudes in college saying like, oh, you don't participate, man. You got bad body language. And 6 dudes just raised their hand in a meeting that you all paid for to get better about. That's the shit that separates the good from the great. And that dude making $50 million a year this morning on that treadmill at 7:30 will call my ass out if I don't do it. Raise your hand if you have kids that play fast. Thank you. Every guy I get in pre-just, sorry, I've been up early, man. Long flight. Like, everyone in Portland sucks right now. They're all pissed off. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, where am I going? I don't even, you got me off track now. That's your fault. Everyone plays fast. Okay, force. Thank you. That's why you went to Cornell. We got to slow guys down from the college level because it's like, play fast, play fast, play fast, fast, play hard. You got to play playing hard versus playing fast. So force. The best guards play with speed and force. Spoelstra said it during the bubble. They outforced us. Man, they were a force on the board. Force, force, force. Here's the example I use with players. How am I hitting you? I'm hitting you fast. How am I hitting you? Hard. I'm hitting you with force. You watch these dudes play, they play with force. So trying to be a better teacher and giving these guys things, this next video we send to every player. Or I'll stop the workout and I'll show them. I'll be like, you want to know what force is? This is force. Ooh, like when guys grunt. And then the best could have force for like 7, 8 possessions in a row before a timeout. Make sure the sound's on. Try to listen to this. Louder. Break, We'll send you this too.
We went to the last second and guess.
Look at that. That is force. How hard she's stepping, grunting. You'll hear it here. We'll send you this if you want to share with your players. You can have it. And like, I admire her a ton because of her competitiveness, her work ethic, obviously. But if we could get players, but if we could get players to play with that much force, every single rep, like you saw Oso dribbling the ball, that's a separator. We're gonna fly through these next two. We've got about 6 minutes left. Change pace, change direction. The most elite players, when they're playing with the ball in their hands, they could do what? Do we remember? They could stop. Watch those guys, they could stop. And when they stop, they maintain posture, balance, they're ready to shoot it. So you saw us build the handle. Now the next thing we do is try to build posture and handle with the movement. With movement. So this is Tim Frazier here, played with the Grizzlies this year, got picked up. We'll start. Don't worry about that. We'll mix in moves, glides, different finishes. Stop it. Go back a little bit. Okay, not bad. He kind of paused at a tough part. Here's a great way to start, guys. I had to do this with Devon Dotson from Kansas. Just came out last weekend. Know that little guy? He wanted to start every movement drill like this. That's actually a rip. When you really break down this stuff biomechanically in detail, like when you're trying to find those, that's a rip. Where do most guys start when they're playing in the game? Point guards, off the bounce. So you see Timmy is going to start two ways. He's going to start off the bounce, which is important in all change pace, change direction drills. Instead of just like moving in the ball and throwing it, we want to start off the bounce. Then he's going to start with that great posture. Here's what we do. Simple. I'm not the smartest guy. We set up cones. It's always 4, and they're going to do 2 different things. If you want to work, and I think this is the most underworked skill in all of development. Change pace, change direction. We also call it body ball movement because your body and ball have to move together. So we're going to talk about 2 things. One, these cones, it's either going to be a change of pace or it's going to be a movement. Pretty simple. If they move, what do we have to keep? Posture, handle, all that stuff. If it's change of pace, they have to stop. Like stop is not a California stop rolling through the stop sign. So I'm going to run this one. Just watch it. That's a stop with a movement. Now medium, same foot, same hand finish. Just watch his movement. Don't worry about the finishing so much. Look, off the dribble. He's up. Big. That's phenomenal. Go back. Watch this. Talk about the same lens. So he's stopping. We all see that. Watch the height of his handle now. Look at that. Up to him. Up to him. Up to him. Bang. Bang. Pop. Pop. Boom. So here's the secrets to this, or whatever you want to call it. The best things, listen to this. If you're going forward, if your players are going forward, where does the ball have to go? Forward. Absolutely. I learned this from watching KD with the Thunder. If you're chasing the ball, and I'm not talking throw and go, like Devin Booker's making a ton of money off throw and go right now. I'm not talking that. If you're dribbling and you're chasing the ball and you have to gather it to shoot it, how do you think they're going to miss? Short, 9 times out of 10. I would sit there and just watch KD and Charli. Okay? KD's 7 foot. Mikal had to work with this on Mikal, Cody Toppert. If you're on top of the ball, so I was going for, and the ball wasn't going for, and it's here, and I gather it, how are you probably going to miss? Short. So these movements, and I'm having him go finish, he's able to drive it way faster, more efficiently, way better as he's getting to the rim. Tell me this, though. You think this helps decision-making? Absolutely. Why? Because if I'm not on top of the ball and it's here, I gather it quicker, I throw it quicker. If I, like Giannis, I think why he's struggling in the playoffs, he's so big, so strong, he gets out of whack, he's detached from the ball, so what does he have to do now? Get centered back, and it's too hard. Now that window you had to pass the ball is closed. So watch it again, and now think decision-making. Now think shooting off the bounce. Think, and our term is body ball movement. Big dribbles. So that's what we say to it. Forceful, big dribbles. Like he's able to score on top. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Good handle, change, up. So now we're going to go burst to stop. This is a great one. Turn and run. We're almost done here. Stay with me. Look at that handle. Run, change pace. So here, go back. Great finish, by the way. Watch his paces. This is the one I probably do with college guys 1 week after the basics. Fast to stop, turn and run at a medium speed, fast again. If you could get them to execute that, do you know how many more fouls you will draw? You know how many times you have that defender on a string? So watch it. Burst to stop. Run, stop. Run again. You see the different speeds? But it doesn't work without the posture, the handle, everything. Left hand, big dribbles. Big, slow, and that was a bad turn. Biomechanically, he doesn't turn very well going that way. Cool. Last part. Here's what I want you to see. And again, we talked about shooting. What are the three things that affect shooting the most? Speed, distance, movement. Everyone wants all these magical things for Lillard in the range, and some of it, honestly, we won't give away. We won't give away every technique drill. He's like, he thinks it's his competitive advantage. We're not going to let everyone use it and build it. I'm going to show you three really, really sharp things. I don't think the sound's on that, is it? If you could hear his force and him popping the ball right now, it's phenomenal. But watch this now. So I'm just going to run this. It's 9 shots. You watch it. Then we're going to carve it up as a staff here together. So we call this pound punch series. You watch it from the lens we just worked on. So NBA 3 to fit, like we're working on this from 15 feet. So pound punch freeze now, stop to one leg. Pound, punch. Dude's phenomenal, obviously. I mean, and he's just a lunatic how he works. Like, so now, pound punch, now we're going to go shoot through, where most coaches started with this. Now it's like clockwork. I heard a couple of ahas. I like that. That's good. I'm still not as smart as Cody, though. Okay, go back to the beginning, please. As a staff, when we go back, we start off the dribble, right? What are the best players that are able to stop? Now, here's the best part of shooting off the dribble, attacking, get in the finish, get in the change pace, change direction. I'm going to just show you one last thing, one last kind of teaching point. We always say, drop your shoulders, drop your hips. Every coach is like, get lower, get lower, get lower, get down and ready on the catch. They like just tune us out. Drop your shoulders, drop your hips. They literally drop them, you get low. So his hips are always down. Hips down. Now here's the other teaching point. Our feet go into the floor and not on the floor. So watch it through the lens that I am. We want our feet to go in. And here's what I ask players. Someone, actually we'll make everyone do it since we have a very participating group today. Put your hand out like this. See, now we could give away what we possess. We might have some winners in our locker room when we do film sessions. Show me how your airplane takes off home. Go ahead, show me. Cody, you just crashed. You're freaking at Cornell. My man got it here. Planes take off this way. Cody just went like this. He's impatient, type A personality, went to Cornell, right? So I do that with players. Watch how Dame takes off. Down into the floor. Freeze, then up. So do you guys see those couple teaching points? Hips down, shoulders drop, hips drop. Where do our feet go? If you hear that probably ain't a very good player. I'm just telling you, bad player. You hear they go into the floor. So we'll watch him again. He's down, hips, and look at, like literally look at his shoes. Oh, if you could hear it, I mean, he's phenomenal. Adam's probably not going to be able to show this. Like, it's basketball porn. That's what it is. It's like, there we go. So now freeze. What does he have to maintain when he gets on one leg? Love it. Love the participate. What factor of the pyramid that I showed you is going to affect this the most though?
Physical strength.
Physical strength and mobility. You got to get strong to do that. We had a secret workout with Steve Nash. Steve Nash calls it swimming. Guys' legs are swimming. They ain't strong enough then. And we're doing this from 15 feet. Look at that posture. He's like Karate Kid. Bang, chin up, chest up. Do you see the progressions, how all this stuff adds up? Go ahead, run it. And then now shoot through. Watch the airplane take off. Down. Man, look at his ball placement. He's not on top of the ball. He's not chasing the ball. That's our language. The ball, look at that ball placement. Forward with him. Smooth. Good. Obviously, I'm a little crazy. I don't care. I'm tired. It's been a long day. I got a handout for all you guys with this stuff on it. Sam was nice enough to make them. If you want to take a deeper dive into any of our stuff, there's a couple workshops we did. You could buy them. He has a little thing for you to get them or whatever, a discount or something. And then tomorrow, if any of you want to come watch our workouts, I know you got stuff going on here, but we'll go 10 to 12 tomorrow, like 25 minutes away. We'll have a bunch of guys in the gym, and you could just email me if you want to come, and he'll text you, whatever. But if we could do anything to serve you, your staff, your players, we'll be more than happy to. Thanks for having me.
Take a couple questions. You got to run.
Absolutely, I'm good. I know. I just didn't want to go over my time.
No, you're good. Let's take a couple.
B. No, B. Go ahead. He's go.
So two-part question. So you talked about you can't give away what you don't possess. You talked about yourself when you're a college coach. So one part is, what would you go back and possess that you didn't possess then, now knowing what you know? And then what would you tell yourself? What suggestion would you have, having all the knowledge and player development you have now? What would you tell yourself as a college coach going back?
Great questions. I'll be really, really candid and really, really vulnerable with the first one because I think coaches need to hear it. When I left Boise State, I was 35 years old. I was associate head coach. I had a chance to interview for Division I head coaching jobs. I weighed 158 pounds. My balance was terrible. My mental health was terrible. My anger was like the shit, like the college recruiting never stopped. Player development never stopped. And now we finished well at Boise. It wasn't worth it. So going back, what I would have done or what I would have found was balance. I really, really, really needed that. Like I literally weighed 158 pounds, like sick, stressed, next scouting report, next recruit, and it wasn't good. And I think, and I could say this because I was at that level for 10 years, this profession does it to you maybe more than any other level of basketball. It really, really does. Like I've been in with the Thundernet, like, and Cody, you might agree or not, but like, I think this level, that level, even I don't care, D1, D2, like college basketball will do that to you. Like there's some poisonous stuff in our business that sucks. Social media, leaders, all that type of stuff. Going back, the advice I would have gave myself is, and it's kind of what I held you guys accountable to. And like, I'm a hard charging guy, kick dudes out of the gym, kick interns out of the gym. Like I said, if you ain't going to be, on it, like you're out. I wish I would have taught more and then had been more patient. Here's a great example. Anthony Simons won the dunk contest this year. They hired me his rookie year and his family to develop him and help him. And I know the Trailblazer staff, so the number one thing we worked on developing with him was a presence. He didn't talk to kids in summer league. He didn't, or players in summer league. He didn't show up enthused to work out. So here's what I did, and I didn't do this stuff in college. I would just like kick the dude out or throw the basketball at him or call him a name. I would walk in every day, and I have a plan every single day for every guy I work out, little slips of paper, no matter who I work out. And at the top of it, there was one thing I was going to be intentional about. And if you think you struggle with that, write that word down and Google it later. Intentional. So I would say, Ant, I'm going to be intentional today, coaching you on how you communicate. And here's all I want. When I coach you or when I teach you, I need a verbal or nonverbal response. That's it. I would say that before the workout started. So now, like, when it comes up, I'm not as pissed. I tweeted that the other day, you're not as reactionary, you're intentional. So as soon as he doesn't communicate, I'm like, hey, bro, that's the one thing I gave you today. You're not executing it. So and I get some cool memorabilia stuff, but the coolest one now is I have signed by him is all of his dunks in the dunk contest with this great presence that it took him 3 years to develop. But in college, I probably would have had Coach Ray cut him at Weber State or Tim Miles at Nebraska. I've been like, get rid of him because we would have been patient enough and intentional enough. He doesn't have a presence. He doesn't want it bad enough. So that would be the biggest, like the teaching part of it. And if you guys want it, I'll send you our player standards. We literally send them on a little deck before guys work out with us. Like an NBA vet hit me the other day, and I'm like, hey, you could come train for a week. You better read these and agree with them. So we're teaching them. Here's our 4 standards. Be professional, be on time, work hard, be committed. Well, everyone's heard all those words, but we define each one. You know what on time is for us? Like I said, 10 minutes on the court with the sweat before your workout. Being professional, you take your earrings out, you pick up your water bottles. Like you say thank you. The biggest compliment we get, if some of you guys come in, you'll have to sit up top, but every guy has to introduce themselves. You have to. So that's being a professional to us. So we were going to teach and define those things. And I wish I would have done that way more as a coach and as a leader.
Thank you. 2, I think one's pretty quick. One is when you start with the basics and you're moving on to something else, you obviously have a plan of, all right, I'm probably going to do this maybe a week with the guy. If it's going slower, what point do you elevate to the next, move them on to the more advanced?
Great question. Here's what I would say. And I almost put it in the presentation. I think there's 3 types of workouts or whatever you want to say. Okay. There's a skill workout. That's what we're doing with our guys for like 45 minutes hard, 4 or 5 days. There's a skill workout, right? There's a conceptual workout. The best conceptual guy is Cody Toppert. I'm just telling you, best stuff I've seen. Conceptually going through that. Those go hand in hand. If you don't have a skill level, you're not going to go. But then the one I've learned, and I got to spend some time with the Spurs. I think Chip England's one of the best ever out there, developmental workouts. So tonight, the kid I'm working out, we shot, and again, this stuff's not rocket science. You saw Dame, that's what he did all week. We shot more 15, 17 footers than we shot 3s or 4s this week, 4-point line. So they had to do this. This was their drill today, literally. Like if this is the rim, here's the block, we smack it, we get a dip, we shoot the ball. That'll make 10 from all the way around. This kid that's working out them is 6'5", stiff wing, really stiff player biomechanically. The next one we had to do was smack, back, here, over, crank up. He could not do it half the time because he just couldn't move. So to answer your question, 9 o'clock at night, we're doing a developmental slow motion workout. And I think when you get those gains, now the next time he works out with Dame or whoever, it starts clicking further. But again, we've defined skill. What are we doing today? Skill workout. Tomorrow we'll have 7 pre-draft guys in there at 11. It's almost all conceptual after a 15-minute skill workout. But then, man, developmental workout. And here's a great one. Obviously, you can tell I'm not a very patient guy. Can you tell? Work a guy out with 1 ball. Even if I have a rebound or something, just 1 ball. We're good. Let them slow down. Let them breathe. Like, dudes have to breathe. You know why I react the way I do? Here's a great anger deal for a coach. The reason why people yell, it actually allows you to breathe, and then physically you feel better after you've yelled. So like Navy SEALs, what do they train them for? 4x4 breathing. So they can't yell, they'll get their ass shot. Breathe. Get 1 ball, I get to breathe. Man, I throw it to Marlon, he gets to breathe. Now we're developmentally going through that. Did you have a second question?
Yeah, the one leg. So I answered the first part of it, which was for the strength and mobility.
Yep.
Left leg, right leg, do you have to do both legs or just one?
We do one. Here's the best thing about, most important thing about one leg. Learn this from Kevin Eastman. He's like, I get to work out Kevin Garnett. Number one job I have with Kevin Garnett. Like, shit, I don't know. Like face ups, fade away. He's like, don't fucking get him hurt. So whenever you do one leg stuff, we do like 5 on one leg. Next spot is 5 on the other. When we jump it, we always alternate legs. Here's the best stuff about one leg. And again, this is really, we're going to do a shooting clinic, a workshop online, and we'll teach a lot of this stuff. To make a shot, I think my philosophy, you got to shoot a straight ball. You got to be able to shoot a straight ball. Like right and left's the easiest thing to fix, right? Like shoot a straight ball. When they get on one leg, hips for sure, but we're doing that because if I could sit here on one leg, be strong enough, and here's how we fix Chandler Hutchison's shot. Here's our teaching cue. Bring it up straight, finish it straight. And you do that on one leg. If you can't, like, well, you're probably going to be able to make more shots. Does that make sense? Last one, Topper, or maybe one.
We don't want to chase the ball. We don't want the ball to be behind us. You got to turn for that intermediate area where the ball pickup is perfect.
Man, great question. I am smart. But you got one wrong, Cornell.
Yeah.
It was, we don't want to be on top of the ball.
Yeah.
On top of it. So you got to get our language right. Intermediate stance. So ball placement is like the technical. Here's what we tell our guys. Dribble the ball in your one-on-one stance. It fixes it. Get up, Sam. So like say Sam's like all tight, technical, dribble right here. Like he's all stiff. I swear this helps guys. I do with the NBA guys. Now I'm going to throw them the ball. Throw you the ball. Play me one-on-one. Dribble. Play me one. Dribble. Yeah. He goes, I don't know. Bro, you just bragged about all your points and mentally. Get in the stance. There you go. Got the ball. Dribble it. That's his one-on-one stance. So we say, like, you know how he just gave the little, he's like the Luka Doncic of managers, by the way. They're all like 6 foot, all the rising coach. He walks in our gym, he's 6'7". He's like the Luka Doncic of those guys. So we say dribble it and play with it in your one-on-one stance. Like where you're going to size that guy up and play him, that's your one-on-one stance. To define it, learn this from Kevin Eastman. It's so true. If they're dribbling, I'll dribble, say I'm in that stance, and I just stop and freeze the ball and set it right there. You can take another ball usually and put it right between that ball and foot. It's literally one basketball length away from your foot most of the time. It's like a great teaching point. Just be like, boom, they smack it, they set it there. I grab another ball and put it right there. They're like, wow, it's almost always that spot. But when you get them in their one-on-one stance, they do it naturally. When we try to overcoach, overteach, they're too technical. Did you have one more?
Last one.
Sorry, I know you got to. Hey, I played against him in high school. He beat me in a 3-point shootout. My senior year, he was like a sophomore, so I don't care if he's late. Here we go.
No, obviously Dame is a phenomenal player with phenomenal skill set, but he's also known a lot for his mental fortitude and the way he carries himself throughout the whole game, especially late in the game. So as far as your development side, do you do anything for as far as not just the physical training, but the mental and the mental focus? And
absolutely.
That part of the game?
To quickly answer, again, I'm psycho. If you want to train with us, you got to go to dinner with me. You're going to go to church at some point, and you got to read books. You have to. Every single guy I get. If not, I'm like, I'm not going to try. I don't need your money. I have enough. Like all these other dudes hire me. We're going to go eat. We're going to talk about your plan. We're going to spend one-on-one time. And in there, I'm going to dig in to some of their insecurities and fears. The worst players you got, I'm just telling you, the worst player, or not even the worst, they're just shitty. Like, I get they're shitty, but like the ones who are struggling, they're either insecure or immature. I guarantee at the college level. When you look at those guys, they're either really, really insecure or really, really immature. I'm going to try to. So that's eating. That's certain books like Dame. And Dame just has a great team around him. It's not just me, strength coach, people, but he allows people to pour into him. So, yeah, we hit that stuff a ton, and it's kind of our secret sauce probably a little bit. Mm-hmm. Guys, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. As Todd gets up here, I know it's been a long day. We got one more speaker. Appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. As he gets set up, I'll give you guys the housekeeping announcements now. When we're done here, we've rented out a spot at Bar Louie, which is like less than half a mile away. So we got some food over there. We'll have the games on. So hopefully you guys can make it and join us there and hang out. And then we'll be back here tomorrow. Will be a shorter day, half day, just from 9 to noon. We're just getting hooked up here. Okay, cool. No problem. Take your time. Did you get mic'd too? Did you get mic'd too?
I did not.
Okay, Randy's got you. What else? If you guys want a t-shirt, we're selling for $15. I don't know, 2013 or something.
Absolutely.
Attending the conference. And now he's the head coach at San Francisco and has had a ton of success in his couple years there.
Mild.
Well, he's hard on himself, but very excited to have Todd here today, talking a little analytics and basketball. So appreciate it, Todd.
Thanks for having me.
man.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate you guys being here. Adam, thank you for having me. Adam didn't mention we were Dobos together back in the day. We kind of came up with a business together. And good friend of mine. I appreciate him having me.
This is
home for me.
I grew up 15 minutes from here. So to be able to come and talk some hoops in Phoenix is special. One of my assistant coaches is here with me, Jonathan Sapphire. I get a lot of credit for being an analytical guy, and I am, but I'm also surrounded by a lot of smart guys, and he is one of them. And he drives a lot of what we do as well, and he deserves a lot of the credit for that. And I'm sure I'll ask him to comment on some things as we go through today. But again, I know it's the end of the day for everybody, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are dying to get out of here. So I won't spend too much time on probably the most exciting topic that you guys have covered, analytics, right? I know everybody's dying to jump into this. But it is something that's near and dear to my heart simply because not only did learning and understanding the value of analytics in basketball really help me as a player at St. Mary's, but it's helped us a lot as I've grown through my career and also for us here at San Francisco as we've begun to build our program in different forms and fashions. Anybody have any questions, don't hesitate to ask as we go through it. Again, I'll try not to take too long. And if there's anything you guys want me to spend more or less time on, just let me know. Okay, cool. So I know it might be hard to see, but the first thing we'll talk about is how do we define analytics? All right. And I think it's the most important thing to have a great understanding of what exactly that means. And just from a macro standpoint, when analytics is talked about in basketball, it's really simple, right? It's the mid-range. That's what everybody always says. Is that a good shot? Is that a bad shot? Or analytics ruining the game of basketball, et cetera. And one of the things that I want to talk to you guys about is that there's a lot more to it than just that. All right. And the way we use it within our program, there's a lot more to it than that. All right. And we'll talk about some things that we've done in game. All right. With shot selection, fouling or not fouling, what we call 2-foul participation. All right. And then we'll also talk about our program development. All right. A system that I can't take credit for. Randy Bennett and Kyle Smith developed Hustle Stats, but I am a living example of it. So I like to talk about it. And then other data collection we do and how we use it, as well as in shooting and recruiting, scheduling. All right. All different aspects of our program. It's present. Okay. So the first thing that, it's the most important thing, all right, to understand the difference between stats and analytics, all right? And I think a lot of people don't really know how to separate the difference, but really stats is really just the collection of data points, right, from a box score, for example. When you look at a box score, that's stats, all right? That's stats. I think that's pretty basic. But what is analytics? Analytics is using all that data that you find in the box score that you might take in shooting drills or practice and evaluating that and finding the best way to utilize that data, all right? So you're looking at a box score, you see a guy, this is a very basic example, but 1 for 10 from 3, probably shouldn't be shooting as many threes. All right. The stats is the 1 for 10. The analytics analyzing is saying, all right, 1 for 10 is not very good. Probably shouldn't let him shoot as many threes. All right. And then really just the information resulting from that systematic analysis like we talked about. And what we try to do, and where Jonathan's great, we do this in scheduling, we talked about, is finding how do we use that data to find just really tiny incremental value over the course of a full season or of course of running a program for 5 years to provide value to get you maybe from being a top 100 team to a top 75 team, or a top 75 team to a top 50 team, taking a player from an honorable mention player to a first team all-leaguer guy. All right, those are the ways we try to find value. All right, we talked about the negative perception and how it's more than a mid-range. All right, go ahead to the next slide here on shot selection. All right, and I'm going to read this quote. I think this is really good. All right, and one of obviously my favorite team, the Phoenix Suns. If you guys watched Game 4, you guys saw Chris Paul operate in the mid-range for the whole second half, and it was a thing of beauty. All right, that guy I think he scored on 6 or 7 straight possessions, snaking the ball screen, going left to right, getting to his spot, getting on balance. Actually, not always getting on balance, but raising up and just knocking it down. All right, so people generally ask, are all threes good threes? And are all mid-range jumpers and floaters bad shots? All right, and a lot of people, their perception of analytics, they would say, yeah, all threes are good threes, all mid-ranges are bad. That's not the case. All right, that's just simply not the case. Now, this quote was from Ben Falk, who used to be the VP of the 76ers and also was in analytics for the Blazers. And I'm going to read this word for word. I think it's really good. He said, not all mid-range shots are created equal. All right, not all threes are created equal. Saying a team will score more by attempting more threes and fewer mid-range shots is like saying someone will be healthier by eating less and drinking more. That may be true unless they're eating fewer whole foods and drinking more soda. The details matter, all right? We can't speak broadly and say the mid-range is bad and threes are good, just like we can't say all food is bad and all drinks are good. We need to be more specific here, all right? And I think that's a great, great quote. And again, I'll share that with you guys because it's very, very true, all right? And we are a team that last year shot a ton of threes, and that was how our style of play to an extent, but also our personnel. All right, we didn't have many guys inside that could score the ball around the rim. So we weren't going to bang the ball in the post to watch bad post players try to finish at the rim. All right, we had really good perimeter players, really good shooters. We want to let those guys shoot. And that led to a lot of volatility for us. All right, but what we do in terms of kind of defining what's a good shot or a bad shot is when we practice and we're evaluating this, we give a much higher point value to a catch and shoot three than we do to an off the dribble three. All right. And same goes for a mid-range. We will grade mid-ranges differently dependent upon where they are on the floor. All right. We give a lot of credit to a paint too. All right. And that goes for really anything inside the elbows to the block. And they're not all great, but you have a better chance of getting offensive rebounds if they're in that spot. All right. So we're taking all those things into our thought when we're deciding all those things. All right. This is a great shooting chart. It's hard to see. I hope you guys can see it. But the graph on the left here, the shot chart on the left, this is mid-90s. All right, this is when Michael Jordan was playing in the NBA. This is from Kirk Goldsberry, who's, I don't know if any of you guys have read Sprawl Ball, but it's a great book and it's worth reading. So these were the shots, all right? Obviously a lot here in the mid-range. Baseline jumpers, all right? All those big posts back in the day would shoot those 13, 14-foot baseline jumpers thinking that's a good shot. And then you fast forward here to today's NBA. I mean, it tells you what it is, right? You see where these guys are shooting. There are some paint twos here in the middle. Obviously, after the Suns game, they would show Chris Paul right about here. I think every shot was right there. But the corner three has obviously it's become the best shot in the game, all right, from an analytical standpoint. And then now your fours and fives, for the most part, are being able to shoot shots. And teams across the NBA, as this graph is showing, has evolved to finding what are the best shots, all right? What are the best shots? Eliminating some of these inefficient mid-range shots here, all right, and then spreading it out to the corners, which was a little bit, obviously, not as prevalent in the mid-90s. And now, as you guys know, most teams play with two guys in the corner consistently, okay? It's a big change. Go ahead. All right. Should you foul before halftime? Now, I'm changing gears here, and this is something that we've looked at, and honestly, for high school coaches, well, it's a little different because there's not a one-on-one in high school, but this is something that we've looked at, really studied. Jonathan has done a great job with this, all right, is should you foul before halftime to gain yourself an extra possession, okay? And I think it's shown up in our games a couple times. We've executed it well a couple times, executed not so well a couple times. And the main thing where we kind of attack is we don't want to let a team either control the 2-for-1 or end the half at their will, all right? Just them kind of holding out to end the clock. And the reason why is because just evaluating that at the end of the half, say there's no shot clock, say there's 28 seconds,
All right, there's only one possession left in that half, right? And they are in a not even a dead ball, but a set defense situation like that. Teams score at 0.8 per possession. All right, so a little less than a point, 0.8 per possession. So if we're sitting there with 28 seconds on the clock and our opponent has the ball, they're going to win the half 0.8-0, right? Because we can't score if we don't have the ball. So what we'll do in certain situations, obviously, it works generally in college. The best time is when they're still in the 1-1. All right, so if you've only fouled 6, 7, 8 times, all right, at the end of the half, if we can find a poor free throw shooter on the other team in those situations, we will try to get a steal, and then take a foul, all right, to send them to the line with the 1-1. And the reason why we do that, and I'll walk through this explanation here. All right, like I said, if we don't foul, we just play straight up defensively, we lose 0.8-0. All right, basically 1 point. All right. But if, say, you have a 60% foul shooter on the other team, all right, that has the ball. If you can foul them in the 1-1, all right, that turns into a 0.96 points per possession expected for them, all right? A little bit higher, right? 0.16 higher if it's a 60% free throw shooter. The math on that, you get one shot automatically, right? So it's 0.6 points. And then if you make it, which you do 60% of the time, that's another 0.36, right? So 60% of the time you make it, then you times that by another 60%, which is 36%. So 0.6 plus 0.36 gets you to 0.96, all right? But what does that do? That gains us another offensive possession, all right? So the math on that is now we get the possession with the clock off, the set defense, and that takes it to 0.8, all right? So instead of losing the half 0.8-0, we've now lost the half 0.96 to 0.8. All right, so there's only a 0.16 delta that we've now lost, right? That might sound freaking crazy to you guys, but it works. It's good. All right, there was a great example 2 years ago now, I guess, at Pacific. Their point guard, who's actually a hell of a player now, and he's shooting the ball much better from the foul line, but he was not confident, not shooting well from the foul line. So we subbed a guy in, knew he was going to bring the ball up. As soon as they inbounded the ball and he brought it, we hacked him with like 11 seconds left to go in the half. He went up. He actually made the first, missed the second. We got the rebound, went down and banged a three at the end of the first half. We were up 14 at half. All right, I was very happy with him. I was giving him a lot of credit at halftime. We only ended up winning the game by 4. All right, so we needed every single one of those points to give us a great chance to win that game. And so that's one thing that we've found in terms of finding value within the framework of a game to try to pick off some points. All right, and there's an article we can send you on that. What was the guy's name? Zach Johnson from ESPN? I don't know if he's still there, but he did a really cool video on that. All right. Go ahead. All right. Sure.
0.4 is the difference.
Yeah.
Still do it at that point?
It depends, right? It depends on the shooter first, right? So I would say even in that situation though, with the 60% shooter, it still makes sense.
6%. Yeah, because it's 1.2 points per possession with that, right? And then you would minus the 0.8, so 0.4 would be the difference.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, exactly. So any close that delta from 0.8 to 0.4, right? Yeah.
It's something that we try. It's a great question. Something that we try and talk about before the game, because in the heat of the moment, we want to use the large scale sample size of how a team is over the course of the season, how we are over the course of the season, more so than the 19 minutes and 40 second sample size of the first half.
Right.
So we'll meet on it and talk about it before the game, so we have a well-defined strategy. So that way, it's not necessarily coach being impacted so much by what's going on in the exact first 19 minutes of the game.
So like we play quarters, so this is really interesting to me because then it becomes.
Yeah, 2 extra chances.
Right. Exactly, right? Yeah. So I don't know, I'll bother you guys afterwards.
No, go ahead. Yeah, one more.
No, I'm just wondering if it would still be worth it over, like TJ Saint has this really, really interesting presentation. It's exactly on that I watched in a Rising Coaches presentation before, talking about it being worth it to do it over the course of 4 quarters instead of just the 2 halves that you guys play. And to me, it looks like it works out. And I'm like, I want to do it the whole time. But it's not really a question in there. It's just my mind's working.
No, and to your point and what Jonathan said, exactly right. Because as a coach, like if the first half's going well, you'll like if you allow your human element to take over, you're gonna be more willing to do that if you play well, if you have the lead, you're feeling good about it. Whereas maybe you had a shitty first half, you're down 8, and he's like, hey, foul that guy. I don't want to get enough, but you have to do it consistently for it to make sense. And you can't be afraid to do it when you're down 8 if you're willing to do it when you're up 8.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, this was we have this clip, right? So I don't know, before you run it, in the first round of the tournament this year, all right, Oral Roberts was playing Florida. All right, there's a great example. Same idea. And it was right after, I think it was right after the under 4 timeout. And Coach White's really good, obviously, at Florida. I'm sure they had a really good ATO. And Coach Mills from Oral Roberts, as soon as I don't even know if the big guy caught it, but as soon as they got into the half court, they hacked one of the Florida's big guys in the 1-and-1. All right, so go ahead and run it. Let's see if we got it. I don't even know if we have sound or not, but.
So Florida was up 3 at this point. Go ahead, fast forward just a little bit to the half court. All right, so 1 point game here. As soon as he catches that ball, pinch, that protection, or Roberts got tackled.
I'm sure that guy got flushed. Like, what is going on? All right. So they send this guy to the line. They don't have to worry about the ATO. They don't have to worry about guarding anything. Send that guy to the line, play the percentage. I'm pretty sure he was a sub 60 free throw shooter.
50% on the season. Hadn't shot a free throw that game. All right, quick miss, change possession. All right, and that's as good as a turnover, fellas. Like,
got a free possession out of it. Didn't have to guard action. All right, we good on that. But before we go to the next topic, any more questions on that, or how to utilize it, how to execute it? It's pretty good stuff. Cody.
So into the game, right?
Yeah.
Tie game.
Okay.
Consider fouling, get possession back.
yeah, dependent upon the situation for sure. We had
we were winning actually, up 2-2. Yeah, we were up 2. We were at home. My first year against BYU, they were awesome. They were like a top 20 team in the country before, and no tournaments, nobody really knew, but they were really good. We're up 2. They had the ball, and there was a timeout. And this guy's like, we should foul X-player. I'm like, what? He's like, no. He's like 60. He's coming off an injury. I'm like, you know what? So I started in my head. I'm like, before the game started, would I be happy having the ball with a chance to win at home against these guys with 15 seconds left? And I was like, hell yeah, they're really good. They're better than us. And so we're like, perfect. And again, same idea. I didn't have to worry about what they were running. They're an incredible offensive team. I think they were number 1 in the country shooting threes that year. So 23 seconds left or whatever, they throw the ball in, throw it to the guy we wanted to foul. As soon as he caught it, we hacked him on the perimeter. Up 2 at home. First, missed the front of the 1-on-1. We get the ball, go up 4. We get out of there with a win. Again, luckily, because we ended up fouling a freaking 3-point shooter on the next possession. That's a bad analytical move. If there's any questions on that, do not foul 3-point shooters. But yeah, like we'll look into that for sure. For sure. Sure.
So in that case, where he fouled him about 3 minutes.
Right here?
Yeah, where he fouled him about 3 minutes left to go in the half.
Yeah.
This might be so in the weeds, the negative effect of putting a personal foul on your player and adding another team foul to your team.
Yeah.
Does that like play into it at all? Like if they were at 17 fouls, now they're 8, maybe they're closer to the double.
Maybe
bonus.
a little bit.
Or is it like an independent case?
I think it's independent based on opponent a little bit. Like when my first year we played Gonzaga in the conference.
And we were in the game. We were down 2 or 3 with 4 minutes to go or 5 minutes to go, and we were just at 6 team fouls. So we were just happy to be there, happy to still be in the game. So we just started fouling Petrusev. So the first time it worked perfect, missed the front end. We get the rebound, they foul us. So we ended up, I think we took a 1-point lead at that point. They get the ball, come down, we foul him again, and he makes both. But for us, that was a huge win. To hold them to 2 points over 2 possessions is much lower than their normal points per possession. So yeah, in certain situations, it's different.
It happens so quick. Oftentimes, coach would be a timeout or free throw, but the team, you can slide in a guy either from the bench or on the court. Who else wanted to foul? Slide on the first pass. It's been the first pass.
How much time would you say that's a good strategy? Like, for example, if there's 30 seconds left, I can see it, but if there's 10 seconds left, I mean, how much time are you thinking about for your offensive possession, or are you only thinking about getting them?
At a point to still give yourself a decent. Yeah. You think 10, around 10-ish? Yeah. right around 10, I'd say. You don't want to give yourself, you don't want to be too, you don't want to try to get a good offensive possession in 5 or 6.
Yeah. Is there ever a point in the clock where you're like, no, it's too late? If it ticks under 10, no, we're just going to play defense, or you're going to continue to try to foul that whole possession?
I'd say, I mean, again, like it's a little harder to do in the flow of a game if there's no stoppages, and I think you'd be able to communicate a little bit. Probably wouldn't want to do it too far under 10 though, just to give yourself a little chance to run some.
So, I come from Canada, we play FIBA rules. Would this change your strategy when you're factoring in the risk of the intentional foul, the unsportsmanlike?
I haven't played FIBA rules for a while, so I'm not, just in terms of like how easy is it to get it called intentional?
I mean, it's staff to staff,
Yeah.
really, at the end of the day, right? But like, I mean, I don't have this kind of sample size to be like, they call it this percentage of the time. I suppose it would be a more clear decision if you had that. But when I think about it, I worry about it a lot because I'm coach the most skilled players. So if I say, go foul that
And they
guy.
go tackle him and they get to it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
What's that? Yeah, that's good. Jonathan just said, he just said, tell your guys play steal.
Right.
Make a big play on the ball.
Yeah.
I think that's going to give you your best chance in that concern. Is that Santa Clara?
Yeah.
Sorry, dude, can't.
How late in the game would you start to consider that? Like, so they did that with like 3 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
Like under 4, they got a bad foul shorter.
We started in that Gonzaga game around 6. I think it was 6.
Yeah. Yeah, you're getting the double bonus. Yeah. But again, that's where it's like kind of, I think it's going to be opponent dependent upon, first of all, how you feel you're going to be, how you should do going into the game. And like in that Gonzaga game, obviously we were probably 18-point dogs, so being tied, we're like, we're going to try to stay in this thing any way we can,
To his point about the double bonus. Can't start too soon, but like Coach says, at a certain point, if we're going to foul back-to-back possessions and when we give up the double bonus, we need to incur a little bit of risk at the end of the game. We're okay with the variance of getting that. If that makes that 5 minutes double bonus, so be it.
Also depending on the shooter.
Right, yeah, absolutely. What's that?
Are you teaching your players the right way to foul, like how to go about fouling somebody in these situations?
A little bit more. I would say the
easier way for us to control it is who we ask to make the foul. I'm not going to ask a guy if I don't feel like he's capable of executing it, because then I'll just hate myself.
Marlon, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Good to see you.
I'll get back to you on scheduling, by the way.
Thanks, please.
Thank you. I was scared to let you back on.
Yeah, you didn't know you were going to see us.
Would you dictate or change anything based on how you feel about your offensive or defensive lineup? Like if you have a lineup that you feel really good about.
Interesting.
Was that something where you'd be like, hey, Jonathan, shut up?
No, not really. I haven't thought about it like that. Yeah.
Or you stick firm.
A little bit. Just a kind of way that we felt like we found a way to find value. But that could be something to think about. We'll be a little bigger this year, so that would help. But yes.
How much are you sharing with your players, like analytically?
Decent amount. Decent amount. Try not to. Obviously, you can get lost if you do too much, and we try to focus on the important stuff. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But like we try to recruit high IQ guys, and those guys do a little better in these situations. But you can't always control that either. So our program is very analytically driven, but we don't try to make it all about that, if that makes sense. All right. Cool. Any more?
And I can hang further
if you want. All right. This is a good one. Anybody that has a Ken Palm account probably sees this on the left side. And something that we value a lot is 2-foul participation. All right. And the main thing that we talk about on this is, every minute in the game is equally as valuable. All right. So you'll see some coaches, if they're in college, if their guy picks up 2 fouls in the first 4 minutes, you might not see him again until the second half, regardless of whether he's their 5th starter or their 2nd starter. You won't find a coach in the country that's more willing to play their guys through 2 fouls. And the reason why is I think it's a number of reasons, but I'll give you an example from this year. Our point guard, who we're fortunate enough to get back, a kid named Jamari Bouye, super, super smart player. All right. Really good leader, really easy to coach, feel like he's a coach on the floor. When we played BYU at home this year, he picked up a cheapy defensive foul, like at the 19:30 mark. And then in our first offensive possession, he got called for a push off. So he had 2 fouls at the 18:55 mark. He looked over and he was like pissed. He thought I was going to take him. I was like, no, you're good, dude. Just be smart. Don't foul. And I don't think he picked up his 3rd foul until like 12 minutes ago in the second half. And the main reason behind this is those minutes from the 16-minute mark to the halftime are just as valuable. Those points that you score in those 16 minutes are worth just as much as the last 20 minutes. And you'll see whether it's 2 foul participation, or I heard Greg Anthony say it last night or 2 nights ago watching a game, how one of the coaches didn't use his challenge in the first half. And he's like, oh man, he's smart that he's saving that challenge for later in the game if he might need it. It's like, nah. Like if that challenge can get you 1, 2, or 3 points worth of value in the first half, you better freaking use it, because you don't know if you're gonna have that opportunity in the second half. It just might not show up again, and then you're sitting on it and you cost your team 2 points. If you lose by 1, you're gonna be pissed. All right.
Are likely to win it in the first half than you are in the second.
I believe it. And you might have an opportunity that you know they're wrong. So why wait? Why wait? You get to a bang bang play in the second half, try to use it, you don't get value. Can't take fouls home with you. All right. So, and we'll play against a team that sits a guy, and we're just excited. All right. Because very rarely do guys foul out. I mean, very rarely. All right. And it's something that I think we were top 10 in that. And I'm surprised we weren't number 1. We probably just didn't have guys that fouled twice in the first half. We were pretty soft and not very physical last year. But that's something that you can instill in high school, college, across the board. All right. We call it auto benching guys. And it's something that maybe in a one-off scenario where you have a guy that you just do not trust him. All right. Maybe it's a young, big guy, whatever. You're like, if I keep this dude out here, he's going to pick up his 3rd on the next possession. I'm going to be really mad. But over the course of the season, especially with college guys, I think it's really silly to not play guys through 2 fouls. All right. Any questions on that? Cody?
So first of all, I'm all in with this. Okay. But the counter argument that always comes my way is you tell the guy to be smart without
and then he doesn't guard.
Is he going to guard, right? Is he going to be a rotating defender where he's supposed to be? How do you put a value on maybe his reduced impact on defense and how that impacts the value of possessions?
Great question. You guys are probably a little deeper than us out there at Memphis, so you probably have somebody that can bring in for the guy no. But I think maybe it is player by player, and maybe that guy that you're trying to fight for, like I said in the Jamari example, like that guy is just so much better than the next man up that maybe he's a little softer defensively, but still better net than the next guy. And what I would do is I'd play him through it, and if I thought watching a possession or 2 that he wasn't competing very hard defensively, then I'd yank him. That's probably what I would do.
All right. Cool.
All right. So how should we use analytics within our program? All right, go ahead. So the one thing that I talk about a lot is, again, this is a Ken Palm, a Bart Torvik thing for guys that go to Bart's site, is the 4 factors. All right. And it's something that we can all use within our programs to figure out why we're good or why we're bad. Okay. And it's 4 basic stats. We'll go through this pretty quick. The first one's effective field goal percentage. All right. We do everything by effective field goal as opposed to just regular field goal percentage. Obviously, if you go straight by field goal percentage and that's how you're determining whether you think a guy's a good shooter or not, the 3-point shooters are going to get a raw deal, right? Because obviously 3s are harder to make. Just an example here. This is from a while ago. I'm not sure what game this was, but if a team goes 14 for 40 from 2, that's 35%. 7 for 16 from 3, 44% basically. Combined, that's 37%. All right. But effective field goal percentage wise, you get basically 1 extra point for the 3s with these same shooting stats. All right. It goes to basically 24.5 points out of 56, which would be 43.8% effective field goal percentage. Just getting credit for those 3s. All right. So that's the first thing that we look at. Go ahead. And then team turnover percentage total. All right. And this, I think rates are something that's really important. Rates and percentage as opposed to total numbers in terms of evaluating. So if you said a team had 13 turnovers in a game, it's really hard to know whether that's good or bad. You need to know how many possessions were in the game, right? If there was only 30 possessions in the game, not very good. Or sorry, if there was 60 possessions in the game, not very good. If there was 85 possessions, say it was an overtime game or crazy pace game, that's pretty damn good. All right. So that's why we use the percentage. So basically that's the 13 turnovers divided by, say it was 64 possession game. That would be a 20.3. And again, where KenPom's really good, if you guys use the site, on the right side of the 4 factors data, he gives like the national average of where everything's at. So that's a good way to kind of evaluate and cross-check how your team is and how they're doing. Same idea, offensive rebounding percentage, all right? Again, you're dividing the amount of total offensive rebounds by the amount of opportunities you have to grab a rebound, all right? Because when we've had games where it's like, man, we're rebounding really well. We have 15 offensive rebounds. But then you're like, we haven't freaking made a shot all night. Like, that's just average, okay? Or and vice versa. If you're shooting it well, you're not going to have as many opportunities. So dividing that by the total shots is key. And then free throw rate. All right, we were damn near the worst team in the country here last year. All right, so we made a concerted effort as a staff to recruit it, to talk about it. I'm not sure it's something you can really work on, but free throw rate is the amount of free throws attempted by the total field goal attempts your team takes. All right, so I think average is around 40. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, it was 33, but I think it's a little higher now. I could be wrong. We were like 350 out of 354 here, and that's what happens when you play 5 out and don't play anybody that weighs over 185 pounds. But we were, so as a team this past year, we were pretty good here. We shot the ball well. We shot a lot of threes, good percentage. We took care of the ball. Not great here and atrocious here. And before we go on, just kind of talking about our team this past year, we were super volatile. All right, we beat the number 4 team in the country. We beat Virginia. 2 nights earlier, we lost to UMass Lowell. All right, and the reason why is because we did not have a great 2-point field goal presence around the rim. We were very reliant upon threes, and we shot the ball well from 3 over the course of the year. But there's way more volatility from behind the 3-point line, right? So if you shoot 45% one game, 40% the next game, down to 18%, you're probably going to go 2-1 in those games, all right? But your 3-point percentage is going to be like 40, 39, whatever. It's very, very volatile. And that's why I think the free throw rate is something for all of our programs moving forward. A great lesson for me as a younger head coach. That's important. All right, you want to be able to get to the line. It's the easiest, most stable way to score. All right, how do we use it? Go ahead in games. All right, we always look at plus, minus, and lineup data. All right, and that's a little misleading when I say in game because it can be volatile. It's a small sample size in game, but over the course of, I would say, maybe the first 5, 6, 7 games of the year, we'll really drill into that and see if there's anything that sticks out. We're like, man, this guy's been great, or this guy's terrible. Maybe we need to figure something out that way. We stat and break down defensive stuff, all right, and then hustle chart, deflections, charges, 50-50 balls, etc. I bet a lot of you guys already do that, right? They probably keep those. That's analytics right there. That's using the data to evaluate what you're doing, where you're doing bad. All right. This is shot quality. What's Simon's last name? Do you know Simon? Gershberger? All right. I've not met him, but he has an algorithm. All right. He pulls out synergy. I don't think it's very much. It's worthwhile for some us college guys if we have it. But what it does is he'll pull all the shots off synergy, and then after the game, he'll give you an expected points per possession for yourselves and your opponent in that game. All right. I like talking about the first 3 games in our schedule last year. We played UMass Lowell over in Connecticut. We lost by 8. All right. But the shot quality result had us winning 76-69, which is winning 74% of the time. All right. So looking at that, it's like, I think we just got a little unlucky. All right. We shot the ball horribly. They shot it well. Didn't go in our favor. All right. Then we played Towson. Beat them 79-68. All right. It was a 12-point win shot quality wise. This is a huge delta, by the way, right? Like we lost by 8. We were supposed to win by 7. I mean, that's 3-point volatility right there. This one, we were supposed to win by 3, 83% of the time. And then when we beat Virginia, we beat them 61-60. We were supposed to lose the game 60-62 and 42% chance to win the game. And we had 3-point volatility go in our favor in that game. We shot 13 for 28 from 3. Some of our front court players who were a little inconsistent shooting the ball made 4 threes in the last 6 minutes of that game, which was a huge lift for us. And then they missed a 3 at the buzzer. All right, fast forward a month and a half, we go to Cal. We led for 39 minutes and 45 seconds of that game, and they hit a 27-foot 3 at the buzzer to beat us. All right, so that's where it can kind of the 3-point volatility, one shot. All right, Virginia, they missed. Cal, they made it. All right, I could be in here. We lost to Virginia by 2. Just one possession. And last thing I'll say on this is in terms of that is, you know, some people say like, oh, this guy's a really good coach in tight games and stuff like that. I don't buy it. I think it's when you're obviously there's things you can do to give yourself a great chance to win, but if you're in tight games, you can't control the outcome a lot of the time. All right, so we were really good in close games my first year. We weren't good at all this year. We didn't change much of what we did. All right, it's just that volatility of having these close games as an outcome that I think dictates a lot of that. All right. What do we do in practice? All right. So we stat nearly every 5-on-5 possession that we do in practice. We film it. As soon as we get done with practice, all of our coaches go into our meeting room. We break it down by those categories, shooting and scoring, rebounding, ball handling, hustle, and defense. All right. And we give these guys what we call our hustle stat ratio, hustle stat percentage. And why do we do it? It's facts and not feelings for our guys. All right. And so, like I said, we film all this stuff. We break it down for them. We're able to attach the film with the stats. So you might walk out of the practice saying like, oh man, this guy had a monster day. He was great. And you remember him like maybe blocking the shot and punching on somebody. And you're like feeling really good about this guy. He's going to really help us. And you go and you break down the film. And you're like, man, this guy had like 5 defensive rotation errors, turned the ball over 3 times. I forgot about the 3 threes he missed. Like, damn, he wasn't very good, but that dunk sticks out. That's why we do it, right? Not only to hold our guys accountable, but to hold us accountable, right? And then coaching-wise, we try to weigh the different categories for what we want to emphasize, all right? So one of the things that we do is for assists, right? If you look at a box score, there's only 2 ball handling categories, right? There's assists and there's turnovers, all right? There's no other way to determine whether a guy is good at passing the ball. So what we do is we have a bunch of ball handling categories, and we'll give the same value for an assist that we do for a virtual assist that we do to assist a foul, all right? What assist a foul is if you pass to somebody, goes for a layup, gets fouled, goes to the line. All right, and again, that's just, we're trying to create a process that rewards winning habits, all right? And that's where that process, if you can do it over and over again, should result into winning. All right, shooting-wise, we stat a lot of the shooting we do in practice, all right? So every day we do this drill called Olympic shooting, which is 4 minutes of continuous 3-point shooting with 3 guys on the move, basically. And then, so we have, I guess it's between 30 and 40 shots for each guy from the 3 that we have percentages on from that day. We also do some spot drills. And really, it just gives you a big sample size to determine who your good shooters are. All right, and then you can kind of see, cross-reference that to games, see who might be a little bit better, a little bit worse. This is back from my Auburn days, actually, with some of these names here. But you see just like all these different categories. We stat them, and we'll show them to the guys, too. All right, because I'm sure all you guys run into certain players on your team who they're like, come on, coach, like, you gotta let me shoot this thing. Let me shoot it out to the 3. You're like, dude, you can't make a shot. Like, you gotta prove it to me in practice that you can make it first, that you can make it at an efficient enough level for us to give you that green light, okay? So track and shooting, I think, is something that's really valuable. All right, recruiting. This is kind of my favorite story in recruiting is when I was at Auburn with Bruce, there was a young man named Anthony McLemore who played for the Atlanta Celtics. And he was on the same team as E.J. Montgomery, who ended up going to Kentucky. And they had one more kid, I can't remember off the top of my head, but was a pro. And Anthony was from a small town in Georgia. Didn't really have, like, people pumping him up. He lived with his grandma. Super, super sweet, great kid. But he got picked up by the Celtics, but they weren't playing him. He was playing like 10, 12 minutes a game. But every time he would go in the game, he would serve. He averaged like 5.5 points and 5 rebounds in like 15 minutes a game on the Adidas circuit. And we were fortunate that they kept the box scores on the Adidas circuit. All right, so we had, I think it was between 13 or 15 games of data from the circuit where they're playing everybody. I'm trying to remember all the Adidas teams, but all the good Adidas teams, yada yada yada. Right. So I was trying to get Bruce to take Anthony. All right, and I was trying to use like my Columbia roots with Kyle Smith, and those guys. Anthony was a 4.0 student, great kid on and off the court. All right, so he had all the intangibles to be great, and I thought he was really damn good. So what we did was I built out this little analytical breakdown of all the top players on the Adidas circuit that year, all the top bigs. Right, so it's Javin DeLaurier, Wendy Gabriel, Tony Bradley's in the league, Jared Allen's in the league. AMAC finished 5th in the system. Bam Adebayo was 6th. Miles Bridges, Jonathan Isaac, all these guys, all right? And you take into account field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, free throw attempts, rebounding, assists, turnovers, blocks, steals, points per game, all right? So I just broke it down, created this system, and wrote Bruce an email one night. I was like, this guy's a stud. I know we're trying to chase after some dudes. I think this guy can come in, and if he's going to be your 13th guy on scholarship, we're going to be in great shape because he has all these other pieces that go along with being a great teammate, being a good player. And so I sent him the email. I was actually in San Diego with my family. I woke up to an email. Obviously, Bruce was on Central Time, and he said, "I'm calling him at 5 o'clock tonight. If he doesn't accept the scholarship on the spot,
you're not gonna have a job. And he's telling me, he's like, I'm not messing with you anymore if he's not ready to commit. So I called AMAC and I'm like, yo, dude, like, you better say yes when this dude calls. Sure enough, he said yes. Anthony ended up starting at center on the team
that lost in the Final Four. All right, he was an absolute monster, great player, analytically close to an NBA guy. All right, I think he was SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Just a monster. I'm really surprised he didn't make it, but you can there's stats for other college. I mean, you can find this data and you can use it in high school and use it anywhere to see if the data backs up your eyes, all right, and vice versa. I think it's really, really important to cross-reference, cross-check, all right? So where can different programs start? Like we talked about, keeping shooting numbers. I think tracking those 4 factors, all right, at the high school level is really important. I think like one of my buddies coaches JV basketball out in Oakdale, California, which is basically by Modesto, Central California. And like he's a big numbers guy, big analytics guy, and he took over like a really, really bad JV program. And after a couple of years, they were winning 20 every year. And it's just like, and what was really funny is like 2 months ago, I went out to play in a golf tournament with him there. One of his former players was working as like a busboy, like at the little dinner thing they had. And he was like, Coach Power, what's up? Key and threes, right? Key and threes. And I'm like, God damn, you must have drilled in that message pretty good if this guy's still talking about it while he's serving us some food. But it was pretty cool. And then using rates and not totals. I think that's really important for the efficient. Anthony McLemore is a great example of that. If you just look at totals, you'd say 5 points, 4 rebounds, not good enough. But then you realize over, his per 40 numbers were ridiculous compared to everybody else. All right, maybe he has a chance. And then using the sites like KenPom, all right, Torvik, or these are some of the things that we use in our program. Open Look, which is lineup data, Hoop Lens, another lineup data site. Hoop Math is more of like a shot selection, transition offense, half court site. This is Spurbs, right? Yeah. What's his main deal? Everything? Yeah. All right. One-stop shop, obviously, KenPom, and the whole 9. And that's about it, right? Okay. I told you guys I'd keep this thing short. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have before we get out. My man.
Thanks for that. My name is Manuel Fernandez. I'm at London College in Canada. I didn't say that before. I think I might have missed it, and I apologize if I did. In terms of the practice shooting and proving yourself to be able to shoot in games, what is like a decent sample size for you to have that player prove to you that they can shoot that shot?
Great question. I think it's different for everybody. Obviously, for front court guys specifically, like in our program, I want them shooting above 30, like
at 35 or above from 3 in practice to be able to get the green light. Because obviously, generally speaking, guys shoot it worse in games than they do in practice. I think that correlates across most levels. So what's the sample size? I think it's different for everybody. We had a guy on our team this year who started for us who only had made 2 threes in his first 3 seasons with us, and he made 25 this past year. And part of it was he started shooting the ball a lot better in drills, but he also started shooting it a lot better in practice. And what was the sample size? The sample size for me was our 6 weeks of training prior to the season started. Yeah.
As well as like when you're playing?
Yeah. So, I mean, those will go in 2 different buckets for us, but yes. Yeah. So like this kid, for an example, like as a freshman was shooting like 49% in catch and shoot drills with no defense. All right. Got all the way up to about 70, 67, something like that. And obviously made a big jump that way. Mm-hmm. Marlon. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm big on like the virtual assist to foul, to percentages instead of totals. I would apologize to the assistant that does the offensive stats. You actually do this, but would you look deeper and say like, if we were throwing the ball and they caught it here, we made a shot, not giving them like the practice hustle stats?
Yeah, we would probably give them a bobble. We call it a bobble, which is like a bad ball handling play.
But you wouldn't give
you would also,
assist.
no, you would.
So say you caught it here, boom, makes a shot.
You would still get the assist. Yeah. You got it to him. So you'd only get 66% of that assist though, because you get +3 for the assist, but -1 for the bobble. Yeah.
I know most analytics is used to learn more or at least have the information about yourself and your own team. Do you guys use like any advanced analytics when you're scouting opponents? And then do you use that to make adjustments to what you're doing? And if so, like, how does that look, or how does that go?
Honestly, it's super, super prevalent in our scouting. And I'd say the easiest example that I'd give you is, if we're playing a team that really bombs it and shoot well from three, we'll guard them way harder on, the three, trying to run them off the line. Whereas if we're playing a team that's consistently not shot well from three, our defensive game plan will be what we call more sticky, like in the paint, to prevent penetration, prevent rim twos. But it's huge, not only on a team level, but also on an individual defensive scouting level. Yeah.
I've talked about there's teams or even players that you can bait into bad shots based off of the analytics. The shots that you want a team to take and that they will take, but you prefer it because of the percentages.
Absolutely.
And stuff like that.
Yeah, what Phil said about what he was talking about earlier, like it resonated with me, talking about how teams will have offensive philosophies and defensive philosophies. I feel like our defensive philosophy is the exact
opposite of our offensive philosophy, in the sense of, like, we obviously want rim twos and threes. We want to prevent rim twos and threes. We want to attack the middle. Santa Clara earmuffs. We want to attack the middle offensively. We want to keep teams out of the middle when we're on defense. All right. So that's, but yeah, it's definitely, I'd say that's one of our biggest things we do when we scout. What's that? Yeah. We'll see, like, hoop lens allows you to go look and see how, like, other teams have done when certain guys are on or off the court. And then you can kind of figure out, all right, this guy's really important to their deal. Maybe we want to attack him a little more offensively, see if we can get him in foul trouble, see if somebody will auto bench him with 2 fouls in the first half.
Do you use analytics post-game, like in your press conferences, or do you use it with your administration to validate maybe some of your decision-making, or, hey, we lost the game and this is...
I definitely use it post-game. I will occasionally use it with my boss. I'm not sure she's as analytically driven as we are, but I think we use it, internally a lot, and that's something where, again, like, we have a lot of guys that are analytically savvy on our staff. We also have guys that aren't, and I think it's really important to have that blend, right? One of the things that we did a couple years ago now, like Jonathan and I, we're up in the Bay. The guys have read Moneyball, how the Oakland A's kind of built their system off strictly analyzing stats. We call theirs
Astro Ball, for those of you who read that book, until they got in trouble for banging trash cans and cheating. We went away from it after that. But Astro Ball is Astro Ball. For those who haven't read the book, basically Astro Ball is using analytics, right? Trying to analyze the data you have, but also keeping a little bit of a human element as well. And I think that's really, really important. And we're super analytically driven, but we also do have that human element as well in these decisions that goes into play. And we're never 100% one way or the other. Right? We're definitely lean analytically, but we're not going to take away the human element. I think that's super, super valuable. And there's some things that the data can't tell you that having that human element can really help. Sorry?
Any credence towards the plus minus?
Not in a small sample size, but over the course, I would say between 6 or 8 games you would need to play before you can start. Really, there might be some situations where it stands out after 1 or 2, and you're like, man, this guy's really struggling, or vice versa. But you can get caught in good or bad luck in anything less than that. For example, you might be on the court with a guy who hits 5 threes, right? And then the guy subs in, and then the next guy misses 5. Like, it's not you that's making him. It's not you that's causing him. You're just a beneficiary of being on the floor with that guy. I think that stuff evens out over the course of a third of the season or so.
How much do you take into account lineup combinations with analytics, and what's a fair sample size on that?
I would say about the same in terms of sample size. Maybe a little more, and because you don't have as many minutes to pull from. I haven't dived as far into the lineup data, combo data.
And the fact that, you might only have a set of players play 10 minutes together in the first 4 games, so it's hard to judge that.
Yeah, I think NBA-wise, we probably where you have more data to pull from,
be more beneficial. Yeah, because from the same, like we were just talking about, from having that balance, you can, if you're so gung-ho on making every decision based off that, and you evaluate a small sample size, you could be coming out the wrong side of that deal. Cody.
Questions. Just
There's no lineup, so now you guys are collecting all these stats year over year. These guys are staying for multiple years. So from a lineup data standpoint, are you guys looking at 5-man or 3-man or both?
All the above.
All the above.
Yeah. But mainly just one player.
Like by each individual guy as opposed to full lineups.
And how about going into the game with substitution patterns?
Yeah.
How detailed are you on that? And kind of how much do you stick to it?
So what we did my first year, which I think we'll go back to, or at least kind of more so is, and Jonathan and I did this my first year, is like we dictated the first 20 minutes of the game to a T. So, which is really unusual for college, I would say. They do it all the time in the NBA. Like these guys come out, as you know, they come out at the same time every game, right? And we did it where, basically at every media, we were making a substitution, letting, these group of 5 guys play for 5 minutes or 4 minutes, sub. We kind of went away from it at the end of the year because we shortened our rotation a little bit. But I do, and I don't have the data right here to back this up, but I do think the guys were more comfortable, more confident, knowing exactly when and when not they were going to be on the floor. And we just didn't play as many guys last year, so it wasn't as important. But I think we're a little deeper this year, so we'll probably have to go back to doing more of that this year.
So you've got somebody on staff who's kind of in charge of that.
This guy right here. Yeah. He's going to be doing subs this year. So
as it comes to like the offensive flow as well, like your ATOs, and you stripping those out as well.
we haven't, but we will. And that's something where I was pissed at myself after the year because it's an area where we've been pretty good, but you should never have like an off game that way, right? Because in your world, being in the NBA now, going back to college, like you can have 20 ATOs at your disposal right there, depending on how teams are guarding or maybe when your guy's Noli's playing great, you want to go to him. You have all these different things. It's something that we will definitely focus on for this year. I think it's real. I mean, you have you could have 9 chances in a game to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I got a question. Let's say in practice, a guy has earned the right to shoot, and through games he's struggling. How far do you? There's a lot of different factors that go into it ultimately. Maybe you don't see it as much, but I'm sure it's healthy with the Juco level. And he's struggling. How far do you let that ride out, numbers-wise, before you're like, okay, we need to make an adjustment here. Maybe that just turns into him attacking and shooting less or whatever it may be. The practice numbers, the game numbers aren't added up.
Yeah, I think, for our program, and I'll use that one guy for example, I probably would have given him the first third of the season. He wasn't a guy that was a high volume 3-point shooter also, so one miss here doesn't kill you. Now, if you have a guy that thinks he's a driller and he's shooting 7 threes a game and he's shooting 28% or something, that's going to hurt you. So maybe you have to tighten the rope on that a little sooner. But going back to pairing that analytical feeling with that human element, most of us play, we know that if you feel like you got a short leash, you're not going to shoot the ball as well. All right. So that's where, you can't give a player, or I don't think you can really give a player confidence, but you can kind of give him that environment to be confident, where if he knows he's not going to get yanked for missing one. So I'll let him ride a little longer than most guys probably.
How much do your analytics and then maybe a balance of opponent scouting and maybe as you have more data points, how does that affect your play calling throughout the year and which sets you double down on or maybe use a different?
It's a good question. We've over the past 5 years, the coach that has coached our offense just left, but we've been very free flowing offensively. Like we were more systematic in terms of we ran. It looked like 5 out, but it was really like 3 round 2 ball screen. We just popped everything because we had guys that couldn't score in the paint. But we were more like system-ish that way than running like quick hitters or sets to get a certain shot. But again, to answer that question better, we'll try to attack what we think the other team's not great at. And if we feel like they have trouble guarding the ball, then we'll take advantage of that. If we feel like they have a big that struggles in the ball screen, then we'll run a lot of ball screens. So yeah, I would say a good amount. There's kind of a roundabout bad way to answer that question, but hopefully we got to the answer there. Yeah.
I got time for one more.
I don't know if it's a good one or not, but so Sule Good, the player that I coach, that you coach.
I love Sule.
And Sule, for context for everybody in the room, doesn't have a great IQ necessarily to play in a system like yours. However, he had success for you guys.
Yeah.
A tremendous amount of success as a freshman. And last year averaged 18 or 19 a game at UTEP. How were you able to use a kid like that maybe didn't have the cerebral IQ and still help him be effective in your system?
So Sula is a great example of someone who's super undervalued by looking at him. And then after evaluating his stats is way more valuable. And it's because of one reason. All right. He gets to the line. He's, for those that don't know, Sule is a kid from Oakland. We signed him out of high school. He played for us as a freshman, was first team all freshman, 11 a game.
He's probably 6 foot above.
I'll give him 6'1", 135.
Yeah, exactly.
This dude is, I mean, he's rail thin, and he will be his whole life. But
super quick, plays hard. He was coachable, and he has an incredible talent of getting to the line. All right, and that's something where for a guard to be able to do that is, and not only can he get to the line, he's an elite free throw shooter. I mean, he's about above 80, 85 his whole career. So really, it just kind of happened. You know, he would get in situations, driving opportunities. He's a bad 2-point finisher, but he gets fouled a lot. So it makes it valuable for him to do it. And he's an enigma, man. He's very unique, and there's not a lot of players like him out there. And he scored a lot of points in his life, though. I know that. Yeah. All good? All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, thanks again. Please let it know.
thanks for having me.